30 teams, 60 players, all competing in a FIFA 20 crossover from the comfort of their own homes. We've got stars from Germany's top two tiers. We've got esports pros from the virtual Bundesliga. And this weekend, we even had a team of referees. They were in action yesterday, but hello and welcome one and all to day 2 of match day 2 in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, an esports invitational put on by the DFL to help us cope with the lack of football since the sports world came to a grinding halt as a result of the coronavirus pandemic. From wherever you are in the joining us in the world, welcome, and to anyone joining us again, welcome back. We hope you and yours are safe and healthy, practicing social distancing, washing those hands, and exercising both body and mind despite any restrictions on your normal everyday lives. My name is James Surrogate, and after a goal fest of a first half on match day 2, no changes have been made at halftime. So joining me once again on the mic, it's the man from Northampton, Alex Chaffer. Alex, have you recovered from the jaw-dropping action that we saw yesterday?
Definitely not. But I am fit and ready for the round 2 of match day 2, as you've said, and going on from yesterday's action, this one is going to be another special one today if yesterday is anything to go by.
Well, a quick reminder that you can, of course, get involved with the conversation on our social channels. Hashtag Bundesliga Home Challenge is what you need to use on whichever platform is of your preference. But talk to me about some of those highlights yesterday, Alex, because we had so many of them. And as I said, goals absolutely galore. A total of 84 scored across the 8 ties that we had.
84 goals across 8 ties was absolutely remarkable. Obviously, we saw many of those in the games between Hertha Berlin and Freiburg, where Nico Schlotterbeck came back from 6-1 down in the first leg to win 11-1 against Maxi Mittelstadt, the biggest win, the biggest winning margin for any single solo game. And then Hoffenheim and Mainz. Well, Hoffenheim went one better by winning 12-1 in that game. Munas de Boer, impressive, and once again the Bundesliga striker showing his skills off the pitch are just as good as the ones on it. But obviously, I think for everyone as well back at home, as we mentioned, it was the last game of the day, and for us, it did turn into the highlight of the day when, having suffered a 4-0 defeat in the first leg at the hands of the Gladbach FIFA pro Jeffrey, Daniel Schlager handed the controller over to Dennis Eitekin, and he produced something so magical as he defeated Jonas Hoffmann incredibly 2-1 in that game. That's one of the highlights of not just this whole Bundesliga challenge, not just this weekend, but my entire career in the Bundesliga so far. I can now say that I've not only seen a Bundesliga referee beat a professional player at FIFA, but I commentated on it as well.
Yeah, there were reports. So we are reliably informed based on the fact that he gave an interview yesterday after the game that he was celebrating with a Meisterfeier, as they call it here in Germany, but a title celebration out on his balcony. And he said he had to restrain himself from pulling off his kit after making it 2-1 because he wanted to celebrate. He said, it's referees, we don't often get a chance to celebrate moments like that. But it was a special moment for him that I'm sure Jonas Hoffmann at the very least will want to forget. But yes, we kind of saved the best for last yesterday, but there were some stunning games in there. Shout out to the esports pros as well. We had Dr. Hano, who ground out a tight game against Moritz Mader of Leipzig. Although Werder Bremen still didn't manage to pick up a win. Second time in a row now in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, something that we didn't expect. But let's take a look at the format for today. As I mentioned, 30 teams, 60 players. Each tie will consist of 2 solo matches, one-on-one, and the second of which will definitely take place between 2 professional footballers representing their clubs. But that doesn't mean to say that we won't have other professional footballers in the mix in the first games as well. But there's a mixed bunch with some esports pros in there. Sometimes we get a head-to-head between 2 esports pros, which always gives us something a little bit different. And of course, then the aggregate score will be made up of the 2 legs. And we've seen some big scores yesterday. We're not quite sure whether we can match that again today. I mean, there's such a high bar was set. We thought match day 1 set a high bar, and then yesterday blew it out of the water. Whether we can do that again remains to be seen. But let's talk about the 85 mode that we are playing on today. Everyone with a max rating of 85 in FIFA. Talk to us about the pros and cons of that, Alex.
You might be used to playing Ultimate Team on FIFA, which means you can choose any player you want to play with, basically the best of the best in the game. But this mode, it pits everyone on the same level, an 85 rating for every player, which means the likes of the guys like St. Pauli and Nuremberg, as you can see in our first game, they'll be coming up against each other, 85 rated overall. It means that both teams are evenly matched, and it takes away any competitive advantage that one team might have had being at the top of the Bundesliga against perhaps a bottom of the Zweite Bundesliga team. So it brings everyone onto the same level playing field. It means that guys won't have more than 3-star skill moves, but it means then that the basics come out. We see really who is the best FIFA game player in terms of being able to play the game at its basic level. And as we've seen, it diminishes the performance levels of these guys in no way whatsoever. It takes away no goals, no entertainment whatsoever, and it even brings out more. So if anything, if yesterday is anything to go by, and last weekend, of course, as well, the 85 mode is working wonders for the Bundesliga Home Challenge, and hopefully again today we see these guys smash it despite having the 85 mode on top of them.
Well, that's it. It doesn't mean that Timo Werner is as slow as Ömer Toprak, to take a random example. It does mean Timo Werner does still have an edge in pace, but it's minimal.
Yeah.
And it does mean that there's not a massive discrepancy, so we won't see the likes of Timo Werner or the faster players, get on the ball. It'll be Marco Richter today is a good example. If he gets himself on the ball, he won't quite be able to peel away from defenders as he would in other FIFA game modes, and that is something to keep an eye on. But should we take a look at what's coming up today? Because we've got some good games on the docket. We had some real highlights yesterday, but we do have some good games today. So talk us through the fixture list, Alex.
We're going to start off in just a few minutes' time with Nuremberg against St. Pauli in our first game. We've got a lot of nice Bundesliga and Bundesliga 2 matchups coming up. Frankfurt playing host to Arminia Bielefeld in the next game, and one of my highlights is going to be Wolfsburg against Schalke, 2 juggernauts of the Bundesliga world, kind of against each other in the virtual world. Wolfsburg, one of the new teams that we'll see in action today. VfL Bochum is another one of those. Plenty of new guys in action as well, of course. Vendel, the Brazilian left-back, will be playing for Leverkusen today. And, of course, we had the famous Marco Richter expecting a 9-0 loss last week. He got that 1-1 draw, and he'll be coming up against Sonny Kittel in the matchup against Hamburg later on as well. And then we end the day with Bochum, one of the new teams, playing host to Union Berlin, who they were one of the surprise packages last week. So, yeah, plenty to look forward to, plenty of new faces, plenty of guys we saw last week. Everyone looking to impress and everyone looking to build on what has been a fantastic Bundesliga home challenge so far.
Yeah, I think we've got a lot to look forward to. I'm personally looking forward to seeing whether Atakan Karazor for Stuttgart has a lead to work with, or maybe even a less of a deficit. Last week we saw him produce a come from behind 2-0 victory against Rafael Chicos. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to win Stuttgart the tie, but I'd like to see if he can work with something else. I'm wondering whether Tim Latka will maybe come out of his shell a little bit, because this is a friendly tournament. I think he took it very, very seriously last week. I mean, one of the best defensive performances we saw, no doubt, which is an incredible credit in this FIFA. But I just wonder whether he might take a few more risks today, knowing, you know what, there's nothing on the line. I can have a bit of fun with this. And then, yeah, he's up against Salzburg. So you mentioned the fact Wolfsburg, Schalke, 2 juggernauts in the Bundesliga world, 2 juggernauts in the virtual Bundesliga world as well. And Salzburg, one of the best out there. So great to see him involved in the competition, and great to have Wolfsburg and Bochum on board, because we had a great lot of fun last week. It does mean the stream goes a little bit longer, but we don't mind that. An extra fixture today, so we've got 7 today. We had 8 yesterday. But yeah, it's great to have Wolfsburg and Bochum on board.
I think we're all enjoying the more the merrier for the FIFA challenge so far. It worked wonders yesterday, as you said. We had so many goals, so many entertaining matches. I think we'll have the same again today. Plenty of those new faces. Another team that I'm really interested to see, obviously they struggled a bit last week with Arminia Bielefeld, with Andreas Vogelsammer and Marcel Hartl. Both played last weekend as well. One of the only teams that have sort of stuck with the 2 main men that they had, both professional football players, that has to be said. So a bit of a disadvantage for them, but we'll see how they fare against Frankfurt in the second game, which will be coming up later on. But yeah, starting off with Nuremberg and St. Pauli, we were a really fun way to kick things off and hopefully follow in suit from the entertaining stuff we've seen.
What do you think our big lesson? We learned a lot of lessons on match day 1 that we went through, but what was the big one that we learned yesterday, do you think?
That no first league lead is intact and can be expected to stay intact. We saw so often, I think it was 3 or 4 times, I think, half the games where, you know, the eSports Pro had put in a huge lead for their squad, and then the Bundesliga professionals just turned it around in the second games. I think it's fantastic how the format works, where we see the eSports pros come up against each other more often than not in the first games, and it produces a cagey affair. These guys know how to play the game. They know that keeping goals out is much more difficult than scoring them themselves. So we're expecting lower scoring games from those ones, and then the Bundesliga professionals come in and just go cold crazy. And they're wanting to entertain, and they're open end-to-end games, and it's really fun. And it means that the ties overall are very high scoring. So I think if anything's to go by, do not expect a team to be able to defend that first leg lead.
Yeah, that's it. You may talk about it being open and goal-riddled games. Some may say it's terrible defending. I think there's a bit of both. We prefer to look on the positive side of life here in Alex's living room, where we are bringing you this action. But I think the other thing we learned yesterday really was that we can't judge what happened on match day 1 too much. There were some surprise results on match day 1 that then, produced even crazier results yesterday, where you went, oh, okay, you can't really judge them on that match day 1 performance. They were up against a different opponent, different skill level. They set themselves apart. And actually, Felix Schimmel, the man first up today for Nuremberg, is probably a good example of that, because he went up against no one other than Megabit last week. And
Exactly.
he only came away with a 3-1 loss, which actually, if you look at some of the results that have come in this Bundesliga home challenge, actually is a very respectable result against the man who is, deemed the best in Germany when it comes to eSports FIFA.
Exactly, and so for him, it's a chance to show that wasn't just a one-off, being able to play well in that first game. He comes up against Tom Kust for St. Pauli today, so an opportunity for him to build on that positive performance. He wasn't blown out of the water, as you said, by Megabit, so he can try and give Tim Handwerker a nice lead to deal with. And Handwerker, of course, last week destroying Maxi Jägerstein to produce that first big comeback that we saw on match day 1, and he'll be looking to do the same again later on against Lukas Zander, who is another of the Bundesliga professionals who performed so well last week. He only suffered that 1-0 defeat to Tim Latka against Schalke, so a fantastic outing for him, and we can look forward to 2 really confident playing football professionals coming up against each other again in the second tie.
Yeah, exactly. Zander acquitted himself so well against Latka, and you do wonder whether now Handwerker, who impressed on match day 1, may actually find himself behind when it comes to just the skill level of FIFA against a Lukas Zander. And I do wonder whether Felix Schimmel will be the same, because you can't really judge when he's gone up against the best eSports FIFA player in Germany. 3-1 defeat, not too bad. It could have been worse, and he was maybe lucky to get the late goal, because I know Megabit would have definitely, especially in the context of what happened between Handwerker and Eggestein, would have been very annoyed to concede late on, because that definitely swung things, or gave Nuremberg at least a lifeline to work with, and that is all these players need sometimes, as we've seen in these ties. So I'm intrigued to see whether Schimmel, up against another eSports pro in St. Pauli's FC SP Tom, but whether, if he's coming off the elite, the very best in Germany, and he's coming a bit further down the table in terms of esports professionals in Germany. Because let's be honest, Tom does have a fair few accolades. I mean, in the virtual Bundesliga this season, he was in the top 15 in terms of goals scored. So he's definitely no mug on the game, absolutely not. But whether this is maybe Schimmel's level where he can come out with a positive result and really acquit himself well and show, okay, this is the level I'm at when it comes to the esports world.
Yeah, that's it, because he's not a esports proper pro himself, so he'll be wanting to obviously show what he can do as well. And obviously, as we said, coming up against Megabit was always going to be a tough test. And as you said, Tom is no mug for St. Pauli as well, so it's not like it's going to be an easy ride for him. FCSP Tom does prefer the Xbox, but he's comfortable, as most of these guys are, using cross-console. Most of them do spend their weekends on Weekend League on the Ultimate Team, both on Xbox and PlayStation. So these guys are hardcore. They know how to play no matter what console they're playing on, and no matter what mode as well. So even if they're used to playing with the best players in the game on Ultimate Team, the 85 mode will not be a struggle for them whatsoever, as we see these guys getting their lineups sorted and ready. We're looking like we're moments away from kickoff in the first game of the Bundesliga home challenge. And yeah, again, I'm just looking forward to seeing who becomes our FIFA Fußballgott, as we acclaimed Dennis Eitekin to be yesterday, of course. Looking forward to seeing if anyone can take that accolade for today.
I don't think anyone's going to take that accolade. I think for the rest of this Bundesliga home challenge, because it's only one player in the starting lineups, right? When they're red in the stadiums normally.
Yeah.
It used to be Bastian Schweinsteiger in Munich. It was Alexander Meyer in Frankfurt. There's only one player that ever really gets the accolade at any one time. So I don't think we can give it to anyone but Eitekin. And he's a worthy recipient of it, let's be honest.
I'm hoping the first game that he referees, that we see back with a full stadium as well, that when, perhaps if he's read out as the referee for the game, that the fans do remember the Bundesliga home challenge and give him a shout out and a bit of credit.
We need to start a social media campaign, is what we need to do.
Get the hashtag going.
Fußballgott, I love it. But yeah, no, we are ready to get underway with this opening game, which is just around the corner. And this was it. I mean, Felix Schimmel was talking before the game against Megabit and saying that ultimately I have nothing to lose and can play freely. I think it's fair to say that he'll still be in that same mindset today, won't he?
Yeah, definitely. And I think you mentioned it earlier, the likes of Tim Latka, who were taking things very seriously last week. I think there could be a different mindset for these guys coming into this, having learned from matchday one. Obviously, it is that invitational format, so the pride is the only thing really at stake in getting their team a win. And as much as these guys obviously would be taking it very seriously and wanting to show that they are esports pros for a reason, there can be fun to be had. And Felix Schimmel last week, having come up against Megabit, this is definitely a simpler task for him than that. So he'll be wanting to have some fun with the sun shining in Nuremberg here in the virtual world. It is shining again today, actually, in Germany. So a nice contrast there as we are about to get the first game underway.
I was going to say, we hope the weather's nice wherever you are. It's a shame that it's nice when we all have to self-isolate and stay inside. That's been a problem here in Germany. But hey, that's the way it goes sometimes. But we are now underway in game one of match day two of the Bundesliga home challenge. We were goal-riddled yesterday, I think it's fair to say. And, well, I don't want to be too greedy. We'd love just a portion of that type of goal-scoring action again today. But plenty of intriguing fixtures on the docket. And this one between Felix Schimmel, a player who is yet to really make the breakthrough in the real world with the Nuremberg first team, but has been on their youth books for a while, coming up against an esports pro representing St. Pauli, Tom Kust. And whether a new face, and so we wait to see what he really brings to the table. And he's coming forward here with Miyachi. Buchtmann. Nice bit of space in the box to work with, an important challenge put in by Schimmel. He spent much of last week on the back foot against Megabit. Just wonder whether he'll be more comfortable in that position as a result. But looking confident in the opening exchanges here. Long ball doesn't quite come off for him. He's got to be careful about conceding possession so quickly and so easily.
As we've said, sorry James, as we've said, that's what these esports guys like to do, maintain control. As we see, every St. Pauli player in the Nuremberg box, in the Nuremberg half here, in the first 10 minutes, trying to dominate the play and suffocate their opponent and get those mistakes so they can get that shot away from inside the box and get the opening goal. Here is what Kust is trying to do.
Yeah, these are the spaces that really separate the pros and the casual players. Kust almost found the angle there.
Also worth mentioning that the first game yesterday was actually our tightest game overall, only a 4-2 win for Darmstadt against Hannover. So it took a while it took a little bit of time to warm up yesterday. It might be the same case again today, but no question, the goals will hopefully begin flowing. But as you said earlier, it would be greedy of us to ask of similar things as yesterday today.
Well, I do wonder whether the people playing today will feel pressure to produce the same level of goal-scoring ability in front of goal. And we've got some guys out there that definitely aren't too shabby in front of goal. But to expect us to... We had 46 goals on day one of match day one, 46 goals on day two of match day one, and then 84 yesterday. So we blew the record out of the water comfortably, almost doubling up on it, which is absolutely extraordinary. So, yeah, we can only hope for a little bit of that. But I do wonder whether Schimmel will be thinking, right, the pressure is on to maybe get something going in the final third. That's where everyone's really grabbing the headlines.
Yeah, that's it. And the fact that he did get a goal late on against Megabit will only give him confidence from last week. Obviously, he's got his back against the wall here in the early stages, but can weather the storm and try and get on the counter-attack as he's trying to do now. That might be his tactic for today, knowing that Kust again will be looking to keep most of the possession, but it's a lovely ball down the wing.
Yeah, great outlet pass to find Hack. Couldn't quite use it to his advantage. You can see here as well, Schimmel not committing too many men forward, so certainly a defensive approach in these opening exchanges. And that may also actually be something that does derive from what happened yesterday. We saw a lot of early goals that people could not recover from. And so maybe there's a mindset today, right, keep things tight in the beginning and gradually come out of your shell as opposed to risking too much too early.
That's it. I think in the first match day last weekend, we saw plenty of times where teams were going ahead in their actual solo games and conceding leads, whereas yesterday we saw a lot of guys, as you said, going ahead and the others, the opponent going behind, unable to get back and really fight back, and sort of just kept, whoever scored the first goal just built on it and built on it. So obviously these guys will have watched yesterday, hopefully, and saw what was going on and know that that's what they've got to try and beat. They've got to try and stem the flow of the attacks. Schimmel making a good challenge there to deny Kirsten his opening 30 minutes here.
Yes, it's certainly been very evenly matched between the two. But again, a somewhat risk-averse approach. You're seeing Kust settle into what I would call the esports rhythm in terms of his passing game, especially in the final third, in and around the area. Schimmel right now just trying to get a bit of possession under his belt. Something that is very hard to do against these esports pros. Their players seem to be a magnet for the ball, and all of a sudden you seem to be choked off it at every opportunity. But that was a great chance for Schimmel. All of a sudden, the St. Pauli backline just parted. And out of nowhere, best chance of the game goes the way of the Nuremberg footballer.
Outstanding through ball there to find his man in front of goal. Unfortunate with the finish. Great save from the man in the St. Pauli sticks, but really bright opening for Schimmel. He can take that on board, because being able to find those little openings is what's so difficult against an esports guy. They're so good at defending, so good at keeping it compact, building up their tactics before the game. They know how they want to defend. And usually it is the case where you have to have this prolonged possession to earn a mistake from your opposite opponent. And it is often quite difficult to get those through balls like that. So a chance that comes rarely, and he'll want to take the next one if he does get another one before half-time, perhaps.
Yeah, but it is those little moments. If you can spring a surprise, do something that's maybe a little outside of the norm in those positions, and that is where we have talked about the esports pros coming up against these professional footballers who are more casual players, and they are going to do things a little bit differently than maybe those in the virtual Bundesliga would. And that may have been a pass there that Kust wasn't quite anticipating. He was expecting it to go out wide. Alternate is coming through the middle. You've got no defenders in sight, and you're almost hamstrung at that point and helpless.
Yeah, because they're not used to playing against these recreational guys all the time as well, so something they have to learn from.
Kust with a chance, and it's a good save. First of the game for Villet.
First real time that Kust has had an opportunity from the edge of the box. Earned himself a little bit of space just before the break here, but shot straight at the goalkeeper.
You've got to warm up those shooting boots. A nice ball again down the line to release Hack, but again Penny does well to nip the ball off his toes. Kust now going with the long ball as we approach half-time. That should be that in the first half. So a tight and tense affair so far. Very little in it. Not much breathing room for either side. And arguably, after yesterday's action, one of the tightest games we've seen in a while, Alex.
100%. It's been a while since we've gone without goals like this. But it is what we expected. We talked about it. These guys both clearly good at the game. Even Schimmel, not being a FIFA pro, he knows how to play the game, and he can test himself against the very best. And it is what we expected. Lower goals, especially in the first game of the day. These guys getting warmed up into it. Probably expect the game to open up a little bit in the second half. Schimmel only had that one real opening with that through ball that came. He was working down the right side quite well, but Kust was the man on top in the first half, and he'll be looking to keep that the same coming into the second half.
Absolutely. Kust, as I said, part of the St. Pauli virtual Bundesliga side. He was talking about the season. He mentioned it in an Instagram post, saying it was a shame that we didn't hit our targets, but he said he wasn't unhappy with the 30 points he picked up in the solo games. Certainly not a bad return. He went 12 games unbeaten at one stage, which is an incredibly impressive run. Yeah,
that's fantastic, and it shows just how good he is in the solo world, and that he is going to be a tough opponent here for Schimmel. He's proven to be that. Clearly a man who knows how to play on his own. Just needs to improve his duo game in the virtual Bundesliga world, but here in the Bundesliga home challenge, it's absolutely no problem to be a good solo player.
Yeah, not too bad in the Ultimate Team world either. 29-1 already last March, at the beginning of the month. and a regular player who pushes for that illustrious 30-0 record.
If I ever got more than 20 wins in a weekend league, I think I'd quit as a FIFA player because it would not ever get better than that. I can't believe these guys are so consistent to get the likes of 28, 29 wins in the weekend league. It's incredible.
And then to still do it even after the packs rewards don't really give out. I think that's sometimes the most impressive thing about it, actually. You put in all that work and you don't really reap the rewards.
Not to worry, though, here for the Bundesliga Home Challenge. They know it's just one game. They can put all they have into it. No disappointing packs will come from it afterwards.
That's exactly it. Exactly it. Tom looking to maybe make a change. This game really not opening up in the second half either. You do wonder when either of these two may start adopting a more risk or less risk-averse approach, I should say. Right now, this is nice passing from Schimmel, pinged forward. Schleusner, shadowed by Benatelli. Back to Schleusner. Physically imposing figure there in the Nuremberg front line. Poor Parslow let Schimmel down. And he'd got men forward there. It was one of the rare occasions where a few had committed.
It's the first time he really had prolonged possession as well and had men going forward, as you said. So disappointing for him, but a good sign that he's able to do that. Ball does go out of play and we're able to get that first pause. And as you said, the game just not opening up here at the moment. Both these guys looking very sound defensively. So pretty sure that this is going to come down to possibly one goal, or maybe if the first goal comes, we'll see a second one quite quickly because we did see that a few times yesterday as well.
I was going to say, I just don't want to draw any early conclusions in any of these games. It's too risky. It's far too risky.
We'll be eating our words later on if we do.
That's exactly it. Yeah. These guys can make you look quite silly at the drop of a hat if you're not careful. But no, this is it. I mean, it's something that we've talked about on the streams, the various streams for the Bundesliga Home Challenge, when Tom Cust, the St. Pauli pro, talking about it as well. He says when it comes to FIFA, there's a lot of mental stuff. And he said small mistakes are decisive. And it does look like this is the type of game that will be decided by potentially one small mistake, and that is the way it's playing out. But a few changes being made, and we have seen fresh legs can make a difference, especially in this 85 mode when pace isn't normally as big of a factor. But if you've got a guy that's got fresh legs up against someone that's been running for 70 minutes, then sometimes you can see it pay off. For now, here is Schimmel with Eras. Starting to crank up the pressure a little bit, Schimmel. Nice little fake shot there. Unfortunately, the pass fails to find a teammate. Now quickly trying to recover his position. Slightly rash challenge there. We haven't seen too many of those.
Yeah, I think we only had one booking yesterday, maybe a couple. Very rare, actually, to see that. Well, obviously, we're expecting them from Eitekin after we talked about his red cards, but not sure we'll see many red cards in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. It's all fun and games and fair play.
I think in the 85 mode, it's also cranked down a little bit in terms of the strict level, or how strict the referees are. Especially in these kind of friendly situations that they've set up online. Which we have to say, great credit to the DFL and to all the teams involved. It's kind of been easy to put together. A very creative solution to the football free time that we're all experiencing right now. And we're grateful for the distraction. We hope you guys are too. If you're joining us today for the first time, welcome. If you're joining us again for the second, third, fourth, however many times you've been on the stream, you may be dipping in and out, but welcome back. We're glad to have you with us. And as I said, we are hoping that you are enjoying this slight break from monotony, bringing something different to your screens. We've mixed up the ties this week. 4 new teams involved. We had 2 yesterday with Borussia Mönchengladbach and the referees team. Wolfsburg and Bochum involved in the action today. For now, our focus on this first game between Nuremberg and St. Pauli. And a game that right now is being played on a knife's edge, but Schimmel is starting to turn the screw. Oh, he's broken well here, but just at the vital moment, a challenge put in by Kust, who's weathering the storm well right now.
Yeah, these guys, they both know that this is going to come down to one chance for either of them. That's why they want to work it so nicely and make sure that it's a chance that they can take. They don't want to waste shots, waste possession because they know how good the other is in keeping the ball themselves. So 10 minutes to go. It's been a deadlock game so far, but I still feel the chance is going to come because you know that in the last couple of minutes these guys are going to wake up and see, okay, I've got to take my chance now. and whoever is in possession of the ball in those late stages may get that chance.
Well, that's it. Schimmel, in the lead up to that game against Megabit, worked with Nuremberg eSports pro Daniel Bubu Butenko, and especially on his defensive side of things. And of course, when you concede 3 against a player like Megabit, I think actually I'd happily accept conceding just 3 goals against Megabit. Hard to judge his defensive abilities. We've seen them on show today, but his attacking ones are what he needs right now. And that was a chance that opened up for him.
Rare one as well. Just a rare shot for anyone in this game. I think the first of the second half really in anger. And as we said, it's going to come in these next few minutes. We might see a few more. Schimmel looking the most likely at the moment, but possession, as we see, can change so quickly in this game, as can the control. And we often see it as well at the end of these games. A team will look to just keep the ball until that 89th, 90th minute, because they know they'll get the last chance of the game.
Oh, heavy touch there from Tash. He almost let him down. First recovers well, but he's given it away. We are nearing that last chance saloon territory. Can either side fashion a chance right now? Kust is likely to be the one. Schimmel's got to be on his toes here. He's done very well there, and a break potentially, but again, with these defensive settings he's been playing with, his players aren't exactly streaming forward in support, and that will be the end of the action, I have to say. We've thoroughly enjoyed this Bundesliga home challenge, and one of the reasons is the diversity of experiences we've had. And after a goal-riddled day yesterday, of course, Alex, we had to start today with the very first goalless draw of the entire Bundesliga home challenge so far.
Of course, and hopefully it's not, the beginning of the end of the goal fun that we see in the Bundesliga home challenge. Hopefully it's just a blip. But again, a blip that we can enjoy. I guess the FIFA guys who are watching at home, who know how these guys play, know the esports guys, they know how good that was to watch, just how good these guys are defensively and how tight a game can be in the esports world. You have to realise that these guys have worked so hard on the way they want to play the game, and they know that it comes down to the minuscule mistakes. Just neither of those guys made a mistake there. It was a perfect game for both of them. Both played really well, and in the end, neither able to get the opening goal. But again, hopefully the Bundesliga professionals coming from the pitch into the virtual world, not used to playing the game as often as the esports pros. Hopefully it brings with it a few goals in this second game of Nuremberg against St. Pauli.
Oh, that's it. When you watch a game like that between Schimmel and Kust, and you see how hard it was for them to even just create chances, let alone take them, and of course they were unable to in that one, you do just marvel at the fact that Nico Schlotterbeck managed to score 11 goals in one game yesterday, because they made that look so difficult, and it was because they really were putting their focus on the defensive side of things, which is a fair trait in this FIFA, and it's arguably the one that really will set you apart in games like this. And so Schimmel, I think it's an interesting situation for him. 3-1 loss against Megabit, a 0-0 draw now against Tom Kust, but acquitting himself well against 2 esports pros, so he'll probably come away from both games thinking, you know what, I had nothing to lose, I lost nothing, quite happy with those performances.
Yeah, he can hold his head high for sure. We've mentioned it so many times. For someone who might be watching the Bundesliga home challenge who hasn't usually watched esports gameplay, especially, it might seem like these guys aren't going for goal as much as they could. For some reason, they're maybe not taking the chances quite as you'd expect. You yourself might be playing it and think, oh, you got to shoot a goal more. I would shoot a goal in that position. But you have to respect the fact that the guys they're coming up against are defending so resolutely, defending so well, that the chances, they know that if they went for goal, it wouldn't go in. So they'd rather try and keep the possession, keep working the ball to try and earn that open chance that can bring a goal. It's as one part is these guys wanting to work for the perfect goal, but another is the fact that they're being stopped from having more open chances. So as much as these guys are cautious in their attacking play, it's also the fact that they're just so fantastic in terms of defending that it is difficult to actually produce any chances at all.
Yeah, now we're intrigued in this second match of the 2-legged tie between Nuremberg and St. Pauli, just how Luka Zander fits into that, because he was involved up until the game we just saw in the lowest scoring game of the entire Bundesliga home challenge. It was a 1-0 loss to Tim Latke that was all about defending, and he acquitted himself very well. It really did ultimately come down to the one and only chance of the game that really stood out as a clear-cut chance. Latke tucked it away nicely. That made the difference. But now we wonder, he's up against a fellow footballer in Tim Handwerker of Nuremberg. Will he show a very different side to his game? Will it be more open? Will he focus more, or less maybe, on the defensive side of things? Will he open up his game? And it'll be interesting to see how he maybe alters things from that first game against Latka.
Yeah, that's it, because having to play against an esports player takes your own game plan completely out the window. You're then, you know you're the second best guy in the game. You know you're going to be defending, and he did really well to only lose 1-0 there. Disappointing that he did lose 1-0 in the end, but as you said, coming into a game where he's playing against a fellow Bundesliga professional, he knows that he could be the better man here in this game. He showed how good he can play the game, and it means that he could take control here. It could be a completely different game to what he played last week. And although Tim Handwerker did pull the game back against Eggestein last week with 4 goals in the final 30 minutes to win his tie 4-1, it could be that he's on the receiving end of something here from Lucas Zander. So coming into this game, again from last week, we didn't know what to expect. We've learnt from last week, but of course brings up a totally different situation for Zander, especially playing against a non-esports pro. So who knows what we're going to see. And I think the opening sort of 10-15 minutes we'll be able to sort of tell who's going to try and be dictating the play, whether it will be Zander trying to keep the ball a bit more, or whether it is one of those open games between Bundesliga professionals that we're used to.
Yeah, it's a fascinating spectrum, really is. And I don't think I expected it to be this diverse or this extreme. I really thought we might FIFA 20, it's not been about the goals, actually, especially in the competitive esports world. And I thought we might see that crossover into a crossover invitational event between the two. But no, we are really getting the full spectrum of experiences, results, and absolutely everything. And it's really making fascinating viewing. So yeah, you're right. I don't know what to expect going into any game. Even the players where we have a little information about what they're like on FIFA, especially after match day 1, we maybe know that they're esports pros. Even then, I don't know what to expect, because we've seen such a wide variety of results out there, whether it be between 2 esports pros, where we had the surprising 5-1 win for the Stranger on match day 1. We had a load of close games yesterday. Fabio was particularly impressive up against the Stranger, this time in a 3-2 win. Dr. Ahano 3-2 win over Moritz Mader as well. And so yeah, now the professional footballers, we're more used to these games being a little more open. And after Handwerker scored 4, as you mentioned, I think that will put Zander on notice. And it really is a case of, does he take more risks than he took against Tim Latka? And that's genuinely what I'm fascinated to see in this second game.
I think if I was Lucas Zander, that's definitely what I'd want to do. He knows that he had to play on the back foot in that game against Tim Latka, and this is his chance to express himself and show what he can do, having the ball more often and being the attacking impetus in the game. He's the guy who can try and take control of this one. He did so well against Tim Latka to defend. This is his chance to attack now. So, yeah, as we said, it will be really interesting to see how both these guys handle the new situation as we load into the game. The tie still open after that first game, 0-0 between Felix Schimmel and his opponent from Nuremberg, from St. Pauli, Tom Kirst. So let's see who can take the win here, because it is, as we say, all to play for in this final game of the tie.
Yeah, one of the rare draws we've had, and the first goalless draw. So hopefully that's the last. Let's get it out. Get it out of the way early today.
Get it out of the system, lads.
Yeah,
well done.
Exactly. And now we can move on to business as usual. But no, that is what we are talking about. The fact that we can also enjoy a very tactical and tense 0-0 draw. As much as we can enjoy an 11-1 smashing from Nico Schlotterbeck. And now we're intrigued to see what Handwerker and Zander can produce. Immediately Zander on the front foot. And that was it. He was talking about match day 1. He said it made a nice change. And he was saying that he hoped it provided a nice distraction that took people back to football. And I think that's exactly what we are aiming to do with this coverage of the Bundesliga Home Challenge. So we do hope you are following along at home and enjoying it. But he said against Tim Latka, he noticed there wasn't much in it. And that will give him confidence coming into this one. And it's looking dangerous here, and there is an early goal. A wry smile, but Lucas Zander wasn't on the score sheet yesterday on match day 1, but he is on match day 2.
There we go, and his first chance of the game as well. The first time he'd brought the ball forward. It had been Handwerker in possession for the opening 5 minutes, but tidy move into the box and a simple finish in front of goal. Yes, he said that cheeky look from Zander. Maybe he knows something we don't know, just how good he is at FIFA. So 1-0 the lead for St. Pauli, but let's see how Tim van Hanverker can handle going behind. He went behind, obviously, Bergerstein as well. He was in a tough position late in that game. Let's see what he can do here.
Well, that's it. Normally you would say you shouldn't read too much into a 1-0 loss against a guy like Tim Lacker, but I think we have read a lot into it, and rightly so, because it's actually telling us, hold on, Lucas Zander can hold his own on this platform, and he's showing it here in the early stages. Lovely passing move. Just breaks down at the vital moment as he looked to get the ball into the box, but very confident on the ball. And certainly we can see he's definitely not taking as defensive an approach to his game, more players forward, whereas with Lacker he almost had every man behind the ball at times, didn't he?
Yeah, that's it, and he had to do it coming up against an eSports pro. But I have to give credit here in the opening 15 minutes. Both these guys passing around and moving the ball, defending as well, as if they know what they're doing. You know, we saw it yesterday with the professional players. You can often get wide open games like an 11-1 for Schlotterbeck against Mittelstedt. But these guys, they look good. They look like they know what they're doing. It's not going to be a wide open game. It's going to be tidy play. And both can handle themselves in this arena of the Bundesliga Home Challenge.
Alexander moving the ball nicely down the wing. He's got beyond his man here, trying to cut inside, but he can't beat him for a second time. Now with Eras. Again, now happy to be a little more patient, not quite as direct as we've seen some of these professional footballers who almost play with a reckless abandon at times in terms of their attacking movements. He's worked it well to Misijan. Penny, who was on the back foot most of the first game between Nuremberg and St. Pauli, having to defend again. Shifting it across now is Tim Handwerker. Now in with Schleusner, twisting and turning. Just can't wriggle free though. And now space for Zander to use out wide. Quick little 1-2 to keep Sabota moving. And having taken the lead, we can see he's not quite committing in the same way, Zander. In terms of at least the numbers of bodies he's getting forward. Oh, that almost came off for him with Tashi.
He's defending well as Zander as well. When we saw a few minutes ago Handwerker around the edge of the Pauli box, he defended it well and stayed composed. He's doing the same here. He's not bringing men out of the defence too rashly and leaving spaces in behind. He knows what he's doing. But Handwerker is not giving him much space to breathe. Keeps pressing forward here.
Oh, he's found the little pocket of space though. Quick drag back on the edge of the area, just opened up the chance. Good save from the keeper. Now work short from the corner. Lovely play, and it's a great chance, but it's off the post from Handwerker.
Unlucky there, Tim Handwerker. What a lovely move at the near post. He went for that near post shot. We've spoken about it so much. It is overpowered on this game. The keeper's often unable to deal with it. He beat the keeper there at the near post, but couldn't get past the post. It's cannon back across, and unlucky with the rebound as well. He had a man there in front of goal waiting for it. The ball just didn't fall to him.
Yeah, Handwerker sending a message to Zander, though, that he's not going to have it all his own way in this game. He's ready to match him blow for blow. Nice little 1-2. Can he find a man in the middle to the edge of the area? Great block for Zander.
Really good play from both these guys. Handwerker doing well in attacking sense to get the openings for these shots in the last couple of minutes, but Zander again defending it well. He got lucky with the post there coming to his aid, but for the most part he's been able to keep Handwerker at bay, and he's only had himself really one attacking opportunity, and he's taken that so far. He's looking for a second one before the break.
That's it. There was a wry smile when he did score. I think that was because he recognised that it somewhat came against the run of play. And he would like to add to the cushion that he's created with that opening goal. Right now, though, he's having to focus on the defensive element of his game, which is so pivotal in FIFA 20. Oh, nice little play from Handwerker. Chances on, and again he goes for the near post. It's deflecting in there. Unfortunately for Zander, it doesn't break cleanly for Handwerker.
It's a great passing and moving from Handwerker around the edge of the box. The little 1-2s. Zander unable to deal with it there. That was what brought that chance to the near post, which cannon back off the woodwork. Handwerker clearly knows how to open space and get people moving off the ball. Something Zander has to keep an eye on and look to deal with.
Is there one last chance in this first half? It would be against the run of play if Zander was to get a second. That was a very ambitious pass. Not quite sure it was the right decision. Handwerker wouldn't mind a final crack at goal. And so it is Zander who goes in at the break with a narrow lead. The goals not flowing freely on day 2 of match day 2 in the Bundesliga home challenge, but that isn't dropping the entertainment value at all. And this one is very evenly matched, and there is a sense that there are definitely more goals in this one, Alex.
I think everyone's just a bit worried that they don't want to be the next Maximilian Mittelstadt. We're seeing a few less attacking moves. Handwerker, as you saw there, plenty more shots than Zander, just his one, which did result in the goal. He's clinical so far, and he knows that he has the defensive capabilities to defend the 1-goal lead, but Handwerker as well has shown he can open up spaces and create opportunities. He's gotten very unlucky in the first half to not have found the goal. He had a couple of moments there, a couple of scrambles around the St. Pauli goal. So I, for one, am willing to put my neck on the line and say that this will not finish 1-0. I'm expecting more goals to come in this second half. And at the moment, I'd have to say Handwerker is looking the most likely to get those just because of the attacking sort of domination he did have. Despite going 1-0 down, he was able to mount the most pressure, actually.
It's also maybe a sign of the discipline from Zander and the fact that he's gone 1-0 up. But at that point, he's decided not to keep going hell for leather like we saw some of the players yesterday. Instead, he's actually shown more discipline by saying, you know what, I'll go onto a more defensive setting. I'll take a step back. I'll try and defend the lead. And I think maybe that's something that we lost a little bit yesterday, where people really were quite happy to be, as I say, play with reckless abandon at times.
Yeah.
And of course, we saw in the second leg, sometimes that was forced based on the fact that they were facing a massive deficit after the first leg wins, when esports pros had sometimes fostered big leads, whether that was against fellow esports pros or professional footballers.
That's true.
Whereas this one, it was a 0-0 draw in the first leg, so Zander knows he doesn't have to really break out of his shell too much. He can play the better safe than sorry card.
Yeah, and I guess it was the perfect way to go ahead, obviously, in that first half with the first chance that he got, and now he knows he trusts his own defensive skills to not push the game too much. He knows he can keep this 1-0 lead, and especially if he's getting passes like that from Handwerker to open up chances here.
And again, it's still somewhat cagey, really, between these two sides. Chances few and far between, but now a chance for Hack to stretch his legs. Zander doing the defending with his own player. Shifted nicely into the middle of the park with Schleusner out. Every now and again you can just see Tim Handwerker really trying to go from a very slow and measured approach to a very quick and incisive one.
Yep, you can tell he knows as well he needs to force this game now. Time is ticking on quite quickly, and Zander's looking comfortable so far, so if Handwerker wants, this is a chance though, if he can make the most of this mistake, but he can't. It's these little chances, those mistakes you need to make the most of. But he is going to try and push the game in the next 30 minutes or so, and Zander definitely adopting a defensive approach. Might look to keep possession as much as possible. And a nice game tag there. Not sure who it is for, FIFA 10 skill.
Yeah, who knows, right?
We'll have to wait and see.
Could be his own. This is looking good for Zander. The square ball, though, proving a bit of a letdown. Too many bodies in the box there to cut out the pass.
He went for that pass right in front of goal, but his attacking player just drifted off his marker away from the goal mouth. So it's unlucky there not to find the right man in the right spot.
Yeah, both players may be eyeing changes whenever this pause does come into play. Ball needs to go out first. Handwerker, though, with a sloppy pass that has given Zander the chance to break. Working it out wide now. Not a lot of space to work with. Fizzed into feet for Veerman. He's done well to get past his marker. Good first touch.
Fantastic
and a lovely, lovely goal from Lucas Zander to double his lead.
Not much Handwerker could do about that. Just really tidy work around the edge of the box from Zander, showing a bit of class to pass and move. Picking his moments there to come forward, and takes it confidently as well at that near post. And as we see, the next game coming up, Frankfurt and Bielefeld shortly. we're seeing that these two professionals, at least, are definitely more capable in terms of keeping the goals out than others we saw yesterday, showing their class in terms of FIFA gameplay. But Zander as well, as we said, he was up against it last week against a esports professional, and this week he's proven that he definitely is no mug on this game, and he can challenge against the Bundesliga professionals as well. And when he is able to get forward, he can take his chances. Few and far between they have been so far today, but he's got a couple of goals.
Yeah, it's the type of performance an esports pro would be proud of, though. Keeping things very tight at the back and then being clinical with very few chances in front of goal yourself. That is exactly what they aim for, especially in this rendition of FIFA, where the ante has certainly been raised when it comes to the importance of defending. It's interesting, Dr. Ahano of Werder Bremen was on a podcast and he was talking about that, and one of the changes he was hoping for FIFA 21 was actually that defending of this level, this elite level, he was hoping it would require more skill. He feels like it's actually too easy to defend at a very elite level if you've got the right settings and you've got the level of discipline required.
That's it. And the array of tactics that have come into the game now that you can set up before you even take to the game, it's something that a lot of recreational players don't realise can make such a huge difference. These guys, we've seen it in this tournament, everyone's taking it very seriously. They know how to set their teams up, how they want to play, and that can make a huge difference, because obviously you're only able to control one player at a time, and it's difficult to control an entire defence. So those things setting up, getting that right before a game, can make all the difference.
Veerman quickly closed down by Lucas Mühl, and the chance for Zander comes to nothing. The throw out from the back has given St. Pauli possession. Back straight away into the box. A little stumble. And again wins it back in a dangerous area. Veerman with a chance now for three. Lovely drag back and a lovely finish to match.
Fantastic play from Lucas Zander. Just it is that esports level of gameplay that we're seeing. You have that chance. He's going towards the Nuremberg goal, and most of us would see that opportunity and think, right, let's get a shot away now. But there was a defender there. He saw him. He probably would have got the block in. So he produces a fantastic drag back and move away from the marker and sets up a shot on goal, which did get a touch from the goalkeeper, but couldn't be kept out. And Lucas Zander really is showing here just how good he is in the FIFA world. Tim Handwerker, unlikely to produce a comeback that he had last week. Unfortunate for him, but it's been all Zander here today.
Yeah, that's it. St. Pauli, unlike last week, drafting in an esports pro into their Bundesliga home challenge team. Marvin Knoll featured last weekend, but FC SP Tom featuring this week. But interestingly, it's Lucas Zander, the man who has put them on course for victory for, as we said, a performance that the esports pros would be very proud of. And it looks like he may even keep a clean sheet as well. Handwerker would like to change that. Of course, he scored 4 goals in the final half an hour against Maximilian Eggestein, but Zander really, in comparison, has barely given him a sniff, even if he has gone to more attacking settings in the game. A chance, though, looked like it might have been on, but the offside flag was up.
Zander did say that he expected his game last week against Tim Latka to be worse than it actually was. And getting that 1-0 defeat, he expected the esports pro to maybe attack him even more. So Zander probably learned a few things from last week on how to defend and had a good test to do that. And he's been able to hold out Tim Handwerker here really well in this game. Until now.
I say that, and then the best chance of the game for Handwerker. Rather snatched at the effort. A little too much on the power bar. And Zander trying to come down the other end. He's got the man in the middle. It's Veerman. Just delayed the shot. Got called in an animation there, seemingly, as well. He doesn't even get a corner for it.
I think if this game had been a 1-1, he might have snapped a shot at goal there. Looked like it was one that he should be burying, but go for goal. He'd look to try and beat his man once again, but may get another chance here at the end.
He's got the man over at the back post for 4, and he cannot make it count.
Superb stuff from the Nuremberg goalkeeper to keep that out. He's got a bit of pride to fight for, it would seem.
One last chance, though. Still in it. Who will the ball fall to? Veerman went for the cheeky little flick, well read by Sørensen, but in the end, it matters little. It's a comfortable 3-0 win for Luka Zander, so building on the performance from last week against the Schalke eSports pro Tim Latka, and now producing a very convincing performance against a fellow professional footballer in Tim Handwerker. He was victorious on match day 1 against Maximilian Eggestein. Not so the case this time, so swapping results, but very impressive from Luka Zander.
Very impressive from St. Pauli as well. We didn't see it yesterday. Nuremberg, the first team in match day 2 to fail to score across their 2 ties in this Bundesliga home challenge. Match day 2, tidy 3-0 win for St. Pauli. And yeah, that's it. Luka Zander obviously showing that he'd worked well on his game from last week and took that opportunity of coming up against Tim Latka to improve his own game. He seems like the kind of guy who must watch esports players. I feel like he clearly spends a lot of time, perhaps not a lot of time, but when he is playing FIFA, he takes it quite seriously. And I think he must, he's not there for fun, especially not in this tournament as well, clearly as he showed. I reckon he's pretty good in his own personal game on Weekend League. I'd like to hear how well he does fare when he does get into the Weekend League world, because he's a tidy player, and St. Pauli might be considering him for a little virtual Bundesliga spot. And that's another fun thing. We mentioned it yesterday with Munas de Boer for Hoffenheim. This is a great opportunity for these Bundesliga professionals who, have perhaps always fancied a career in the esports world. We know that, football and music often collide quite nicely, and the acting world as well, but maybe the future for these guys in the footballing world is with the esports one, and Luka Zander looking like another possible candidate for a crossover between the pitch and the virtual world.
Yeah, I feel like we're talent scouting. We're always eyeing up all these players going, could they be good enough in the esports world, and trying to figure it out. But it is a fun facet of this Bundesliga home challenge, and we really are enjoying every second of it so far. Even if the goals didn't quite flow as freely in that first game, the way we saw them flow yesterday. Of course, you can get involved on Twitter, on Facebook, YouTube, whichever platform you are watching on. Hashtag Bundesliga Home Challenge if you do want to get in touch. But a good start to proceedings on day 2 of match day 2. We've got a good couple of games coming up. The next one, as we've mentioned, Frankfurt against Bielefeld, 2 sides that impressed on the opening match day, I think it's fair to say as well. So we're waiting to see what they can serve up. But yes, the bar has now been set in a slightly different manner in game 1 than it was yesterday, I think.
Yeah, definitely. This is game 1 of match day 2, showing that teams can keep goals out. It doesn't have to be attacking play all the time, and it is fun to see that these guys are able to keep the goals out, and of course we get the opportunity here to see if Bielefeld's Bundesliga professionals can produce a similar performance there to Luka Zander. Both of these guys for Bielefeld, Andreas Borgelsammer at first, and then Marcel Hartl in the second game. Both professional players for the club, playing on the pitch this season in the Zweite Bundesliga. Both taken to the controller again today, and I am on side Vogelsammer. I don't know why. Doing a bit of research on him in the build-up to last week, I just, the whole hard work beats talent hashtag that he has on his Instagram bio, and the fact that he did so well this season for Bielefeld, second top scorer in the club behind Fabian Klos, suffering a fractured metatarsal, which had ruled him out for a while, but could obviously mean that he gets back to be fit to end this season if we do get things back underway. It's quite nice for him, I think, that he's able to contribute here and be involved for the club, because he seems like the kind of guy who definitely would miss being on the pitch if he's not able to do so.
Oh, especially given the season Bielefeld are having as well. I mean, to miss out on some of the action right now must be quite gut-wrenching. But no, you're right. He's a very interesting character, and I was watching an interview, and he credits his mum with a lot of it. Actually, instilled an incredible work ethic in him. Made sure that he finished his studies alongside football, so that he did have a plan to fall back on if football didn't work out, but also something to have in the back pocket when it came to making sure that he could have a career after his football career ended. And I think that's just, so I mean, kind words, but. Shout outs to mums everywhere.
Mums know best. They do. I can relate.
I think we all can for the most part. Yeah, that's it. But yeah, so that's where he says he gets it from, and I think it is nice. But yes, this hard work mantra that he's got is very nice. And the fact is, He's now got a tough challenge on his hands because he is coming up against another esports pro who's on the end of a 6-0 loss last time out in a similar situation against Werder, and that unfortunately was a position that Marcel Hartl couldn't recover from. And we do hope that he can maybe give a better account of himself today. Andreas Vogelsammer up against Andy, who I think, yes, is a fan favourite based on his shout-out to Toy Story and his gamer tag. At least I'm still holding on to the hopes that that is the reason that he is nicknamed Andy, or that is his gamer tag. But he put in a very good performance on match day 1 as well.
He did indeed, and he'll be looking to replicate his form from that weekend last time out. And I think he was one of the most impressive esports players we saw last week, just because he dominated his game so well, and he'll obviously be looking to do the same against Vogelsammer, despite Vogelsammer's hopes of turning the tide today. And as you mentioned, Andy, he's a Frankfurt native, Frankfurt's best player in the virtual Bundesliga this season, with 19 wins across the solo and duo competitions. He actually, it's been said, he said he's thankful that he's been able to turn his hobby into a job, and that joining his boyhood club, his fan club, the team he supports, joining them was a dream come true. So obviously for him as well, it's fantastic to represent them not only in the virtual Bundesliga, but here again in the Bundesliga home challenge. And if he can make it 2 wins from 2, that'll be a fantastic thing for him to put on his CV as well.
Yeah, Marco Terracino of Dynamo Dresden was the victim last time out in a 4-0 loss. And again, yes, Andy showed very little mercy. Terracino not quite at his level when it came to his FIFA ability, and that did certainly show in that game. But now Andy up against another professional footballer. So Andy actually getting quite an easy ride in this, actually, if you think about it, Alex. I don't know whether we necessarily want to put it that way. But yeah, hasn't had to test himself against a fellow esports pro just yet. And that does mean that his games play out a little bit different. He comes into it as a big favourite, naturally, being the esports player. And we'll be hoping to at least live up to that status here against Andreas Vogelsammer, who is one of the more interesting characters that we do have in this tournament when it comes to players swapping the pitch for the joysticks. 29 years old. So one of the players in the older bracket, not quite that plus 30 range that is so illustrious in my opinion, Alex, but then not everyone will have that perspective.
I don't, because I don't
Ouch! Oh, right in the back. Right in the back.
I mean, I will soon enough, but I'm able to reveal that I am only 24 still, so I'm one of the young guns. I'm trying to. That's what I'm bringing, that positive energy, keeping everyone young and happy and free. And I say that it's quite difficult at the moment in terms of staying happy and stuff with isolation going on. You've got to try your best to keep busy, and that is why we're here. Actually, it's a nice segue to say that is why we're doing this. There's no title to be won. There's no champion to be crowned. This is all for fun, invitational. These guys have taken their time, the players as well, and us and our production team have been able to all come together quite nicely and put on a show which we are hoping you're enjoying right at the start of the second day of match day 2 here. As we can see, we're closing in on being able to start the third game of our day in the second tie.
Yeah, that's it. Match day 2, day 2. We do have 2 more match days after this weekend, which we were able to announce yesterday, which is quite exciting. So there will be another mix-up of the fixture list next weekend and the weekend after, just to bridge that gap until the Bundesliga does come back. And we're hoping that's not too far away. But you just never know what to believe in today's current climate, and especially given the fact that things are changing still on an almost daily basis. But what we can tell you for a fact is that we will be back for the next 2 weekends. We do apologise. It's not the greatest news you could have gotten.
But at least, people know that there's not going to be no football and no Bundesliga home challenge. We're going to be here for a couple more weeks, so as long as the football is away, we will be here and keeping everyone entertained as much as we can. We hope you are enjoying it and are being entertained. Obviously, yesterday was fantastic, and today has started nicely. And we're looking to make sure that continues with another star-studded cast today. But
Yeah, no, I mean, it's why we're excited about the prospect of this, because we're seeing it have almost a domino effect. There are more little FIFA tournaments going on between players outside of the Bundesliga home challenge. I mean, it was the Lucas Zander involved in the last game. For St. Pauli was involved in one where he took on Bezar Halimi of Sandhausen. He took on Ted Tatamush of Meppen, Julian Korb of Hannover 96, who was in action yesterday in the Bundesliga home challenge, and then ended up losing in the final against Julian Riedel of Hansa Rostock. And I just think we're seeing people really switch the focus to the esports world. It's a great opportunity for it to kind of make a name for itself and to show, hey, you know what? We've got a very different style. We've got a very different game, but it doesn't mean that we can't be taken seriously, and it doesn't mean that there's not entertainment value in this either.
Definitely not, and it's the positive of our modern world where we can all stay connected without being able to see everyone and go out and enjoy time together in person. We are able to stay connected and able to produce things like this and have the entertainment across a weekend like we're having so far. And as you said, it is a domino effect. These guys getting involved in the other tournaments across the footballing world really are spilling out and spilling over. We saw Munas de Boer as well, who was in action yesterday. He actually crowned himself the 4-3-3 champion of FIFA, beating, I believe it was Jota of Wolves in the final. So congratulations to him from the Bundesliga. Very proud of you for doing that. He obviously picked up a win as well yesterday in his game for Hoffenheim against Florian Müller. Very nice 5-1 win. So he's clearly one of the guys who's made the biggest impact on the Bundesliga home challenge, and he's making the most of having the time away from the pitch to make the most of his time in the virtual pitch.
Yeah, that's it. And I would say as well, if you are enjoying the content or have enjoyed it on match day 1 and match day 2, then go give some of these guys that are the esports pros some support out there as well. So most of them have Twitch channels. They're not difficult to find if you Google their names. If you can go onto the Virtual Bundesliga website and find out their full names there, which makes it easier to Google. But yeah, go give them a follow on Twitch. Maybe spend a bit of time in their chat, support the community because they are out there on the grind like everyone out there, and they do have the good fortune of being able to work from home. They've been doing it before it became trendy.
Exactly.
These esports the pros.
Yeah, and we obviously, us Bundesliga workers are used to working from home sometimes as well. But I can't say I'm used to being an esports commentator from the comfort of my own living room. So it's bringing up all kinds of different and new situations for us all.
Yeah, I'd say don't get used to it, Alex. Maybe the best way to go about it is an early chance, or the rebound almost fell kindly as well.
Vogelsammer doesn't want to get used to these situations. An early chance there for Andy to take the lead.
And it elicits an immediate response from Vogelsammer, shifting a little closer to his telly. Andy looking for the early goal, which can prove so decisive, and he gets it as well.
I do just feel for Vogelsammer, bless him, such a difficult game last week, and again behind early on here, but it's just clinical from Andy. He knows how to find that near post, a little move onto Andre Silva's right foot there. 5 minutes in, he's already 1-0 to the good. Vogelsammer, I remember him being quite far back last week, and as you said, he's right up in front of his camera. Maybe he's got a different setup for this week, taking it more seriously now, and he'll be looking to make sure that this 1-0 doesn't turn into another 2-0 or 3-0 as he suffered that 6-0 loss last week to Rohrweder.
That's it. Something I'm actually quite happy it's not more zoomed in. I feel like we'd be able to count the amount of nose hairs Vogelsammer would have up there. But for now, yes, having to come from behind, and that is exactly the start he wouldn't have wanted. We've talked about how difficult it is to come from behind, but it is that level of experience. Andy's been in that position probably time and time again. He knows when he can get the shot off. He knows when he's going to have the best odds of finding the back of the net and beating the keeper and using it to his full advantage there. That's not to say that Vogelsammer doesn't have anything about his own FIFA game, but it is so hard for these casual players that are making the crossover that maybe aren't as familiar as the likes of Lucas Zander or Munas de Boer or Nassim Boujellab, just to settle into any sort of rhythm.
Yeah, that's it. And I have to say, credit to them for stepping up to the plate. You have to say, in these circumstances, not often are they going to have to come up against a FIFA esports professional, but they're doing it in the spotlight here is Vogelsammer, and he's trying to make sure it doesn't become a 2-0 scoreline, which it does. Again, Andre Silva, and again that near post, and Vogelsammer, as much as he's trying, he's just unable to keep Andy away from his goal.
When you make it that easy for a player of Andy's caliber, you are going to be punished. And unfortunately, we are seeing that. Poor old Vogelsammer. He's come up against 2 eSports pros in back-to-back weekends. He really has been, unlike Andy, not given the rub of the green in the draw for this Bundesliga home challenge.
Definitely. That's why I wanted to pay a little respect to him and say, well done for stepping up to the plate, because it can knock you back a little bit coming up against an eSports pro. And after a 6-0 defeat last week, he doesn't want the same to happen again. And hopefully it doesn't deter him from turning up next week again if he wants to play against another eSports pro in the 3rd match day of the Bundesliga home challenge.
I'd be having a word with the matchmakers personally and say, come on guys, just give me someone on my level.
Can Marcel Hartel please play against eSports pro now?
Yeah, or switch it up. That is it. They do have the beauty of that, and there's nothing to prevent them doing that. The only restriction on the Bundesliga home challenge is that each professional team has to put out at least one professional footballer that represents them out on the pitch. We have seen them dip into the youth academies on occasion, but for the most part, these players have at least made one appearance for their respective first teams. And Vogelsammer definitely in that camp, despite the fact that he is trying to recover from an injury at present. Man with a couple of tattoos as well to speak of in that interview where he was crediting his mother for instilling the work ethic in him that we have been talking about. He also admitted that he's got tattoos of both a lion and a tiger on his body. Oh, wow. There was no talk of where, which I'm not too unhappy about personally.
Information that maybe we shouldn't be able to reveal over an eSports live stream.
That's it. I'm glad he didn't reveal it in a one-on-one interview either. I feel like it depends. But either way, a fun fact about Andreas Vogelsammer. Right now, he's actually having an extended spell of possession here, which is something that will serve him well if he can start to maybe use it to his advantage. We're seeing Andy, though, stepping off a little bit in terms of how hard he's pressing the ball. He's giving Vogelsammer the invite to push a little deeper into his half, but he's keeping plenty of bodies behind the ball. Well played there by Vogelsammer. A few one-touch passes, and it had opened up for him. There was a man at the back post. Unfortunately, not enough pace on the cross into the box.
So unlucky, because as you said, he had that moment of possession and he did really well to work that into the box. Tidy passing and moving, and it did look like it was going to fall to his man at the back post to finish off the chance, but Andy able to recover then, defend well at the last gasp. But Vogelsammer should be taking confidence from this and being able to say, look, I can do this and I can keep the ball and keep possession, and who knows, I've got plenty of time in this game, let's keep working and maybe I can find myself a goal.
I have to say, FIFA haven't done Bas Doss Airlines any favours with their graphics department here. I have just noticed it. I didn't notice it much last week. As a man who suffers from similar ailments myself, it is noticeable. Vogelsammer not able to quite thread the needle there with the through ball. Sporting a fine moustache, it has to be said, Andreas Vogelsammer as well. I believe the only competitor in the Bundesliga home challenge with a moustache.
Yeah, and it is a mighty fine one, as you said. I was hoping we were going to be able to mention that as well. And it's nice to be able to see it so up close. So thank you for that, Vogelsammer. Really appreciate it.
Not necessarily sure that's what he was going for, but we'll take it. We'll take it. Right now, he'd just take a goal, Andreas Vogelsammer, or a chance, actually. He hasn't had too many so far in this first half.
It's good that he's been able to stem the flow of Andy's goals before the half-time. Looking to make sure it doesn't become 3-0 though before the break.
Well cut out. Anticipated the pass there from Andy. But yes, he's keeping the scoreline respectable. And he's broken through on goal here with himself. Vogelsammer in for a goal to reduce the arrears. And, well, he's happy with that.
I'm happy about it. He's happy about it. And so is his player on the pitch, scoring with himself. Another to add to the list. And again, really nice to see that he knew how to find that near post. It can so often be the case that you go for the far corner, but he's not able to keep it out at the other end before half-time. That would have been so important to go 2-1 behind into the hard break. But Dost, whether he's got hair or not, he finds the back of the net for James. For Andy, sorry. Well, for you as well, I guess.
Oh, that's it, yeah. Well, he's getting in amongst the goal-scoring action, Bas Dost. But yeah, poor old Vogelsammer. Right when you thought you'd given yourself a second-half lifeline.
That's it. He just had a smile on his face for the first time and was able to celebrate. Really nice, tidy goal. And just as I was describing it, he goes and concedes at the other end. And now you can see a bit of frustration on his face. He knows that mean, 3-1 down is a lot worse than 2-1 down, especially considering the momentum he would have taken into the second half. And he's making a few changes here, as we can see. Send Shiplock coming on at front, the physical presence. And he's going to want to try and make sure that he is the next man to score, because I think that will decide this game. If Andy is the next one to score, it might drop Vogelsammer's confidence to the bottom. So.
Yeah, but already, I mean, he's given a better account of himself, I feel, than he did against Rohrwader last weekend, where he just really couldn't get anything going.
That's it. I'm glad to see that he's been able to find the net, and it was a really nice finish at the near post.
Here he is with Edmundson, the man he's brought on at half-time. Promptly given away, though, to Gibraltar. Bastos now on the ball. Kamada. Paciencia trying to get it back to Kamada. Couldn't squeeze the pass through.
Tidy movement from Andy, but Vogelsammer able to stick with it, not lunging in anywhere, staying on his feet with his players, which is really important as well.
It's opened up here for Andy for a fourth. And Daichi Kamada is the next name on the score sheet. And right now, Vogelsammer, I think his main concern will just not be conceding another 6 goals like he did last weekend. If he can keep it a little more respectable than he did, then it shows that he has certainly upped his game. But Andy, after taking his foot off the pedal a little bit after going 2-0 up, he conceded the goal, and now he's really upped the ante once again.
The response has been quick from Andy, and I think every goal in this game has been a near post finish, showing again how important it is. And that was a really nice move from him, making that extra pass in the end. He had the ball in the box, but he knew he could make it one more pass.
Well, Silva out-muscling his man, and it was pinging around in that Bielefeld penalty box.
Another one there where he made that pass looking for the shot. That's what these esports guys do. They're composed in front of goal. They've done this so many times.
Andy changing the angle from the corner. Now moving it nicely into feet for Dost, who's turned away from his man, and he finds a top corner. Dost at the double.
Lovely goal. And another one near post. It's just that tidy movement, just that drag back, opening up space. Vogelsammer hadn't read it, wasn't able to stick with his man, and Dost smashing the ball into the near post top corner. Possible to keep out for his goalkeeper. And sadly, his defensive frailties are on show here. Vogelsammer and Andy being able to pick apart his defence.
Yeah, you can also see why Andy is top of the pile when it comes to Frankfurt's esports pros. Proving just as ruthless as he was last week. But a chance here for Vogelsammer, and a good save. The rebound was loose.
I feel his pain.
Was onto it.
I feel his pain. Vogelsammer just leaning back there, looking to the skies for support. Disappointing there, just didn't fall for him. Really nice opportunity in front of goal, but his man in front of goal with a chance just didn't quite get enough power on his shot, and then the rebound didn't fall to him. But he's not hanging around here. He wants to make a name for himself, and he's making another substitution. Or is he? He's considering things. He wants to make sure that he gives himself every opportunity to get back into this game, even if it is 5-1. Respect to Vogelsammer for not giving up here.
Well, that's it. You may be 4 goals down, 5-1 on the score sheet, but it doesn't mean that competitive nature dissipates at all. We have seen that throughout, because players like Vogelsammer that have been in this position will throw everything forward, looking just for a goal for themselves. They would rather maybe concede another couple and risk going for one themselves.
Especially against an esports pro, being able to find the back of the net. They can take a lot of pride in that.
Here he is with Klaus. Not a lot of options. And he can't get the pass past Stendera. It's broken nicely for Andy. Dost making a good run through the middle. Again, one of the facets of this 85 mode is that Bastos is actually quick on this game. Can actually make use of the full range of those long legs that he has. The Dutchman, one of the most prolific goal scorers when it comes to netting with his first touch of a ball. He made a real name for himself during his Sporting Lisbon time. It was headers, first time touches, first time finishes that really were his calling card.
It's nice to see him back in the Bundesliga after his Wolfsburg days. He was, as you said, such a prolific goal scorer. Still is, of course. Had his injury troubles this season on the pitch, but whenever he is on the pitch, he usually does find a way to get a goal. So Frankfurt will be hoping towards the end of this season that they can get him back on the pitch to do what he's done here and get a couple of goals.
You've got to say, for Andy and for Neil Stendera, who'll be in action later for Frankfurt, this front line is an enviable one to have in this 85 game mode. Very physical, good in the air, happy with the back to goal. And now that they've all got a bit of pace about them as well, they can be very dangerous. And then they're, of course, backed up by Daichi Kamada on the ball here, looking to play the pass. He's found Stendera. Well cut out, but given away again. Kamada, edge of the area. Not much room to work with. Stendera had a bit more space, and he found the pass. And that was a whisker wide in the end.
Vogelsammer's problem there is giving the ball away easily on the edge of his own box, and when you do that with Andy in control of the opposition players, it's a very dangerous game to play.
Unjika into feet for Finger, and he's turned away well. And he's got his finger on the pulse, it has to be said, does Andy, and he's got a sixth there.
Another fantastic finish. Just having the composure, he knows. Turn it onto his left foot. Good chance to finish the game, finish the chance there. A tidy through ball as well, and it's just Vogelsammer not reading it as well as he could, and maybe an esports professional would read it himself, but he's leaning forward here. He knows he had a chance for a second goal if he can get it.
We've lost Vogelsammer for the moment. He's right up in his face cam now. If you didn't have a close-up of that magnificent moustache, you certainly do now. But he knew the chance was brewing, and he just couldn't get it to go his way. He has at least got a goal to his name this time, but this game is now actually panning out very much like his game against Rollvader did, where the rub of the green is not on his side, and he really is having his own way with it.
That's it. He's not getting the luck, and you can see that when the goals keep coming in, he's getting a little bit more frustrated, and chances are opening up more frequently for Andy. He's defended well in the last couple of minutes since conceding that sixth goal, and he'll be looking to make sure he can get his own strike again, maybe a second one for Vogelsammer himself.
Yeah, can he rescue even just a measure of pride back? Well, unfortunately, with dribbling like that, that will not be the case. His strike partner, Fabian Klaus, there, letting him down. Andy wouldn't say no to one final chance in the game as well, but he's given Neil Stendera a wonderful cushion to work with in this first leg as we approach the second game between Stendera and Marcel Hartl. There goes the final whistle. Andy building on that 4-0 victory from last weekend, making it back-to-back wins. This time, a 6-1 victory against Andreas Vogelsammer. 6 is the number. It's a lucky number. It's not even the lucky number for Vogelsammer. It's an unlucky number. Actually.
Exactly, it is indeed. And just really good from Andy, just composed and clinical, and how he was able to take Vogelsammer apart there and make use of his mistakes, make use of his the clarity of which shows he's not quite used to playing the game as much as someone like Andy. But as we saw yesterday, we have to make sure that these first leg leads stay intact. So Andy will be hoping that his partner in crime, his partner on the joysticks today, Neil Stendera, can make sure that he's not one of the victims of these second leg syndromes, as we can now call them, the second leg syndrome, which has seen so many guys lose that first leg lead held by their esports companion. And obviously Marcel Hartl will be looking to keep bucking the trend. He looks to turn this 6-1 game around, and as we said yesterday, for anyone who wasn't watching yesterday, the amount of comebacks we saw was absolutely remarkable. It means that a 6-1 lead for someone coming into the second leg is by no means safe.
No, absolutely not. Even with Neil Stendera on the joysticks, as you point out, he was a 4-2 winner on match day 1 against Dresden's Baris Attic. And Frankfurt on that occasion, they were the joint highest scoring team over the course of 2 legs on match day 1 of the Bundesliga home challenge. 8 goals to their name. Holstein Kiel matched that feat. We thought that was going to be hard to beat for any one side. And then yesterday, 2 teams came along and scored 12 goals each in Hoffenheim and Freiburg. So quite an astounding feat. But Neil Stendera proving the fact that he is quite capable when it comes to his dexterity on a PlayStation controller. So Marcel Hartl will be up against it in this one, and we're intrigued to see what he could do. But once again, he's in that exact same position of facing a very big uphill battle after a healthy first leg deficit, let's say.
And that's it. Our expectations yesterday were blown out of the water in terms of these amazing comebacks we saw. Not sure if we will be able to see that same ability on show for these guys today. We'll have to wait and see. But for Hartl, it's a nice opportunity for him to continue his run after his win last week. The man born and raised in Cologne started his football career with FC Köln before he actually starred in Union Berlin's amazing promotion to the Bundesliga for the first time ever last season. Had the third most assists in the Bundesliga this season, in the Zweite Bundesliga this season, and joined Bielefeld in the summer, wanting to make sure that he got game time. He said that Union had told him he couldn't be sure of getting game time in the Bundesliga, and he wanted to make sure that he played football because that's what he wants to do. He wants to do what he enjoys, and that is playing football, and that's why he decided to move to Bielefeld. And as we mentioned last week, he was the incredible scorer of Sportschau's 2019 Goal of the Year with that incredible overkick for Union against Cologne, his boyhood club, in January last year. And so he is a hope for us to tick off the overhead kick from our FIFA bingo, which is ongoing. And let's hope that he can replicate his on-field performances by getting himself an overhead kick today, perhaps.
Yeah, we actually haven't mentioned it yet today, the FIFA bingo checklist. But yeah, we were inspired by the FIFA series that's often used by YouTubers, started by Capgun Tom. Normally they do it with pack openings on FIFA Ultimate Team, where they have a checklist of things they need to cross off in order to win the game. Normally results in them discarding someone, normally a big card from their FIFA Ultimate Team catalogue. But we decided to tweak things up and make it applicable to the Bundesliga Home Challenge. So we picked out 9 things that we were hoping to see across the course of this weekend. And I can say 6 of the 9 items have already been ticked off the list. There are 3 more to go. The ones that we haven't had yet are a red card, a badge kiss on the face cam of whoever's playing FIFA, and then, as Alex mentioned, that overhead kick. So he could be our saviour, Marcel Hartl. If he can recreate it in the virtual world, I'd be up out of my seat, Alex. Yep. Absolutely.
We'd have to pay him the utmost respects as well, and we came so close to those badge kisses yesterday as well. We had a few guys tapping their badges with their hands. I think Felix Platter was the first, and Mocken helped later on. Could be Stendera doing that early on here.
Breaking in behind, and well, no time wasted. Advantage extended for Frankfurt. Nils Stendera's not messing about.
He is not messing about at all. First opening there. Not sure where Marcel Hartl's defence was, but Stendera did not mind. He would take advantage of that. He loves it. He's got the headphones set into the controller so we can hear the in-game volume. Clearly taking this seriously. He's got some defending to do here.
Hartl looking for that immediate response. Bit of a scuffed effort in the end from the Bielefeld man. Not exactly the start he'd have been hoping for. Looking to build on that 4-2 win against Dominik Schmidt of Kiel last weekend. Marcel Hartl, whose favourite movie is Disney's The Lion King, so he's got good taste in films.
That is true.
A classic, if ever I've seen one, and a chance here for 1-1, and that is the response he was looking for. Marcel Hartl levelling the scores. And well, Stendera wasted little time in breaking the deadlock. Hartl wasting little time in evening things up again.
Making the most of his first chance of the game, just latching onto a mistake there from Stendera. A bit lapse in concentration in defence, and Hartl made the most of it, made the tackle and a tidy finish there as well. Really nice play from him, and he's looking good when he's brought the ball forward here, and there's a really nice opportunity for a counter-attack.
He's breaking well here, Marcel Hartl. A lovely little check inside. Well, if anything, his own man seemed to get in his own way.
That's true. Lovely move there. You could see the game, the counter-attack was... Oh! It was almost there, James.
I was ready, Alex. I was ready.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, give us a replay. What are you doing? Why are you clicking through that? I wanted to see that again. Oh, Hartl. A heart-in-mouth moment for me, him, everyone involved. We almost had the overhead kick we have been dreaming of.
You'd clearly heard us talking in the build-up. Imagine if he had done it from a corner. What an effort from him. What an effort from Fabian Klos, I think it was, who went for the acrobatic effort from that corner. What an incredible start to this game this has been.
Well, corner's one of the hardest ways to score in this game. To then do it with an overhead kick as well really would have been absolutely special. Really would have been.
Oh.
We are denied what would have been our highlight moment of the day early on in day 2 of match day 2 of the Bundesliga home challenge. This is a great game brewing though between Stendera and Hartl.
As we've often seen, the Bundesliga professionals preferring to attack rather than defend. But now I've got it in my mind. I want this overhead kick, and Hartl has it in his mind as well.
Well, it's not going to happen with a low-driven cross.
Oh, how close we were, James. How close
Agonising, agonising. But now Stendera, if anything, that's a bit of a warning message for him to heed as well. He may have thought things were going to go all his own way with that opening goal. Hartl quickly making it clear that that is not the case. And he only needs another 5 goals to level up the tie. We've seen stranger things in this Bundesliga home challenge. Here's Jabo with the chance from range. Has to settle for the corner.
I think it's fair to say that day 2 of match day 2 has come alive here. What an opening we have had. Both these guys going for goal with every chance they get on the ball.
Edge of the area, chance still alive. Can he get the cross in? Again, he went low with the delivery, but it may work out for him. Neil Stendera and Frankfurt living dangerously right now in this clash of the 2 professional footballers who are swapping the pitch for the joysticks. Neil Stendera representing Eintracht Frankfurt. Marcel Hartl of Arminia Bielefeld, the current league leaders in Germany's 2nd division. Looking to mark their return to Germany's top tier, and well, that's a costly error perhaps from Stendera. Towards the back post, it's a tap in, and it's 2-1. The comeback may be on here, Alex.
Hartl, having gone behind in the 4th minute of this game, has produced a fantastic performance to go 2-1 up already in the first half. He's looked dominant. He's been constantly pushing the ball forward. He's finding space as he afforded it to Stendera for that opening goal. He has now found it himself going towards the Frankfurt net. But both these guys, as you can see, no holds barred. They are not looking to control possession, not looking to dictate the game for very long. They are looking to score goals. And that is exactly what we want to see from these guys, as Hartl coming forward again with himself on the left wing.
Yeah, they're really injecting pace into proceedings, and it's paying off for Marcel Hartl. He's making it look easy now, Alex.
And it's a 34-minute hat-trick for Fabian Klos. We saw a couple of double hat-tricks yesterday for players. He's looking for one now with Klos, and 3 goals in the first half. He's a fine way to do it, but Frankfurt, a big opportunity here to pull a goal back with a free kick already from Stendera. It's end-to-end stuff.
Now that's it. We've seen a lot of slow and methodical games so far today, with players not looking to risk it. But yes, when Hartl is looking to build back from a 6-1 first leg deficit, he really has nothing to lose, and he's through on goal again with Klos, the hat-trick hero already for a 4th. Oh, denied by the woodwork.
So unlucky. What a moment that would have been, already to be 4-1 up in the first half. For Klos to have got all 4 would have been incredible, but so unlucky. He went for the near post. It was the right thing to do, but the post didn't help him out.
Well, he's leaving himself exposed at the back as well. Werder stinging in the palms of the goalkeeper there. So Hartl knows another goal for Stendera would really maybe snuff out any hopes of a comeback. But right now the momentum is fully on his side. Direct play from both players. Here he is on the ball with himself, looking to get it back from Klos. A couple of 1-2s between Hartl and Klos. Klos with the shot, Klos with the goal. It's 4 now for Marcel Hartl and Klos. Who would have thought that a double hat-trick would have been harder to get than an overhead kick in this Bundesliga home challenge? But Marcel Hartl has Fabian Klos on for that double hat-trick, a 6-goal haul. He's got 4 so far.
Well, having gone 1-0 down in the 4th minute, I was thinking, oh no, Marcel Hartl, what are you going to do now? He has responded with aplomb, 4 goals, all from Fabian Klos before half-time. What a stunning performance before the end of the first half here from him. Really clinical finishing, exposing the Frankfurt defence. Neither side actually able to defend very well at all in the opening first half, and he has an opportunity here for a 5th perhaps before the end of the first half.
He's looking to clip it in towards the back post there, but he can still have a pop from range here if he can just find a bit of space. Oh my word, that was not far away.
Mercy being shown by Hartl. I believe that was himself going for goal, but 13 shots in the first half.
That might be a record.
I think that's definitely the most we've seen so far. Pure domination. No wonder he's got 4 goals.
Yeah, I'm not even sure Nico Schlotterbeck had that many shots in the first half of his 11-1 win. But right now, Marcel Hartl, with the bit between his teeth, Schlotterbeck has set the standard when it comes to emphatic comebacks in this. The footballing world was wondering when Liverpool's comeback against Barcelona would be topped, but the Bundesliga home challenge, Alex, is producing comebacks left, right and centre.
It's the thing we're priding ourselves on at the moment, as well as goals. It's these comebacks. We warned you. Yesterday was the day of comebacks for the Bundesliga professionals in their second games. Hartl looking to complete his here, and needs a couple of goals to bring it level. But at the moment, it's looking most likely. Stendera, since that opening goal, he did open the scoring in the 4th minute. Since then, he's been on the back foot.
Yeah, I think we saw some nerves start to creep into Stendera's game, and Hartl was able to capitalise on those. And right now for Stendera, this is still a case of damage limitation, 7-5 on aggregate over the course of the 2 legs. Plenty of time still to go in this second half, though. I think it's fair to say that Marcel Hartl has Nils Stendera a little rattled. Could maybe calm some of those nerves with a second goal of his own. Nils Stendera, who only signed his first professional contract with the Eagles back in January, said it's a dream come true. A cliche term that we hear a lot from footballers, but I do believe it, especially the first one. That really must be the dream come true. Putting pen to paper on your first professional contract, especially with a club where you have been on the academy books for a while, like Nils Stendera has with Eintracht Frankfurt. Of course, his older brother, Mark Stendera, one of the youngest debutants ever in Eintracht Frankfurt history, currently on loan with Hannover 96 in the 2nd tier. The two do harbour hopes of maybe taking to a Bundesliga pitch together one day. For now, though, Stendera on the back foot, and well, Marcel Hartl has been stopped in his tracks a little bit. The momentum slowed in this second half when it comes to his goal-scoring form. But you really feel when he gets that 5th, the ante will be raised, the pressure will be on.
Yeah, that's it. At 4-1, he's still a couple of goals away from levelling this tie. He'll have watched that first game and wanting to revenge for his teammate Vogelsammer. He's 30 minutes away. He needs to get a couple of goals going, but again, he is looking the most likely in this second half. He's staying on top, pushing the ball forward. He has another chance here, perhaps.
Oh, Stendera's got his angles wrong, but so too has Hartl in the end.
That was a tough one. That was a tough angle as he was running away from the goal. And one of the more difficult ones to try and the near post, and in the end he went for the far post. Too much loft on it there. But Stendera, again, struggling to deal with Hartl's attacking mindset. He's pushing the ball forward really well and finding openings here.
Yeah, space opening up again here for Jarbo. Moving it quickly. Trying to keep Frankfurt's defenders on their toes, but they have stood their ground on that occasion. And we are seeing from Stendera, it is one of the facets of casual players being a little too overreactive on the defensive end. But here he comes with Kostic, looking to pull one back. And Roda sees his effort blocked.
That was a big chance, the first big chance of the second half for Stendera. He had so many options there, he could have pulled it back. In the end, dinked it to the back post. But Hartl's defender coming to his aid, getting the ball away, doing his job at the back as well as pressing forward.
Working it well here on the edge of the area. It's opened up for him, and he's got the 5th. It is very much game on. Comeback Central. We are back at Comeback Central now.
It's 5 for Bielefeld. It is 5 20 minutes to go before we have our next game. Jan Regensburg and VfB Stuttgart, you can see, coming up next. There's no pause to the gameplay. We're going from game to game here. But now, one goal separating these two sides across the aggregate score. This is going to be a really fun end to this game.
Well, Silva trying to bully his way past the Bielefeld backline. Hartl is leaving space to exploit for Stendera at the back in risking it as he tries to level the scores on aggregate. He's one goal away. Coming forward dangerously. It's a 3-on-3 break. Somehow Stendera a little exposed at the back. And it's a good save. No, it's actually in.
He's done it. Incredible. I can't believe what I'm seeing. 6-1 down on aggregate. And he finds the back of the net for a 6th time. It's the first that's not been scored by Fabian Klos, but Hertha won't mind. He's laughing away there. He can't believe what he's doing. And who knows, he could go on and win it himself. There's plenty of time as he pushes the ball forward again.
I don't know what Stendera's doing, but Hartl's had to work hard for it. Looked there for a moment like the keeper may have made the save and got the vital touch. But the comeback complete, but we are now wondering if either side could produce a winner, and well, that would have come against the run of play had Stendera scored there with Kostic. But signs that he's not out of this yet. He may be 6-1 down in this game, but on aggregate, Frankfurt could still get the win.
What a game this is. End-to-end stuff. Both these guys producing the magic. I think we're going to see more goals in these last 10 minutes, so don't go anywhere.
Well, everyone inspired what Nico Schlotterbeck did yesterday, and so too is Hartl. He's got the 7th. Bielefeld lead for the first time in this tie. Scenes for Marcel Hartl.
And it's that double hat-trick again. Fabian Klos has 6. Bielefeld have 7. And as we said, you cannot trust a first leg lead in the Bundesliga home challenge. Nothing is safe. Marcel Hartl talking to himself there. I wonder if he's saying, God, I need to show this guy some mercy. What a fantastic performance this has been from him.
Yeah, we are not seeing scripts just be rewritten. We are seeing scripts being torn up, shredded. And, well, really, Bielefeld now the latest fairy tale comeback in this Bundesliga home challenge.
No.
And it could still get worse. Hartl, well, he's trying to put the final nail in Nils Stendera's coffin.
They can't take a breath playing. We can't take a breath commentating. I'm sure you at home can't take a breath watching this. A couple of minutes left. Can Stendera produce something special to bring the game level?
Oh, he just one pass too many there as he tried to work it, but he still got the ball, and the turn away from the defender. It had opened up space, and he just couldn't turn into it. And in the end, bitter disappointment for Nils Stendera. But delight for Marcel Hartl, and thoroughly deserved. Back-to-back wins now in the Bundesliga home challenge, and he will be absolutely delighted.
Unbelievable. As you see, coming into that game, Nils Stendera defending a 6-1 lead, and he is the latest victim of this second leg syndrome we are seeing unfold in the Bundesliga home challenge. No first leg lead is safe. We saw it for Maxi Eggestein in the first weekend. We saw it yesterday. Maximilian Mittelstädt unable to defend his lead. And once again, just credit where it is due to Marcel Hartl. He'd gone 1-0 down in this game in the 4th minute. I was thinking, oh no, he's going to have to produce something really special to get back into this game. He quickly responded, and he didn't look back.
Yeah, we had four massive comebacks yesterday in the match, in the day one action. Darmstadt came from behind. Excuse me, actually, yes, Darmstadt did come from behind against Hannover on a couple of occasions in their games. Freiburg turned over a first leg deficit against Hertha. So too did Greuther Fürth in a draw with Köln. Wien Wiesbaden got in on the action when they came from 4-0 down to win 6-4 after their second leg. And so now Marcel Hartl adds his name to that illustrious list of players that have proven that they have that never say die attitude. They're willing to put it all on the line, risk it for the biscuit in the second leg, and in this case, reaping the rewards, and Bielefeld coming away with a fantastic win. What a comeback, really. I didn't know if we'd see it again today. I thought yesterday may have been a bit of an outlier when it came to that trend. I said that we were in comeback central. We've returned to the station today, and I couldn't be more delighted.
I'm very happy that we've arrived at this stop again. And obviously, it's another ode to the brilliantly set up format of the Bundesliga Home Challenge. We're very happy with how it's working out. The esports pros coming up against usually another esports pro in the first game. Obviously, we didn't see that with Andy for Frankfurt coming up against Vogelsammer for Bielefeld, who is a professional football player himself. That's why he probably came out with a 6-1 win, Andy. But usually we're seeing a tightly contested game in the first leg. And as we saw there, it usually opens up as well in the second leg. And we see some really special games. And I honestly cannot believe, having seen 2 double hat-tricks yesterday, we've seen another one already today. Fabian Klos with 6 goals in just a single game for Marcel Hartl. And, I mean, he would have been going for goals himself, but the fact that Klos has scored 6 for him and he's got 7, just unbelievable. I really can't believe that we've seen this all happen again.
This incredible array of skill levels, of skill gaps in this game, right? A reminder that this is not a professional tournament or a competitive one. It should be said, nothing but pride on the line in it. But you can see, as we've seen again in today's actions, and as we've seen on match day 1 and yesterday, these players are taking this incredibly seriously. This is a lovely outlet for the competitive juices that have maybe been building up in self-isolation and quarantine. And we are ready to move on to our next game. Jan Regensburg against Stuttgart next. Federico Palacios taking on newcomer Burak Mai in the opening game. Tom Bach then taking on Stuttgart midfielder turned defender, I think it's fair to say, Atakan Karazor, who was one of the most amped up players that we had in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, it has to be said. And yeah, this is really brewing into another special day of action in this wonderful eFootball invitational that the DFL have put on.
It's working out pretty perfectly. And as you said, Karazor is a man to watch out, because although he did lose out in his tie against Cologne last week, he was showing no signs of disappointment, very happy to have won his own game. So he'll be another one that will be looking to win his own game regardless of the score. And it might be the fact that if he comes into this game with a deficit to overturn, that he'll have no problem in doing so. But as it is, we'll see Federico Palacios play against Burak Mai here. Palacios, a footballer himself, coming up against an esports pro, so it could be that Burak Mai can take a lead into this second leg for Stuttgart. It's another one of these scenarios where we're seeing a footballer come against an esports pro. Slight disadvantage for the footballer, but as we saw last week as well, and this week already, the footballers are not too shabby on the controller either.
Oh, that's it, Federico Palacios, with something to make up for a 4-0 loss on match day 1 of the Bundesliga Home Challenge in the tie against Julius Kader of Union Berlin. And so he's definitely got something to make up for. He is a player that has, in interviews, admitted that the risk of a controller flying during a game is there. We didn't quite see it happen in that 4-0 defeat to Julius Kader, but we did get a little concerned at one point, especially when Kader made it 4-0. But he restrained his emotional outbursts on that occasion. But he is up against it here, against Burak Mai. Didn't have the best of times in the virtual Bundesliga this season for Stuttgart. Brought in the summer, I think it was to replace Dr. Ahano, who was in action yesterday for Werder Bremen. And wasn't in action on match day 1 for Stuttgart, but is taking over now. He failed to crack the top 30 in both solo and duo wins in the virtual Bundesliga this season. However, he is a regular 30-0 weekend league player, and that really does speak to the level of ability he does bring to the table, but does maybe also point out, Alex, that 85 mode may not be his most preferred.
That's it. These guys are used to playing on Ultimate Team, where you can use the best of the best players in the world with the best cards, and it means it does give these guys a good chance of going 30-0 on the weekend league, which is that format which pits the best of the best against each other on FIFA. You've got to win 30 games, you've got 30 opportunities to collect a win, and going that 30-0 is always the magical number. But yeah, as we've said, this 85 mode, it brings these guys into a scenario they're not totally used to, playing with 85 rated players, and obviously they'll be playing with the Stuttgart and Regensburg players here. And it's something that they've had to get used to as well, because obviously not just are they 85 rated, they don't have 4-star skill moves or more, which means that the basics come into it, the ball rolls, the drag backs, the little fake shots that open up space. These are the things that these esports pros know all about. And we've often seen so far that it's something that the Bundesliga professionals have been lacking in, maybe sometimes not able to stick onto the same level of skill set at this basic level that the esports players have been able to stay at. And as we see these two guys getting themselves set up tactically, it is nice to see how seriously they're taking things with all the tactical setups, all the things they want to set up, the way that they want to get it set up. Clearly they've been thinking about the build-up. Plenty of red on show in this game with Regensburg and Stuttgart. And yeah, another opportunity for us to see if a Bundesliga professional, a professional footballer can stick it out and compete against a professional esports guy.
Well, that's it. Palacios said, I'm no pro, but my track record on FIFA 20 does have more wins than losses on it, so he considered himself not bad as a result. And I think that's a decent measure of ability there for Federico Palacios. But yes, Burak Mai will undoubtedly be the favourite in this game. As I mentioned, the newcomer to the Bundesliga home challenge. Last weekend representing Stuttgart, it was Timo Schulz of Tizi Schubeck, who are a very well-known YouTube duo in the German FIFA community. And so Tizi Schubeck making way for Burak Mai, but in fairness, Timo Schulz was on the receiving end of a 5-1 defeat to the stranger. That may have something to do with the fact that he's been dropped from the starting lineup today. He's actually taking over as commentator for Stuttgart, Timo Schulz. So he's swapping the joysticks for the mic, encroaching on our territory a little bit there.
Yeah, that's it. They're trying to steal our thunder slightly, but the good thing that we have is that we're in English, and I'm sure he'll be commentating in German. So
it does give us an advantage, doesn't it?
Even if we've had to, brush up on our German names, as I mentioned earlier, last week, sadly, it is sometimes difficult to get these names right, especially if you're not used to saying them. But, we've been around the block with the Bundesliga, so we're used to it. We've brushed up on our umlauts.
There you go, yeah.
I have, at least.
Umlauts and Strafversetzes, that's all it's about. But, yes. Burak Mai as well, one of the players. I was checking out some of his social media channels and was intrigued to see that he had got involved in the loo roll keepy uppy challenge that was going around. I believe it was under the hashtag stay at home challenge that it was going around under. Interestingly, he put his own little spin on it, did 3 keepy uppies with a loo roll, and then promptly grabbed the controller, got on FIFA 20, did some kick-ups in the online training, and then promptly finished it with an overhead kick, which it got me excited for the prospect today of the fact that this man knows how to get in positions for overhead kicks, and Burak Mai may be our answer to ticking that one off the bingo sheet.
He certainly has our support in that case, and obviously went back to his comfort zone there with the loo roll trick. I did have a go at it myself as well. I think I only got 3 actually when I tried it, and I did actually almost smash a glass. So it is dangerous when you're not when you're not a professional. So do take care if you do try it at home. And obviously it is a little bit easier on the controller to do. Not always easy, as we saw with that overhead kick, to pull it off. As Marcel Hartl, if you did miss it, he came so close to scoring an incredible overhead kick. Swung in a corner, Klaus, who did score 6 goals in the game, went for an overhead kick at the near post and it bounced back off the upright. What an effort that was.
I genuinely still can't believe that double hat-tricks have happened more often, and comfortably more often than overhead kicks. We've barely even seen an acrobatic effort, let alone... that is the closest we came, and it was agonising. I was halfway into my celebration, Alex, when I realised that it wasn't going in, and it was a heartbreaking moment for both myself and Marcel Hartl, I'm sure.
I think he was... he might have won the game 7-1, but he'll still have at the back of his mind as well. Oh, if only that overhead kick had gone in.
Room for improvement. We accept nothing but the best here on the Bundesliga home challenge.
We were looking for viral clips, guys. Give us nothing less than this, please.
That is exactly what we're looking for. But no, in fairness, this tournament, though, both on match day 1 and yesterday and now today, it is throwing up some real talking points, some wonderful storylines, and some absolutely fantastic highlights, it has to be said. You can see the top 3 goals from match day 1 if you go on the at Bundesliga_EN Twitter channel. They had some of the best clips. Of course, that's where you can find the live stream of this as well if you're not watching it on there already. But welcome if you are. Plenty of platforms covering all the action here on the Bundesliga Home Challenge. Of course, you can get in touch, hashtag Bundesliga Home Challenge. Let us know where in the world you're watching from. Let us know who you're most looking forward to seeing in action from these players that are up to date. You can head over to the virtual Bundesliga official webpage to find the fixture list. There's a section there called the Home Challenge that will give you the layout of the game. But in case you are just joining us, this is a two-legged Right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. An untimely drop in internet connection there, not helping us in this makeshift setup that we've got here for the Bundesliga Home Challenge. And we've missed so far what looks like a great game between Palacios and Mai. We've missed 4 goals already, but Mai, as we mentioned, was the favourite coming into this, the eSports Pro up against the Union Berlin, the Jan Regensburg striker Palacios. But yeah, sorry for the slight delay. We are back now, ready to get back into the action. Untimely, but it was potentially going to happen at some point during this, so we just ask for your forgiveness, but we're ready to bring you the action once again. So straight back into the thick of things, and Mai with an early advantage here, Alex.
Yeah, it's nice to see that Palacios has found himself a goal, but as you expected, Mai ahead and looking good in this game. 3-1 up in the first half. It does look like Palacios is able to keep the ball well, though, so he'll be looking to maybe try and get another goal before half-time, at least, to try and make this a 3-2 game rather than 3-1 going into the first half break. But we'll have to see how this game turns out from here, because it has, by the looks of things, been a very open and attack-minded first half.
Well, that's it. Mai tapping into that ruthless streak we've seen from some of the eSports pros. One pass too many, perhaps, for some, but not for Mai, because it's offside. Got too excited.
We got unfortunate offside flag there, because that was a tidy finish, and Palacios' head had gone down as well. He was thinking that was a goal, but the offside flag comes to his aid. It might not come to his aid here, though.
Oh, cheeky back heel from Mai. He's toying with Palacios, and he survives on that occasion. And he's got into half-time. 3-1 down, Palacios. But things going according to plan for Burak Mai, one of the newcomers in the Bundesliga Home Challenge this weekend. He took to Twitter to complain about some of his pack luck in FIFA Ultimate Team, but to be honest, I'd love his pack luck, because he's traded in a load of the icon SBCs, Alex. He picked up Baby Van der Sar, Baby Baggio, mid-tier icon Bobby Moore, and his prime icon, Pep Guardiola.
Not sure what he's complaining about, to be honest, James.
Well, I mean, they're not the best icons, I get it. You'd want more if you're doing a prime icon pack. Pep Guardiola probably isn't top of your list of players to come out. But just to have that amount of icons, I'm quite jealous.
True, I'm very jealous as well. I think I've only got one in my own little team, so he's doing very well for himself there, and he's doing well here. Looking for another goal. We saw plenty of shots in that first half, which obviously resulted in him getting those 3 goals. Even if he's unable to use those icons, which he's used to on his ultimate team, he's working well with the Stuttgart boys here in this game against Federico Palacios.
Burak Mai, who finished 9th in the world on Weekend League in Ultimate Team in March. So, really underlining the reputation that he came into this game with. The man who stepped in for Timo Schulz for Stuttgart. And let's be honest, Schulz set a quite low bar for Burak Mai, and he's smashing through it so far. 3-1 ahead and making things look relatively easy. It's given Palacios a fair amount of possession, but when Mai does win it, he moves it so quickly, and we haven't necessarily seen that from a lot of the eSports pros. They're a lot more methodical. Right now, the pace of proceedings actually seems to be giving Palacios problems, whereas Mai is having an absolute field day.
Could have been 4, and as you said, he is pushing forward really well. We've often seen these esports guys take control, as they usually do in games against esports opponents, but maybe that is the fact that maybe that's the reason why he's been so attack-minded and pushing the ball forward so quickly, is that he's coming up against a professional player here in Palacios. He knows that he already has the upper hand, to be honest, coming into this game, and he clearly wanted to find some goals early on, but Palacios is handling it well. He's defending okay, and he's getting himself chances like he has here to push forward.
Yeah, he's not hiding in his shell here, Palacios. But this is the skill gap that we have talked about when these professional footballers come up against the esports pros. And Burak Mai once again proving how difficult it can be for these footballers to make a crossover into the world of elite esports. I mean, Palacios did talk in an interview before his matchday 1 encounter that he said games with him are more likely to end 5-3 or 6-4 than 1-0. I think we're seeing that today. Gomez with the chance to add a fourth, and he too is denied. Near post finish not quite coming off for Mai. Keeper stood his ground well. Mai looking to make changes. For now, here's Kalajic. A few little ball rolls not quite coming off for him. Palacios also proving patient, but what we're seeing from Mai as well, it's happened a couple of times when he loses possession, a quick change of tactics down in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Yeah. When he wins possession back, he's tweaking things as well. So a very proactive approach from Mai to try and dictate the way this game is going, and he's certainly having a good go of it so far. And he still looks dangerous every time he comes forward, and he's moving the ball so well here. It opened up, and Palacios, in putting in the challenge, has conceded a penalty. First of the day here in the Bundesliga home challenge. Oh, it's well saved though. And now a chance to make those changes.
Yeah, Mai made the interesting point there. As we see, 14 shots to 2, just dominating this game. Every time he loses the ball, he puts on team pressing, which means that he isn't having to individually bring out players from his midfield and defence to press the ball. Making life difficult for Palacios when he is in possession, and as soon as he does get the ball back, he's turning that back off just to make sure that his team don't press as soon as they do lose the ball, and not in the ways he doesn't want them to. It's an interesting tactic that we haven't seen so far actually from an esports player. Must be something that he's used to doing himself, and obviously it's working out well for him here. Disappointed obviously he will be to not scored that penalty. Palacios choosing the right way and making a solid save there. But it was not the best penalty from Mai.
No, it wasn't. But I don't know about you, Alex. I'm quite tempted to go turn off your internet again, because when the internet was off, all the goals were going in, and we came back and all the goals dried up. It's a strange turn of affairs there.
Who knows, people might have been enjoying it more without us commentating as well.
I'm sure there'll have been a few of them. We'll win you over, though. We've still got time. We've got time today, and we've got 2 more weekends of this Bundesliga home challenge to come, as well as Mai looks to add that 4th goal he's been chasing for so long, ever since we basically came back on the air. We do apologise for those technical issues, but we are doing things in quite a makeshift setup here in Alex's living room. These are strange, unprecedented times in the midst of the coronavirus pandemic, so we're having to do things a little bit differently. Normally we'd be in a studio or something similar, having to do it from the comfort of our own homes. And we hope you are enjoying the action from the comfort of yours. Practicing good social distancing, washing those hands regularly. Palacios here in a bit of a pickle at the back, though. He's done well to escape.
It's to practice his social distancing in terms of his defending. He's not able to get the ball away so quickly. And again, he loses it out to Mai. He's pushing forward and on for a 4th goal.
Oh, chance here for that 4th. He was looking for the extra pass, though. Oh, poor throw out from the back. Palacios does not want to be making mistakes like that. Because right now you have to say 3-1 is respectable, even if he is being absolutely dominated. But it could be 4 now. Oh, great challenge to cut out the square ball. Chance still alive. Well, another great challenge put in at the back to deny the goal-scoring opportunity for Mai. But this is all one-way traffic. Poor old Palacios. He's under a heap of pressure. Oh, the chance was there. It has opened up. And Burak Mai has finally got his 4th without Gadioy. A tidy finish, but it had been coming.
It had been coming, and I would have been surprised if Palacios had been able to keep the ball out there. He did so well. Panicking, sort of defending there. He was just defending an onslaught from Mai. And finally, the Stuttgart man does get his 4th goal of the day. Looks like he's going to secure a tidy first leg win for Stuttgart. And again, fair play to Palacios for putting himself in this position, coming up against an esports pro. It's never easy. And we saw, and we have seen in this game, how good these guys are on the joysticks, able to take the game by the scruff of the neck. And he's looked really good when going forward. He's opened up Palacios well. He hasn't taken the chances as well as he would have hoped, even if he has scored 4 goals.
And he would say no to a 5th. He's got a man over at the back post. It's headed back across goal. And then the tap in. But it was offside. I was going to say there's a defender behind the goal line, but the striker there was even in behind the goalkeeper. But I don't know whether he's trolling a little bit, but he's definitely going for one extra pass every now and again against Palacios, who he knows it's not quite of his calibre. I won't call him a noob or anything, Palacios, but he hasn't given the best account of himself here, although he's looking to get a goal just to maybe make things a little more interesting, and it is off the post. Agonising for Palacios.
So unlucky there at the end of the game, as the full-time whistle does go. That ball to the back post. It was a teasing one, and he almost found a goal at the end, but as we said, it looked like he had been dominated there, and the 4-1 scoreline reflects that for him. Sadly, Barak Mai coming away with a nice tidy win and giving his teammate Atakan Karazor a good opportunity to defend this first leg lead, and if he can do, he'll be one of the only ones we've seen so far this weekend able to do it. And he's coming up against Tom Back in the second game. See if the other Jan Regensburg professional footballer can fare better than Federico Palacios.
Well, that's it. And then we were talking at the top of the show, I think we both mentioned Atakan Karazor in terms of being one of those players we were interested to see what he could produce this weekend. Last weekend, he came into his game against Rafael Chicos with Stuttgart well behind on the score sheet after a first leg deficit. And he did win his game 2-0, but unfortunately it wasn't enough to turn the tie in their favour after Köln and the stranger had beaten Timo Schulz 5-1 in that first leg. And so he was facing an uphill struggle. It proved a step too far for him, but now he's working with a lead on his side. And can he then press the advantage? Because he does seem to be the consensus best FIFA 20 player in Stuttgart circles. I was watching an interview with him in the summer during pre-season where he was joking. I think it was soon after his move from Holstein Kiel. So he knew a couple of the players on the Stuttgart books already. And there was an interview with Hamadi El Gadioui, who had maybe jokingly said that Atakan Karazor was not the number one. Atakan Karazor was adamant, though, that Hamadi knows who the better FIFA player is between the two of them. And so I think it maybe shows the fact that he has been nominated for the Bundesliga home challenge, that Karazor is first choice in the Stuttgart ranks. He's had an impressive first season with them since joining from Holstein Kiel. And he impresses on match day 1 of the Bundesliga home challenge, and we're expecting him to impress again, aren't we?
Yeah, that's it. And as you said, this time around he's defending a first leg lead rather than having to fight back 4-1 in the second leg. He did so well against Rafa Chichos last week to come out with the 2-0 win, and he enjoyed it as well. He was celebrating, taking his own personal pride from his win, even if the tie was lost for VfB Stuttgart. So it's a great opportunity for him, if he can, to win again and then celebrate properly by securing his side a win over the 2 legs. And Tom Bach will be looking to make sure that he can try and build on his 1-1 draw last week against Kevin Schlotterbeck and try and upset the odds here, perhaps. I'm thinking that because of that win for Karazor last week, he comes into this game as the slight favourite. But as we've said many times, expect the unexpected from the Bundesliga home challenge.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. It really has been breathtaking at times in terms of you cannot rest on your laurels in any situations. And a lot of these esports pros that are fashioning big first leg leads are being let down by their counterparts on the other side of the joysticks in terms of the players that have swapped the pitch for the joystick. Professional footballers having a go at this FIFA 20 tournament in this invitational that has been set up by the DFL to help us with the football free times, and it's doing a fantastic job of doing that, I think it has to be said. A lot of people are turning to FIFA during this time of quarantine and self-isolation. We hope anyone out there that has been restricted in their normal everyday life is getting on all right, keeping mind and body healthy, staying active at the very least. And let's be honest, FIFA 20 and FIFA, as it always has been ever since it graced consoles worldwide, has always been an outlet in times like this, and these are unprecedented times, and so the importance of it has grown even more. But we are seeing that these professional footballers, it's an outlet for them too. You almost think they'd have too much of football on a daily basis, going from training ground to match most of the time, but they still squeeze a bit of FIFA in there as well.
Yeah, definitely. And now with the situation we have now, as you mentioned, these guys usually out on the training pitch during the week. They're used to being outside on the pitch, and now they're stuck at home like the rest of us. And for them, it is difficult because of them being so used to being outside all the time, so used to running around, training and getting themselves ready for the weekend. At the moment, they're having to work out at home, and it does provide that opportunity to release some tension, release some frustration, perhaps on the virtual game if they can do it on FIFA. It's a nice way to let that frustration out. And of course, for these guys who are representing their clubs in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, it's a fantastic opportunity for them to not only let out their frustrations and spend some time out of their weekend and represent their team. It gives a chance for them to give their fans something to cheer, which they usually try and do on the weekend out on the pitch. Used to playing in front of big crowds. They know plenty of people will be watching them back at home, and they'll want to impress whoever is watching. And no one wants to let their side down. We've seen that. No one wants to be a disappointment or have a big defeat against them. We saw it earlier, and we saw it yesterday. Maximilian Mittelstadt with his big defeat. No one wants that. But everyone wants to win, and that's.
I feel like that may be the last we see of Maximilian Mittelstadt in this Bundesliga Home Challenge.
I feel so bad.
I wouldn't blame him, would you?
No, I think, to be honest, if it was me and I'd suffered a defeat like that, I would not be putting myself in the same situation again. But yeah, it's one of those situations where it's nice when you actually do win a game of FIFA, but being on the losing side. Another one might be Jonas Hoffmann having been defeated by Dennis Eitekin. You might turn the tide and say, "Nah, that's it. Let's let maybe someone like a Florian Neuhaus represent Gladbach in the next weekend," but we'll have to wait and see for that.
That's it. We have seen teams change up their lineups for this Bundesliga Home Challenge. Werder Bremen made wholesale changes and did improve on their result. They lost on match day 1. They drew yesterday, but once again, Davy Selke letting a lead slip that had been built by Dr. Ahano, and they couldn't come away with the victory. But Karasor has a comfortable margin to work with here for Stuttgart after that first leg victory for Burak Mai against Palacios. 4-1 was the score, and so Tom Bach has his back to the wall. We are in the battle of the two teams using their own mix zones as well to house the Bundesliga Home Challenge. Something that we noticed on match day 1. We thought it was a nice touch because you are really in the catacombs of some of these players, some of these clubs, where normally player interviews or press conferences would take place. Instead, they are now being used for very different purposes. FIFA 20 Invitational, not quite what they were intended for, but a good allocation of the space in these times where there's not a lot going on in these wonderful Bundesliga stadiums that, let's be honest, we all miss, don't we?
And that's true, very true. We're all missing watching those games go on and being in the stadiums as well. And for me as well, it's been an eye-opener because I never thought I'd be broadcasting a FIFA esports event from my own living room. So all these difficult times we're suffering are bringing up interesting situations for us. Memorable ones, hopefully, which brings us our first attack of the day. A block shot there for Karasor. We're looking to build on Stuttgart's lead from the first leg.
Yeah, these are wild times, unprecedented times in the world. Not quite in the Wild Wild West stage. But right now, Karasor looking to draw his weapons early and establish an early control on proceedings. He was one of the most impressive performers from match day 1. Really caught the eye against a very laid-back Rafael Chicos. Literally. No doubt about it. He was literally in his living room, laid back, taking life very easy. Understandable given the injury that he was returning from. He's taking it a little more seriously yesterday, though, Chicos. So Karasor brought the competitive spirit out of him yesterday. And I think it's fair to say Karasor was one of the most competitive, one of the most passionate on the face cam that we saw on match day 1, despite the fact that he was working with a first leg deficit in that game.
And that is one of the nicest parts of the Bundesliga Home Challenge, being able to see these guys wherever they are, representing their teams, being able to see their reactions to scoring. Obviously, they're used to celebrating goals on the Bundesliga pitches, but they're still celebrating them as well if they're scoring them from the comfort of home on FIFA 20 here. And it is always fun to see them enjoying themselves as well, because that is what this is all about, enjoyment and having a good time and putting smiles on people's faces.
Yeah, if we can do that just for a glimmer today, then we will be satisfied. But we do hope this is proving a nice distraction from the monotony of any self-imposed self-isolations or imposed quarantines. Tom Bach coming forward dangerously here to the byline, getting into a threatening position. Corner taken short. Working it well now to the edge of the box. Tom Bach with Tom Bach hesitating on the shot.
Maybe he knows himself too well.
Doesn't trust himself. He knows what his goal scoring abilities are like in real life. And he doesn't even believe that in the virtual world that it could come to fruition for him. Now Koulibaly on the break for Stuttgart and Karasor. As the offside flag will go up there. Well, at least I thought he was offside. Regensburg have taken the ball back. Regensburg in the white kit, Stuttgart in the red. In case you're just joining us today on match day 2 of the Bundesliga home challenge. Not quite as many goals as we saw yesterday, but then we really were going to be very greedy if we were expecting the same thing to happen again. I think yesterday was quite unprecedented in terms of the goal scoring department of what these players managed to produce. We had 8 games yesterday, 7 games today. We are through, or almost through, 3 of them so far. 4 ties still to come. Karasor working it dangerously, and he's got his goal. He wasn't rushing things there in the final third. And immediately, the grab of the badge, not quite the kiss though.
That's what we're looking for. He was doing it last week as well. Big smile on his face. Just for a second there, I think he forgot that he was on camera in the Bundesliga home challenge, but quickly remembered and showed the big VfB badge after a tidy finish from the edge of the box. The first real attacking chance we've seen for him. First time where he's had space to shoot, and Tom Bach will be disappointed that Karasor's first shot with anger resulted in a goal, especially coming from the edge of the box. It's not often you see those sorts of goals go in. So far, these guys have both been patient in attack. They've not been like we saw in our previous game between Marcel Hartl and Neil Standera. They aren't end-to-end. It is end-to-end in terms of possession, but both of these guys able to defend comprehensively and well.
Oh, it's working well here for Karasor. He's got space to work with, clipping it in towards the back post. It's a dangerous area. The players do look to exploit. And understandable when you've got a man like Mario Gomez on the pitch for Stuttgart, who can tower above a defender even in this 85 game mode. Actually, especially in this 85 game mode, I should say, where physical attributes almost are more important than some of the playing attributes.
And that's it. And I think for some of these teams, besides the Bundesliga teams, it actually makes it more enjoyable to use their players, because usually if you're playing with them, you're used to them being lower rated players. With them being all 85 rated, it does make them better players in the game and more fun to use.
Oh, Greuther drilling towards goal from the edge of the area. First real chance we've seen there for Tom Bach. He said when he joined Jan Regensburg that he was happy to make the move because he wanted to get out of his comfort zone. I think it's fair to say that right now, 1-0 down, facing an uphill battle. He's probably outside his comfort zone right now. But a good chance here. And again, going very, very close. But he's got to start taking these chances.
It's nicely done, though, to have that first-time shot. That's what you need to do when you're not getting much opportunities in front of goal. You need to take those first-time shots around the box. There's another chance here, though. Karasor giving the ball away himself in midfield. He won't be happy with that. I'm sure a few words will be in order at half-time. But he does have a goal advantage at the break, the Stuttgart man. And so he'll be looking to build on that in the second half. A 2-0 win last week. He'd like to maybe get a few more goals to his name this weekend. But back-to-back clean sheets would also be quite an impressive feat in this Bundesliga home challenge, it has to be said. Very much so, considering the attacking play that we've seen so far. He'll be wary that Bach has had 60% possession. It's quite a lot for a FIFA game. And he has looked good in possession. He's been building his play quite well. It's just those last moments in front of goal around the final third where we haven't seen him quite express himself until just at the end before the half-time break came, where he had a couple of chances. That first-time shot, which brought a save. That's the sort of thing he needs to be doing. He's doing well in terms of keeping Karasor at bay and building his own possession, but he needs to take more shots and get those openings going. Yeah, 1-0. Bach has everything still to play for, at least in this second leg. We have seen how difficult it is for players to come from behind in the Bundesliga home challenge. That was especially prevalent yesterday. And when I say come from behind, I'm talking in the individual solo matches, not a first leg overturned by a second leg win. But when you fall behind, it is one of the hardest things to do in this rendition of FIFA. it would be impressive actually for Bach if he was able to come back and get into this game. As you said, it's been rare for us to see a solo player come back in their actual game from behind. He's looking the most likely to find the next goal here.
He's keeping his composure, probing for vulnerabilities in Karazor's backline. But he's not quite finding that final pass that may unlock Stuttgart right now and carve out a real clear-cut opportunity in front of goal for him.
Yeah, credit to Karazor for that. He's defending well, not giving Bach many opportunities, even with the Regensburg man dominating the possession. But he's going to continue to come forward.
He's working his passing game well here, and he fashioned a chance with Palacios. Well, it was last weekend he scored quite an impressive goal with Federico Palacios. Tom Bach unable to match the feat on that occasion. Tom Bach, who first started playing FIFA back in 2004, began his career on the Nintendo GameCube. Not necessarily your go-to console when it came to FIFA, I don't think.
Not mine.
Definitely not nowadays. Nintendo kind of falling behind with the Xbox and Microsoft and the PlayStation really taking precedent. But it's interesting as well for Jan Regensburg, the fact they picked two players that seem to be so contrasting in terms of their character as well. We talked about Federico Palacios, quite an emotional player, doesn't mind letting that be shown, and he said that the controllers may be in a bit of danger with him, but Tom Bach saying that with me, controllers never fly, so likes to keep his calm. And that actually may be the more successful approach on FIFA, is if you can keep your cool and not quite be as emotion-driven, then that may actually serve you better. We're seeing it in this game because he hasn't let it get away from him. Karazor not quite going for the jugular, though.
Yeah, that's it. He's only 1-0 down, is Bach. Karazor not able to really get himself going forward in the second half until now, perhaps around the edge of the Regensburg box. Again, Bach defending well. And yeah, you're right. This is one of those situations where his attacking play isn't quite working out as well as it could. And he is 1-0 down. Frustrations could show, but he's keeping composed. He knows there's time to go.
And that's it. It will give Bach the confidence to maybe break out of his shell, maybe flick into an attacking approach in the settings. Maybe get a few men forward when he can. I just wonder what he'll be eyeing up in terms of substitutions, because this is the type of time he should be thinking about doing that, but he goes close to an equaliser there, and Karazor really needs to start taking this a little more seriously, because I don't want to say he's taken, he definitely hasn't asserted the dominance we saw him have before he opened the scoring.
And that's it. He'd started the game really well. That's why he went ahead, but an interesting corner attack there from Bach, which did not work out at all. Brought a laugh from Karazor, as you can see. Not the way he's going to be able to get back into this game. Karazor finding the funny side of it.
Well, we talked about doing things that were unexpected. I think that was maybe taking it a little too far there from Tom Bach, but that is always going to happen. But he's coming forward again here, and it's really Bach looking the likelier to be the next on the score sheet. And that may not help on aggregate, and that may be what Karazor is focusing on, but the way we read into Karazor in match day one was that it really wasn't about the aggregate score for him. It was about his individual game. He is 1-0 ahead here. He'd love a second goal. Looking dangerous here, but Regensburg still with plenty of men behind the ball, but there is the chance, and it just needed the touch.
Worked that so well. A lovely cross to the back post. He spotted the runners going towards that back post, but his man at the back post just went for it with his left foot rather than his right foot. In the end, couldn't poke the ball towards goal, and it means that with 10 minutes to go, Bach still has the opportunity to get an equaliser here. Karazor has to stay alive to the attacking pressure that Bach is trying to build, even if he has just had the best chance of the second half.
That's it. We're set up for a nail-biting ending here. Both players having chances at either end that went very close, and now we do see freshman 0815
what a name.
Cue up a pause, and this will be when changes can be made. The problem is I almost feel like it's too little too late, but that may benefit Karazor, who's looking to clip the ball back into the box. He has to settle for a corner, but those changes now able to be made by both players. Some fresh legs, a bit of extra pace being brought in off the bench. Again, it was interesting. We saw Karazor in the first match day as well one of the only players to use free-form tactics in the fact that he himself was dragging his players into unique positions in his tactics. You can see there he's got Mangala and Endo in a little more of an altered position instead of the standard 4-2-3-1. So he's definitely got a few tricks up his sleeve. He knows what he's doing, Karazor. And I like the fact that he's the only player that's doing that. Whether it's helped or not, I guess it's hard to tell. But he is in front in his second game. He won his first game, so we can maybe say that is a successful tactic.
That's it, yeah. He's on his way to a second win and no goals scored. So if it works for him, then it works for him, and that he won't change that. But yeah, it's a rare thing to see. I definitely haven't seen it. I haven't used that myself. It might be something for me to pick up as a little tip from Karazor.
Well, I feel like if I did that and I still kept losing, I'd be even more annoyed. I was putting in even more effort and still getting the same results. But hey, that's just me. My FIFA ability, certainly not up there with the likes of Karazor. I think I'm more in the Tom Bach bracket myself.
As we said, I'm really petitioning, or going to petition, for a commentary team in the next couple of Bundesliga home challenge match days.
That really will be an added challenge, as if we have to play and commentate at the same time. It's doable. We can do it.
That would be so fun. It really would. But then we'd have to get player cams. That's another point.
We would have to get player cams. That would be another added challenge. But we're welcome to any and all challenges. Karazor earning himself another corner here. Into the dying seconds. So Tom Bach will need to break from this corner if he's to stand any chance of getting an equaliser in this. He's got to get it out of his own box first, though. The break is on. Karazor will be looking to get as many bodies behind the ball, but he's got to move it quickly, and he can't move it quickly enough. And so it is back-to-back victories for Atakan Karazor, who, when it comes to the professional footballers making the crossover, is definitely proving to be one of the standouts for Stuttgart.
He is indeed, and the Stuttgart fans will be very, very happy with him celebrating, showing that badge. And yeah, as you said, he was adamant in the fact that he is the best FIFA player at Stuttgart, clearly got put forward for that reason, and he's proving to be exactly that. 2 wins for him across the Bundesliga home challenge weekends. 2-0 and 1-0. No goals conceded. Not many players can say that in the Bundesliga home challenge weekend so far. So a really, really good win for Stuttgart across both those games. One of the first teams we've seen actually in this weekend getting both wins from their games. The first of today as well, as we saw Nuremberg and St. Pauli have a 0-0 draw and then a 3-0 win for St. Pauli in the second game, courtesy of Luka Zander, before the mayhem ensued between Eintracht Frankfurt and Arminia Bielefeld. A 6-1 win for Andy against Andreas Vogelsammer before Marcel Hartl turned the tie on its head with a 7-1 win. And now, James, we're almost halfway through the game. We're into our 4th tie of the day, and it is Bayer Leverkusen against Dynamo Dresden. And we're seeing plenty of new guys involved for these two sides today. Yeah,
Dresden have followed suit in Werder Bremen's footsteps in terms of making wholesale changes to their side, 2 brand new faces, including someone that does come from an esports background. Last time they put out 2 professional players, Marco Terracino and Baris Atik, who didn't quite fare as well as they may have hoped in the esports world. But Marcel Graman now stepping in for Dresden, someone that has won plenty of FIFA tournaments on the regional circuits. He's going up against Kai Detto Volin, one of the big names in the virtual Bundesliga world, one of the really old school gamers that have kind of managed to maintain their levels of performance at the elite level, but one of the earliest German champions that was ever seen in esports, and so arguably one of the path setters in the esports world when it comes to action in Germany's top flight. But the name we were looking forward to seeing exactly what he could produce, the big name in terms of football players on the docket today, Vendel, the Brazilian, representing Bayer Leverkusen in the second game, because we've seen such a varying degree of skill sets in FIFA when it comes to these football players making the crossover, and we're wondering where Vendel is going to fall on that spectrum, aren't we?
Yeah, we are indeed. He's one of the new guys for this weekend, and we asked him in the build-up, how often do you play FIFA? Just to test our knowledge of him and be able to, for him to show how much he does actually play the game. He said he plays FIFA every day after training, so he's definitely up to the task of being not new to the game and knowing how it works. He says preferably he plays with friends or just online normally, so who knows, you may have come up against Vendel without knowing in the past. We asked him if he has any special tactics that he likes to play with. He says no, he doesn't have any, but his favourite formation is definitely 4-3-3, so look out for that as well in his game. He likes to score nice goals from outside the box, so he's not going to be interested in this esports style of passing into the box. His goal for the weekend is to score a curling long-range strike from 20 yards or more. Definitely something he'd be priding himself on himself. And
that is the type of target
yeah,
I can get behind.
100%. If we're not going to see an overhead kick, we might as well see a thunderbolt from long range. And finally, we did ask him, what do you think people should be watching out for when they watch you play FIFA? And he said he loves his counter-attack. He always tries to move forward quickly and finish chances really quickly. So he's another one of these players, especially using the 4-3-3 formation, looking to capitalise on the counter-attack. And so he's going to be one of the more interesting guys to watch in his tie coming up. But it will be Kai Volin, Mr. Detto, one of the more famous German esports players, as James said, going up first against Marcel Gramen of Dynamo Dresden.
Yeah, it was interesting in the build-up to match day 2. Bayer Leverkusen's head of internationalization in esports was talking to the Rheinische Presse and talking about the interest that has grown now in the esports community, especially in light of this coronavirus pandemic and the fact that people are in self-isolation and quarantine and they're turning to different avenues to entertain themselves. We're hoping that we today are one of those avenues. But he said that there has been a lot more exposure for esports, and he thinks it's a very positive trend. He pointed to the fact that the Bundesliga Home Challenge is an example of that. And, of course, the Bundesliga Home Challenge isn't the only of these types of tournaments going on. Lots of little regional tournaments being set up, lots of team-based tournaments being set up between some of the Bundesliga teams and Bundesliga 2 teams. We've seen it in other leagues. We've seen Formula 1 do it with their drivers as well, which I thought was quite an exceptional way to curtail the fact that their Formula 1 season had to get delayed. So some very creative measures coming out of what is a troubling and testing time. And so it's arguably one of the biggest positives, along with the fact that for the most part, the world seems to really be coming together in a bid to battle this coronavirus and do what is right in the hopes to protect not just ourselves, but each other and, of course, the health services in whichever country you're coming from. But one of the big positives as well is that we are finding creative outlets that maybe have been a little forgotten. They're now getting more exposure, and esports is one of them. And a great time for it because esports was already on the rise. We had seen a huge uptick. Ninja had really driven it from the Fortnite side of things, but in the FIFA world, it's been a prevalent feature for a long time now. We've had big names coming out of the FIFA communities, both in England and abroad, and Germany have some big names. Detto is one of them, and it's a lovely trend that we're seeing take place that I think is like only being fueled further now by this coronavirus pandemic, and it is a positive that we can take out of it.
That's it. It's the chance for more people to, maybe have questioned whether they're going to get themselves into esports, whether it's the thing for them. This is a nice chance for them to say, hey, this is an opportunity for me to give it a chance and give it a watch. And, with the Bundesliga actually not being around for the next couple of weeks, the Bundesliga Home Challenge is taking its place, and people can have a look at the esports world and say, this is for me. I want to get involved in this, and you can learn about these guys as we're trying to provide you with as much information as we can about these esports guys, because they are really interesting characters in it. And it hasn't just been the last few years, it's been going on. It's been decades now, and Detto is one of those guys, having won his first world championships back in 2011 and 12. So he's been around the block for a while, and so is esports. And yeah, it is that nice thing to see that in difficult times our human nature does come out and we band together, even if we have to stay at home and separate ourselves from one another. The fact that we're coming together using these modern days that we have to our advantage with technology and being able to communicate with anyone really across the world, no matter where you are, it is fantastic, and a credit to the sporting world as well for communicating and getting out these fantastic tournaments and challenges that we've seen. And it's just fantastic. The Bundesliga Home Challenge has been one of them, and obviously we're in the midst of it still. And as we've said a few times, if you haven't heard in the streams, we will be doing this for the next couple of weekends, we are happy to say. Next weekend and the weekend after that for sure. We'll have to wait and see just how long it takes for the normal Bundesliga football to resume. As soon as it does, we will be back to enjoying the real football. But until then, the Bundesliga Home Challenge is your home for football. And that's why it's a good opportunity to give esports a chance right now. And as we see, we're going to be giving esports its very next chance in just a few moments with these two guys getting themselves ready to perform. And one of the nicest backdrops I think we've seen so far in terms of behind the scenes with the player cams, we are seeing Marcel Grahmann not only wearing his Dynamo Dresden shirt, but he's got a huge club badge right behind him. He is not letting anyone question who and which team he is representing.
Yeah, no, you're spot on, Alex. That is without a doubt the best backdrop we've seen. Credit to Marcel Grahmann for the effort he's put in. You can see he's got a bit of a professional setup, but yes, one of the nicest we've seen out there. Yeah, a little bit. I wouldn't say no to a setup like that myself, and that is it. I mean, we're talking about these coronavirus times, and if you have ever thought about becoming a streamer or a YouTuber, now is a great time to start dipping your toe into that. It doesn't take too much money or too much equipment to get it done, and you can do it from the safety of your own home. And these two, both Kai Detto Volin and Marcel Grahmann, two players comfortable in front of the camera as they are on the controllers, and you can see hopefully that they will be producing another of these top-notch esports pros head-to-heads. We've seen plenty of them, especially on match day 2. I was really looking forward to 2 yesterday. They genuinely didn't disappoint. Fabio going up against a stranger. That was a real back-and-forth 3-2 win for Fabio in the end, who just had that added clinical touch in front of goal that really made the difference for him. We then saw Dr. Ahano taking on the young gun from Leipzig, Moritz Maeder, the 18-year-old. It was a 3-2 win for Dr. Ahano in that one, a little more comfortable. He was 3-1 up, and he was close to making it 4-1 before Maeder did pull a goal back to reduce the arrears late on in that one. But these esports pro head-to-heads really are a wonderful facet of this. We're enjoying the professional footballers going up against each other because we're seeing them in a very different context. We're seeing them, try their talents at a very different form of football. But when it comes to these esports pros, when we're having them go head-to-head, they are producing the goods more often than not. Very different games. They have to be appreciated in a very different way. Mm-hmm. But if you can appreciate them, then they really do make for fantastic viewing.
Yeah, that's it. While it is a chance for fans watching at home to get into esports for the first time, it is going to be a different sort of FIFA gameplay that you're used to seeing if you haven't watched it before. These guys trying to dominate possession. They're much more about they'd rather keep the goals from being conceded than going out and trying to score 5 or 6. If you or I were playing FIFA, we might play it a bit differently, which is what we're seeing with the Bundesliga professionals. It's much more of an attacking game, much more of an open game, and it produces a lot more goals. Whereas if an esports guy comes up and against a fellow esports guy, we're seeing them play their usual games, which we're used to seeing in the esports world. These guys are so good at the game. They know how to play it. They all have their tactics set up, and most of the time it brings them together against each other. And it means that when they do come up against each other, it's more of a defensive game just because of how they know the game works. They know that in this game it is a lot easier to score goals than it is to keep them out, and that's why they've trained so hard to make sure that they're able to keep goals out. And that's why we're seeing games between the esports guys more often than not be a 1-goal margin separating the two sides. But this could be another one which opens the scoring a bit more. And obviously with Vendel playing later on, it'll be fun to see if Leverkusen can give themselves a lead as we get ourselves ready for the first game of this tie between Leverkusen and Dresden. And it is just a fantastic setup from Grahmann there. I've got nothing but respect for it. It's so cool to see that big badge there in the top right corner.
Oh, he definitely takes the honours, without a doubt. I don't think anyone's even really come close. We've seen some teams in the mix zone like Jan Regensburg and Stuttgart. We've seen some interesting esports setups, with bright lights, some interesting coloured lights behind them. But I like this. This is clean cut. It's loyal to the T. You know exactly where Grahmann's coming from and who he's representing. And he is making his debut today in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. But he does come with a good bit of accolades to his name. It's interesting. We had a couple of these games last weekend. And my fellow 31-year-old Kai Detto is still trying to get the business done. He lost 1-0 against the younger generation last time. Yannick Gotzeri was the man that beat him last time out. He's hoping to go one better again against a member of the younger generation in Grahmann, who is untested in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, but not untested on FIFA. And so, yeah, I'm back on Team Detto, hoping he can redeem himself for us fellow 31-year-olds. I've only got a couple of days left, but I'll take it as it comes. And so, yeah, Marcel Grahmann Had to get used to the 85 mode a little bit this week, though, because he is so used to playing FIFA Ultimate Team. And so he actually took to his Instagram feed to invite anyone to try and take him on in the 85 mode so he could get a bit of practice in, because he knows Kai Detto Vollen has a whole virtual Bundesliga season behind him of playing in this mode. He's a little less experienced, and you can see it here as the early goal goes against him. Detto getting the goal scoring going early.
Yeah, that's it. He's got that experience behind him and he's making use of it now. First chance of this game and he takes it. Leon Bailey, even if it's on his right foot. The home crowd loving it, and so is Detto. A nice little pass there. Graham will be disappointed that his defender didn't quite make the move that he wanted him to, but any mistake like that is going to be mopped up by a man of Detto's experience, especially in this 85 mode. And Leon Bailey opens the scoring for him with a fine finish with his right foot, his weaker right foot, it must be said. We are underway here with a goal early on, which we've been used to seeing actually across this second match day of the Bundesliga Home Challenge. Plenty of early goals being scored by these guys.
And that's it, early goals and then early advantages that are very hard to overturn. And so now Graumann really is up against it. We talked about it a little bit last week. In this 85 mode, Detto Vollen doesn't have the easiest team to work with. Leverkusen not with a lot of very physically imposing players up front. They're actually more of the diminutive, technically gifted style. Kai Havertz, the lankiest of the lot, and he actually normally plays in the hole behind the striker. Alario's not bad in the air, but his physical attributes aren't actually that great for the 85 mode either.
Yeah, I think we saw Kai struggling with it a bit last week, but as we said, they're used to playing with these guys in the 85 mode in their virtual Bundesliga world, so they'll be used to how they want to play. They might try some new things in this Bundesliga Home Challenge just because it throws up the opportunity to try things in an uncompetitive game. He's coming forward again now, looking for a second goal, and Kevin Volland working wonders.
Oh, that was lovely play, but he couldn't quite produce the finish. A strong save there at the back to keep Graumann in this game and prevent the scoreline getting a little uglier early on. Because you give a man like Detto an advantage and he will squeeze you for everything it's worth.
It is worth mentioning, as Graumann is a little bit more inexperienced than Detto, that he did not play a weekend league this weekend. He didn't stream it. He was getting himself ready for the Bundesliga Home Challenge, practicing the 85 mode, as James mentioned, getting stream fans to get involved and play with him, so he had some practice. So as much as he doesn't have that experience, he has been practicing, and hopefully it pays dividends for him here. He's got a lead to try and overturn early on. Detto working the ball wide more often than not. He's trying to make use of the wingers that Leverkusen have. While they don't have the physical stature, they do have plenty of pace on the wings and plenty of men in option in attack. He's trying to make the most of them here.
Graumann tweaking things up on his defensive tactics as well in response to this pressure that is being applied by Detto. Very composed on the ball. Here's the Leverkusen eSports Pro. It is he who has lined up a pause, so I wonder whether he's seen something that he's not overly happy with. And now here is Adrian Stanilovic on the ball. He was, of course, the professional footballer representing Bayer Leverkusen last weekend. Lost his place with Vendel, the Brazilian, taking over. It's a nice ball down the wing for Graumann.
Ball's just not going out of play here for Detto. Lined up that pause and he's keeping it in well.
Yeah, I think he even tried to commit a foul there a few moments ago in order to get the pause through, which is maybe a sign of experience, a tactical foul of the FIFA variety, Alex.
Indeed, indeed. Might not have been nice if it had accidentally produced a red card for him, but
yeah, well, we've all been there. We've all run the risk sometimes, haven't we?
We have indeed.
If you get the wrong referee, it can all go a bit Pete Tong.
Rare booking there, we see. Kai Havertz.
Yeah, that may have been for that challenge earlier. They could have been Kai Havertz that went lunging in. And so advantage was played. That wasn't exactly what Detto was looking for.
He's going to have to make sure he keeps Kai Havertz in check, because first half yellow card is never a good thing, especially for a key man like Kai Havertz. He's going to want to make sure he doesn't lose him in the second half. And we haven't seen a red card yet in the Bundesliga home challenge. It's been fair play. We've rarely seen yellow cards, so it would be a first.
Yep, we were 3 short on our FIFA bingo checklist that I put on my Twitter channel yesterday at JM Thorogood if you want to follow it, at Alex Chaffer if you want to get in touch with Alex, who is a wonderful source of Bundesliga content, has to be said. But red card, badge kiss, and overhead kick are the elusive things that we have been looking for in match day 2 of the Bundesliga home challenge.
We might have to send out some messages to some players beforehand.
Actually, yeah, can you get onto Marco Richter, actually? Because he's the one that we've had the most contact with. And right now our hopes may hinge on actually having someone go out there just aiming to get an overhead kick.
I'll do that right now.
Alex is on it. The connections that we've got in the Bundesliga world. This Bundesliga home challenge gripping everyone from all different walks of life. Worldwide coverage. We hope wherever you are joining us in the world that you're safe and healthy and enjoying the action. This crossover event of real world football blended in with the FIFA 20 community and the esports world, of which German football has been one of the biggest trendsetters. They were the first to jump onto the esports bandwagon. The virtual Bundesliga set up early. There's a chance here for Graumann, and he's got it back. Lovely first time finish, drilled down at the front post and right on the stroke of half time. Wonderful time to score.
He loves it as well. Big fist pump there from the Dresden man. That's such a vital goal to get before the break. As the half-time whistle blows, he's relieved there. It was a struggling first half for him. That was his first real chance of the first half. He takes it with aplomb at the near post. Tilgan, the man to get the goal. A really tidy finish, a well-worked goal, and there you see it's his first shot of the game. It's a rarity for these guys to have many more than 1 or 2 shots in and a half, just because of how they dictate the game and how they control possession. But level going into this second half now after that goal from Dresden before the break.
And that's it, interestingly. Graumann, we mentioned Timo Schulz, who played last weekend and is commentating for Stuttgart this weekend in the match earlier. Graumann doing it the opposite way round. He was commentating for Dresden last weekend with Marco Terracino and Baris Attic in action for Dresden, and he's now swapped the mic for the controller. Just wonder whether he saw the action last week and went, oh, I'd love a bit of that. Actually, I'd love to get involved in something like that, especially considering the fact that Dresden were one of the few teams that put out 2 professional footballers in the Bundesliga home challenge, as opposed to mixing and matching with their esports department. And so now Marcel Graumann getting his chance and acquitting himself well here against one of the OG FIFA players from the German community, Kai Detto Wollin. Was a 2-time world champion back in 2011 and 2012. He was the PlayStation World Champion in 2017 and a 3-time German champion as well. So the accolades are many for Kai Detto, but Graumann right now acquitting himself well. For now, though, Detto's looking for that second goal, and he's going to get it as well. That was very well worked along the byline, and he carved out a golden opportunity, and he made no mistake with Palacios to retake the lead.
Just so composed from Detto, able to work that ball and find the free man in front of goal. Graumann will be very disappointed that Palacios was in so much space. It was really well worked from Detto, using that experience you mentioned, James. Gets himself a goal to go ahead again, and with 30 minutes to play, he's going to want to make sure that Graumann doesn't get a goal to get back into it. As we see, a little corner tactic coming here, a big looping cross towards the back post. And of course some mayhem in the Leverkusen box. Detto dealing well with it though. Graumann wants to make sure that there's a bit more to cheer about than just that first half goal. Now coming forward again.
Yeah, if that corner had come off, I think I would have. I think my jaw would have dropped. My glasses may have fallen off my face at that point. That would have been quite something. Because as we talk about it, corners are so frustrating. They're so hard to score from. Sometimes impossible to defend because it just seems like you get stuck in a mechanic and you can't get out of it. Graumann trying to come up with something very experimental from the set-piece situation. For now, though, back to defending. Detto again looking to up the ante. Bailey has been an important player for him so far in this game. He's fashioned a 2-1 lead for the 31-year-old still in the competition. Hope is not lost for the boomer generation when it comes to the Bundesliga home challenge. Well represented. We lost a couple of the representatives. Daniel Brzezinski was arguably the chief amongst them when it came to the over 30 category. He acquitted himself very well in that 2-2 draw with Dortmund's Achraf Hakimi. But not in action this weekend. Of course, we'll talk about the older generation. It would be remiss of us not to then again mention Dennis Aytekin, the 41-year-old, doing absolute bits yesterday in the Bundesliga home challenge against Jonas Hoffmann, picking up a 2-1 win in our final game. Had us right off our seats. A wonderful moment. And a great moment here for Detto as he makes it 3 with Kai Havertz. Oh, a bit of breakdancing as well. You got to love that.
Gotta love the moves from Kai. King Kai showing he's not just a dancer on the pitch with the ball, but Grauman, he danced around there, so frustrating for him. Had the opportunity to tackle Detto there a couple of times on the edge of the box. Just a bit of slack defending there, and you really can't make those sorts of mistakes with a guy like Detto coming up against you. He's not going to miss up. He's not going to let up on a second chance. And he takes that second chance there to go 2 goals ahead, and with 15 minutes to go, that might be this first tie in the bag for Leverkusen, with Vendel warming up his fingers, ready to play his game. Coming up next for Leverkusen against Dresden.
Yeah, Detto relighting the fuse and detonating his goal-scoring talents in this second half for Bayer Leverkusen, which is something we saw him struggle to do last week. He really didn't have the rub of the green up against Götze. This time, having things a little more his own way against Grauman, who I think is realising that this has been quite a tough welcome to life in the Bundesliga home challenge against one of the most experienced players in virtual Bundesliga circles. We saw an interesting approach from the corner from Grauman a few moments ago. Will he go with something similar? Again, deep towards the back post. Gets the rebound, and it's a good effort and a good save in the end. It's going to be another corner. Not sure Detto will be pleased with the defending there. The clearance not completed. But he'll be happier with Prudetsky's hands. Comfortably off his line to come and collect the ball. Detto, interestingly, I popped into his stream yesterday on Twitch. He was looking to win back-to-back weekend leagues with a 30-0 record. So he did it last weekend. He was looking to go 30-0 again this weekend, Alex. He was into game 14. It was a 2-2 draw. It went to penalties. He lost on penalties.
Oh, no.
So it was an unlucky 13 for him. It was unlucky 14.
We've all been there, though. Just they're not.
I've never been there. I've never been 14-1. What are you on about? Absolutely not. Talk for yourself.
Talking more about the penalty defeat.
True. Okay, I've definitely been there in weekend league as well. The problem was I was watching it, and it was before when he went to the penalty shootout. I think his last chance kind of fizzled out in the 120th minute. And he immediately looked defeated and immediately was telling his stream, I think I've lost my last couple of penalty shootouts. Then he missed his first. In fact, he actually missed every penalty he took in the shootout and lost 3-0 in the end. So, but that's the problem. That's the mental game. Yep. And it does show mental fortitude is just as important. He went in defeated, and I feel like he was never going to win because of that. Yep. He needed to go in going, you know what, I can win this on penalties. It's been a rough game. It hasn't been my best performance. I've been pegged back a couple of times, but I'm going to make it count. This time, today, he has made it count. He stayed ahead. He suffered a setback. Got pulled back to 1-1 right on the stroke of half-time. A hammer blow. But he really has turned things on in this second half.
That's it. He didn't let his head drop after conceding that equaliser. And he's been right on top in this game ever since. Grauman has come forward a few times, but he's struggled to really create open chances. That is down to Detto's retriment. His confident defending, his tactical setup, which has allowed him to have that defending perfectly placed as we come towards full time here in the final seconds of this game. Grauman looking for another consolation goal perhaps. I don't think it's going to come for him as the whistle blows and Detto gets his win. Oh no, he does not.
Not yet, just Hold on.
Well, in seconds.
He's coming. He's coming. Oh, this ref's being very liberal with his injury time. Go on, go on. Oh, Gravan, I would have loved it. I would have loved it if Gravan then went down the other end. That would have been one of those moments you just bemoan FIFA for some of its mechanics at times. But Kai Detto-Vollen doing it for the 31-year-olds. Get in there, Kai. Very happy. I'm sure that makes a world of difference, and he's got my support here from your living room, Alex, because without it, he would be lost. He would be absolutely lost.
And now you've got another 31-year-old to support in Vendel.
Yeah, let's go. It's all about the 31-year-olds. Leverkusen representing for the Boomers out there. It's absolutely fantastic. Much needed in this esports world, which is a young man's game, let's be honest.
This is true. It is usually the teenagers who are spending most of their time playing these games and getting involved in the esports world. So it is very fun, especially not just for James, but for all of us to see some of the older generation getting involved. And Kai is obviously one of the OGs, as we've spoken about. And he comes up with an OG performance there, getting a nice tidy 3-1 win, setting up things very nicely for his teammate, Vendel, who's going to be coming up against a young gun in Justin Löwe for Dresden, the 21-year-old academy man. One appearance in the Bundesliga fight for Dresden this season, only 5 appearances all time, so he's looking to contribute for Dresden in the virtual pitch when he hasn't been able to do it that often for them in the actual pitch. Just a reminder for you, I am Alex Chaffer, joined by James Thorogood, the man, the myth, the legend, and we are your hosts for the Bundesliga Home Challenge. Wherever you are watching this, you can follow us all over the place and join us from the virtual Bundesliga website if you so feel to. You can check out the schedule, see how the results have gone so far, see who's coming up in the next few games. Check out all the social media content that we're producing as well. We're keeping you up to date with all the results, and you can get involved with hashtag Bundesliga Home Challenge. Have your say on the proceedings and get involved in all the comment sections around and all the social media platforms that we can view it on. And we're sure that a few of the Leverkusen and Dresden players will be sitting down now to watch their teammates get involved for this second match of the tie between Vendel and Justin Löwe. We know that these guys will be supporting their teammates, trying to make sure that they don't, slip up like Jonas Hoffmann did perhaps against the referee last week. And if they do produce a clanger of a performance, they're definitely going to hear about it from their teammates. I think that's fair to say.
Well, that's it. We were talking about it on a couple of occasions already in this Bundesliga Home Challenge, but I would love to be in some of these WhatsApp groups with these teammates, because I feel like there would be a fair amount of ribbing going on. Not sure there'd be as much congratulations. I feel like that would almost go without saying, but if they were to lose, especially someone like Maximilian Mittelstädt, the poor guy who's suffering that 11-1 loss to Nico Schlotterbeck yesterday, I mean, I don't know when he's going to hear the last of it. I mean, I'm a Bundesliga commentator. It's going to be one of the first things I put down on my player card for Maxi Mittelstädt next time I have a Hertha game will be the fact that he suffered this 11-1 loss to Nico Schlotterbeck. So I'm not going to let him hear the end of it at the very least. I mean,
we keep talking about it here on the stream as well. So bless him if he is watching it and listening in. He's going to be very annoyed by how much we're talking about it. But I don't think it's going to be something that's going to be easily forgotten about. One thing that I can give an update on, James, is that I did send a message to Marco Richter to ask about his abilities of scoring overhead kicks on FIFA. He simply replied with a few laughing faces and put, never. I just don't want to lose 8-0.
There you go. Okay, so he's reduced his prediction then this week. Okay, for anyone that doesn't know the story, maybe recap it just quickly.
That's it. Just before, obviously I'm lucky enough to be able to work with some of these Bundesliga players in terms of meeting them at our media days, which we do in the summers, getting in broadcast content ready for everyone and ready for the new season. And I'm able to meet guys like Marco Richter and been able to keep in contact with him. When I saw that he was playing in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, I quickly went to my phone and messaged him if he thought he was going to win the game, and he said, not a chance. He said, I don't really play FIFA that much, so I'm expecting a 9-0 defeat when he went up against Hannover's Janus Horn. He got himself a 1-1 draw, which he was very happy about.
Yes, surprised us, didn't it?
Surprised us indeed. It especially surprised me when he messaged me and said that he's played in front of 80,000 people at the Signal Iduna Park in Dortmund, but he was more scared of playing the Bundesliga Home Challenge as he was on that day in Dortmund, which is a big statement to make for the Bundesliga Home Challenge of how seriously these guys are taking it and how nerve-wracking it can be. Obviously, after that performance, I wanted to make sure that he was ready for this weekend. And yeah, him saying that he's expecting an 8-0 loss today is showing signs of improvement for himself in building confidence in his own performance, perhaps. But I guess we can't expect an overhead kick goal from him, sadly.
There's never been a better time for a first time, Alex.
Facts.
I believe in Marco Richter, even if Marco Richter doesn't believe in himself. Because we went into last week's match thinking, oh, this could be a bad result, and then he surprised us pleasantly with his 1-1 draw, and certainly provided one of the more comical moments from match day 1, and we've had a fair few comical moments on match day 2 as well. And that isn't just in terms of some of the goals that have been scored. FIFA produces all sorts of goals, from top bins bangers to some lamentable goalkeeping errors that you just have to hold your head in your hands and wonder what on earth went wrong. Sometimes these things are outside our control, but we are excited to see in this game Marco Richter coming up later this evening, so we'll be talking about him again later. But in this game, Leverkusen against Dresden, Wendell against Justin Löwe, two of the unknown quantities today for us, and it's nice to see that Löwe has stepped in to the setup that Marcel had in the opening game. So he's got the Dynamo Dresden badge right there behind him to back him up in this. Wendell just adjusting his face cam right now. Quite far away, not quite as up close and personal as we've seen some of these players. But he's got the glasses on, so he's taking this seriously. Very stylish look there from the Brazilian, it has to be said.
I was going to say, he's sporting a very nice pair of glasses there, so he's definitely used to this setup, perhaps. Maybe not used to the player cam, but it's looking good. All set up nicely. And just a quick check of the social media for him to make sure everyone's watching. Probably checking that Leverkusen WhatsApp group to see the last few messages before this game gets underway. It's also very interesting to see the tactical levels that Justin Löwe is going to in his setup. Very tactically able, and also fun to see Wendell obviously playing the game in Brazilian Portuguese. Languages down over there on the left. See the differences between these two sides.
Can you read it for me, Alex?
Wait, I should know this. Pronto. Surely that's ready.
I think even I could have worked out pronto.
I think just from playing FIFA enough, I think fazer, whatever that last word was, I think that means making changes or making updates.
I think it does too. I was looking for a pronunciation. You didn't quite trust yourself. I understand, because I wouldn't have either. And Wendell, he's got support in his living room as well. Someone cheering him on in the background who's just given his phone to. So at least, unlike Hakimi, taking this seriously enough to get rid of the phone before kickoff.
Yep.
Hakimi on match day 1, who kept Daniel Brzezinski waiting for quite a while. Brzezinski was wondering on the other end what the heck was going on. Meanwhile, Hakimi was just taking photos and videos for his social channels. Had me and Alex in absolute stitches, because it was one of the funnier moments of this Bundesliga home challenge, which is so unique in so many ways, and that is one of them, just in terms of how seriously the players are taking it, how they are promoting it themselves as well. And right now we have two first-timers on the joysticks. Wendell for Bayer Leverkusen, the Brazilian left-back representing for those 31-year-olds, following the footsteps of his Bayer Leverkusen teammate Detto, who picked up a 3-1 win in the first leg, and he is taking on Justin Löwe of Dynamo Dresden, the 21-year-old, and he's coming forward dangerously here. Löwe looking for the opening chance. Good cut back into a threatening position, and the offside flag stops him in his tracks. But an early sign of intent there from Löwe.
Yeah, an early sign of some competency in his FIFA gameplay. He got to the byline well, but knew that it would be a difficult place to score from. So he cut back well into the box, and he had a man there, but Wendell fortunate that his defence was set up in the right way and they were able to get a block in. Very important. We saw, obviously, Kai go ahead early in his game against Bremen. So Wendell and Löwe trying to do the same, but it is Löwe who's had the better of the early openings here in the first half.
Yeah, he's stroking it about very confidently. He's broken through a goal here, and he's gone for the sweaty finish, but you can't really blame him at 0-0, especially when his side are 3-1 down from the first leg. So Löwe taking an early lead, and Wendell, well, may have to go back to the drawing board, because right now he has not been at the races in these opening exchanges, and he's got a very ambitious and eager opponent. He's going to have to match those intensity levels as well if he is to prevent himself from falling further behind and maybe leaving this tie at risk as Detto had given the foundation. But already we've seen that cut to just a goal advantage. He's looking for an immediate response. Bellarabi comes diving in at the back post. Well, if he notices Leverkusen teammate at all, he'll know Bellarabi is not the most proficient in the air with his head. Not exactly where his strengths lie for now, though. Löwe, this is end-to-end stuff. He's coming forward again. Keeper off his line. Keeper at his mercy, and Löwe has made it 2-0. What a start. 2 goals in the opening 16 minutes.
Fantastic stuff from Löwe there, having the composure to do the back heel, produce that back heel in that moment, right in front of goal with the keeper closing the angle. Quickly saw that the teammate was in support in the right position, and he found him with a superb bit of skill. And yeah, 2-0 for Löwe already. Wendel's up against it here. He might play FIFA on a daily basis after training, but Löwe clearly apt in his ability to play FIFA as well, as he continues to power forward and looks for a 3rd goal in the opening 20 minutes here. Good passing play into the box. Wendel able to stop it this time, but yeah, Justin Löwe is dominating these early going so far, and I wanted to say it is a really end-to-end game, and I think we're in for some goals in this one. 2 already in the opening 20 minutes.
That is that. Löwe really with the bit between his teeth. Overwhelming Wendel right now. Going forward. And another chance brewing here. Schmidt couldn't get past his man. So Wendel up against it, to say the very least, and we already in the early stages of this second leg have had the tie levelled at 3-3 on aggregate.
Now it's a chance for Wendel, his first real chance to get forward actually in this game. But Löwe is defending superbly, he's just cutting everything out. Wendel not really able to get into the box so far, and as he comes forward again, looking to break away on the counter-attack.
So much space to make use of, and he is showing no mercy with these goals. They are the type that you hate conceding, but when you are scoring them, they're not so bad.
It's like a hot knife through butter at the moment, and another hat-trick for us to celebrate. Donio already has 3 in the opening half an hour. What a start this is for Löwe, and again, just as Wendel was on the attack, quick counter-attack from Löwe, and Wendel just not able to stop it in any way. He's a very attack-minded player, as you can see. Löwe's got 3 men stuck up on the top of the pitch for Dresden. He's clearly going for the counter-attacks with another quick ball forward. We can see that is his tactic, and it is working wonders so far.
Well, he spent a lot of time on his tactics. It's paying off. Unfortunately, he can't add a 4th there, but yes, Wendel, I think, a little outmatched here, but Löwe's definitely tweaked a few things in his favour in his tactics, and right now Wendel doesn't have the answers to that, and that may be something he's not used to seeing when he's playing recreationally with some of his teammates after training.
That's it. Löwe's got 4 men up the pitch sticking up there for Dresden, so as soon as he does win the ball back, he's going to play it there quickly, and that's why he's got such a big advantage. Defending well too against Wendel. That's the first real shot of anger the Brazilian has had, and look at this again, quickly bringing the ball forward. We've got 3-on-3 already for Dresden, right after they've had to save a shot at the other end.
Yeah, Wendel's going to have to rethink this game plan, and it's another tap in, and well, poor Wendel, he's really not enjoying this, and I don't blame him, because Löwe's going for these scrappy goals every single time, and in fairness, when you're 3-1 down after a first leg, I can understand it. It's now 4-0 up, but it's the only way he's scored so far. He's got his way of scoring. He's making it count. We've already got a hat-trick for Donio, and now Schmidt in on the act as well.
Poor Wendel indeed. I don't think he's quite prepared for this. I don't think we were all prepared for this. Just seeing how Justin Löwe set up his team. I've never seen anything like this before in FIFA.
Just no respect being shown, actually.
No, absolutely not. He's playing his counter-attacking game, and still, with the numbers he's getting forward, he's going for those sweaty goals. He's had a couple of them already, but I'm taking notes here, James. I'm looking at this thinking, wow, this is a tactic I can get behind. It's clearly working, but poor Wendel is obviously playing the game quite often, and often enough to know how it works, but clearly a man who isn't used to the tactical setups that Löwe is clearly in tune with. And at the moment it's working out perfectly for Löwe.
We say that, and it's fair to say that Löwe probably wouldn't have done this up against an eSports pro, would he?
No, because this is the sort of tactic that can be quickly dispatched against by an eSports pro, leaving 4 men up the pitch like that. It's going to be dominated against by an eSports Pro when they control the ball. That's what Vendel needs to do, I think. He's trying to push the game forward. He's obviously 4-0 down. He's getting annoyed, but he's not able to keep possession for more than a couple of seconds in the Dresden box as the half-time whistle blows. Löwe is absolutely delighted with this. But yeah, Vendel, he might have had more possession, but just that one shot, he's just, every time he comes into the Dresden box, he's losing the ball quickly. He needs to try and keep possession a little bit longer, and that will give him the chance to make the numbers count. Because if Dresden, Löwe are keeping their men forward, it means that Vendel's going to have numerical advantage in the Dresden half.
Oh, this is it. Löwe right now living up to the mantle of his king of the jungle status from his namesake. That's Löwe meaning lion. And right now proving and asserting his dominance on the animal kingdom here against the older Vendel.
Some nice German teaching there.
We might as well throw that into the mix as well.
Yep.
It's interesting, there's actually two Löwes on the Dresden books, Chris Löwe and Justin Löwe. 10 years apart in age, but Justin Löwe has been saying that he's been learning a lot from Chris Löwe, his namesake's experience and his tips. They both play in the back line. Löwe has been around the block in Bundesliga circles, there's no doubt about that. Justin Löwe, just 21 years of age, still looking to break into the Dresden first team on a more regular basis. But right now, forging a reputation of being a formidable esports opponent.
I just don't think Vendel was expecting this at all. I was expecting more from him. It's clear that Löwe has been given some tips and tricks, and maybe they are his own tips and tricks in terms of his tactics, but Vendel is just struggling to get real men forward here. Not got many numbers in attack, but that's something Löwe has no problem with. As you see, he's got plenty of men in support of his attack, sticking at the pitch.
Yeah, I've talked on a couple of occasions on match day 1 and match day 2 about players that seem to resemble my style of play a lot. Actually, as a fellow 31-year-old, Vendel is getting maybe the closest I've seen so far in terms of being an accurate representation of my own style of play. I'd like to think I'm a little more proficient in my passing game than he is proving in this, but I think it is just a case of we are seeing this from some of the casual players. They're enjoying the fun aspect of this Bundesliga home challenge, but they may be coming into it thinking it is going to be a fun and friendly thing, and some of these players like Löwe right now take it very seriously, and all of a sudden you find yourself 4-0 down and you're wondering, oh right, how do I get myself out of this? And then it doesn't become quite the enjoyable experience.
Yeah, that's it. We're seeing the difference between an esports player and the professional players in terms of how they're playing the game, but some guys like Justin Löwe are showing themselves to be quality Bundesliga players on and off the pitch, much like Münster did yesterday and buildup did in his first leg. We'll be seeing him in the next game when Schalke take on Wolfsburg, but it's clear that there is a big difference between recreational players and esports players, and that's why we have to pay respect to those esports guys, because if you put the time and effort in, and practice makes perfect with many things in life, it's very much the same in terms of FIFA gameplay.
Yeah, that's it. We've referenced the spectrum and the diversity of skill sets that we've seen, and I think that's certainly been more prevalent when it comes to these professional footballers making the crossover, because within the esports players and even some of the YouTube, the skill gap wasn't that big, but Löwe making the skill gap look very large indeed here against Vendel as he makes it 5-0. So this tie really has been turned on its head, and right now it looks like there's only going to be one winner.
Definitely. Looks like it's just going to be more and more for Dresden. 5-0 up already. Löwe looking to make some changes, but another clinical counter-attacking goal. And it's a tactic that's clearly working for him. It's obviously one that he's used prevalently because he's working wonders with it. Something that he's perhaps trained with in the week coming up into this game, or plays with himself actually in his own time privately. But to say he's 5-0 up against Vendel, I don't think he was expecting it to be quite this good.
No, absolutely not. Putting on one of the better performances we've seen from these crossover players that have switched the pitch for the joysticks. And now some changes at half-time. We've seen a couple of double hat-tricks. We haven't seen 2 hat-tricks in the same game yet. One more goal for Schmidt. And we could see that become a reality here if Löwe can fashion the chance. I say that, and he's probably just substituted Schmidt off, hasn't he? I bet you that's that. Oh, he has as well. There it is. There's the confirmation. Schmidt has indeed been taken off. So, well, the double hat-trick, or 2 hat-tricks in a single game, that dream died quite quickly, actually.
The dream goes on. The wait goes on.
And there at the bottom of your screen, you can see next up, Wolfsburg against Schalke, one of the games that Alex and I were both alluding to at the top of the show as one that we were both looking forward to. 2 juggernauts of the Bundesliga world, 2 juggernauts of the virtual Bundesliga world going head-to-head up next. For now, Leverkusen and Wendell staring defeat in the face over the course of their 2-legged tie against Dresden. A 3-1 win in the first leg for Detto. Wendell's let it slip in the second, but he's come up against a very formidable opponent in Justin Löwe, who very much has had his way in this game with Wendell. There's a chance here for Wendell to maybe get a goal back. He slipped it through to Volland, but he mistimes the pass, and the offside flag snuffs out the chance for him to at the very least get a consolation goal in this game.
That's been the story of the day for Wendell. Misplaced passes, mistimed passes, just not clicking quite as they are for Löwe as he looks for another goal, but Radetzky comes to Wendell's aid.
Interesting first touch there.
Yeah, very much so. Not sure it was totally planned for him, but he won't mind being 5-0 up at all.
No, it's one of those moments you're bashing the button to shoot, and for some reason the player it's stuck in an animation. You can't get the shot off.
Why are you trying to do the animation? I want to shoot. That's what they've been saying.
I bet you that's exactly what Löwe just said. But he does look like he's going to have more chances in the final 10 minutes to add a 6th. Working it well now to Donio. He's already got a hat-trick. The Dresden striker can't add a 4th there. Radetzky playing his part in trying to spare some of Wendell's blushes in this game, it has to be said. I was watching a YouTube video done on the Leverkusen YouTube channel with Wendell, where he was doing a quick-fire quiz whilst playing tic-tac-toe, which is an interesting thing because he was trying to do 2 things at once. I don't think he won a single game of the tic-tac-toe, but some of his answers to some of the questions I found quite interesting. He said he prefers singing over dancing, prefers a 3-man backline to a 4-man backline, which maybe shows that Peter Bosz is rubbing off on him a little bit, the Brazilian. And he has credited Bosz with improving his game in a lot of departments. But the most important one, prefers a caipirinha over a Weizenbier.
I don't think I've ever had a caipirinha, actually. I'll have to get in touch with Wendell and ask if I
Oh,
can have one.
lovely nutmeg! Oh, the finish not to boot. I was hoping for that one to go in. We had a lovely goal in a similar situation yesterday. Nutmegs, you don't see them too often on FIFA. And so I feel like they've got to be really, truly appreciated.
Very much
when
so.
they do happen.
That would have been a really special goal for Löwe to add a 6th here. He doesn't need another goal, but he's obviously wanted to look for a special one here, and it would be a really fun one for him. He's going to have probably the last chance of the game here if he can get another shot away, but Jonathan Tah makes a nice block. Too little too late for Wendell, though. Disappointing for him. I think he might be going on to Ultimate Team after this to try and quickly get himself a couple of wins before he goes and leaves the FIFA game for the evening.
Yeah, it's not quite the same when you can't play with your 99 rated pro card, is it?
That's one of the advantages these professional players have, which we obviously don't as mere mortals that we are.
Oh, lovely chance though for Wendell. And he's still on, and he's going to get a consolation effort in injury time. Well, you almost feel like he deserves that. It's been a bit of a tough day at the office. At least he's got a goal to his name.
Yeah, I never want to see any of these guys representing their teams in the Bundesliga Home Challenge unable to find the back of the net. At least he got one. It's not the kind of result he would have been looking for. Disappointing 5-1 defeat. And as again, we've alluded to it so many times, that first leg lead turned around in the second leg with the professional players on show. And Wendell, yeah, he'll be very disappointed with how that worked out.
Choo-choo! We're back at Comeback Central. Next stop, Leverkusen. And we're wondering whether there will still be a few more stops on the route later on this evening. But 4 of the 7 games done now from Sunday's action in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. Again, a reminder, wash those hands, practice social distancing. We're hoping you and yours are staying safe and healthy and exercising both body and mind during this difficult time. Get in touch on social media, hashtag Bundesliga Home Challenge. And that's it Wendell was talking about. He said it's not a nice time in the world right now. But he said we've all got to care for each other. And he said he's not overly concerned right now. and that is sentiments that we can get behind here on the show. He's been using his self-isolation to stay fit as well, and he's actually not just been doing training sessions with Bayer Leverkusen, but his girlfriend, Sidia Sikera, who is a famous fitness model on Instagram, 45,000 followers, not a bad following for her, and she has been actually sending him training videos that he's been doing, unfortunately not in the same location, the two lovers right now, but I'm sure they will be together again soon. For now, he will have to settle for some training videos. Excuse me. Excuse me. And so for now, I don't know, I actually lost it there for a second, but we should have a quick recap of the format of this. In case you're just joining us, you may be joining us for the very first time. This is match day 2, day 2 of the Bundesliga Home Challenge. Match day 1 was last weekend. Match day 2 this weekend. We had some phenomenal action yesterday. Goals galore. Comebacks aplenty. And, well, to be honest, the action today has not let us down. There haven't been quite as many goals, but then I think we knew that coming into today. I think yesterday was an outlier in terms of the amount of goals that were scored. But we've got 30 teams, 60 players. Every team consists of at least one professional football player. You will see teams that have 2, and normally you'll see an eSports Pro play in the opening leg. There are 2 legs, 2 solo games, and the final result will, of course, be an aggregate score of both legs. And we are playing in the 85 mode, which caps all the FIFA ratings at 85. That does still mean that someone like Timo Werner will still have a bit more pace than someone like Nuri Sahin. But it does mean that it's a lot tighter and you won't quite see an advantage play out the way you would in other FIFA game modes. And I think that's the right way to do it, keeping things on an even playing field with so many different skill levels. And we've seen that. I was talking about that in the last game, because when it comes to the professional esports players or even the YouTubers we've had with NA and Bele, Julian Grice, for instance, their level has certainly been on a smaller spectrum. Whereas with the professional players crossing over into the virtual world, the spectrum really has been huge. We've seen the likes of Munas Dabur, Nassim Boujalab, really impressing. Nico Schlotterbeck, really impressing. And then at the opposite end of the spectrum, we've had, fortunately, Maximilian Mittelstädt. and yeah, now maybe Vendel gets thrown into that mix as well. But that is what has been fascinating about this, the array of different talents that we've seen. And this one should be quite a competitive game, our next one, Alex.
Yeah, that's why it's been such a fun tournament, actually, this Bundesliga Home Challenge, because not everyone is on the same level playing field as we're used to with such esports tournaments. We're used to seeing the best of the best come up against each other, but as is the case with these difficult times at the moment, we're producing something a bit different for you to enjoy, an esports tournament with a difference, and that's what it is, the Bundesliga Home Challenge, pitting some of the best German esports players alongside Bundesliga professionals who, you know, some are up to the task and clearly know what they're doing in terms of their control of play, but some of them less so, and maybe need a bit more experience and needed to make the most of the isolation time we've got going on to work on their gameplay. But yes, we are looking forward to this huge game now between Wolfsburg and Schalke. It's a one that we were looking forward to earlier on. Benedikt Salzer representing Wolfsburg, who will be playing in the Bundesliga Home Challenge for the first time, coming up against Schalke and Tim Latke in the first game. Schalke, one of the most impressive teams last week. Tim Latke earning a 1-0 win in his game. And Nassim Boujalab impressing as well with a Panenka penalty that we saw and a couple of very nice goals from himself. He's clearly one of the Bundesliga professionals who's been one of the more impressive players in switching over to the FIFA gameplay. But it will be the esports guys that we've got in our first game. And Salzor representing Wolfsburg for the first time in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, in their first game of the Bundesliga Home Challenge. And he's another one of the guys who's been a regular in the FIFA world. He's been at Wolfsburg since 2015 and represented them in the virtual Bundesliga. He's a 4-time German champion. Won his first title back in 2012, so he is a bit of a veteran, just like Detto was for Leverkusen. But he has got a tough task coming up against him with Tim Latke representing the Königsblauen of Schalke.
Yeah, that's Salzor in the virtual Bundesliga, met with Schalke on match day 7. He lost his one-on-one game against S04_Julie on the PS4, so Tim Latke's teammate, but it was in the 2-on-2. They suffered another 1-0 loss. It was Benny CR7 and Salzor up against Tim Latke and the aforementioned Julie, so 2 1-0 losses there for Wolfsburg against Schalke. Maybe a little look into how things may play out, because as we mentioned earlier in the show, and this is one of the reasons we were looking forward to this game, Tim Latke was one of the most conservative, if not the most conservative esports player we saw. His defensive play was exemplary, no doubt about it. The problem is we didn't see really him break out of his shell in an attacking sense, and we're wondering whether he may be a little more liberal today with his FIFA ability and maybe take a few more risks going forward. But in fairness, I mean, he's up against one of the best around in Salzburg, so it may not be the game to do it. It's just really how they are interpreting this Bundesliga home challenge, how seriously they're taking it. And we saw that Latke's taking it seriously. It's just whether maybe he can sprinkle a bit of fun in the mix as well, Alex.
Yeah, that's it. He might have been looking at especially yesterday and all the goals that we've seen go in. Maybe he's going to turn on the entertainment mode for this game. He obviously took the first one very seriously and earned his win in a 1-0 win. But it might be a different case for him here. Obviously, last week he came up against a professional footballer in Zander of St. Pauli, so it's going to be a different prospect for him today. He's going to have more of a test. It's also one of the best around, as James said. And then obviously we can look forward to a couple of professional players coming up against each other. Nassim Buildup, who we said impressed last week, and he'll be playing against Lino Kasten, who is another one of these Bundesliga professionals who has not been able to represent his side on the pitch so far. So it's the first opportunity for him to represent his club, and he's doing it in the Bundesliga home challenge, which is another cool thing, because these guys who have not been able to show their stuff and maybe are not well known by many Bundesliga fans actually, able to show exactly what they can do, and for him as well, a first opportunity to give the Wolfsburg fans a reason to celebrate him and what he's able to do. Obviously, maybe not in exactly the way he was expecting to do it. He's obviously used to playing on the pitch. He's a goalkeeper, and so he's safe with his hands. We'll have to wait and see if he's safe with his fingers in terms of playing FIFA, and it will be a good test for him, obviously coming up against one of the best guys we've seen so far in the Bundesliga home challenge in Nassim Buildup. But yeah, we're expecting him to want to be able to represent his team really well for the first time when he takes to the sticks later on. But as you can see, our first game of this tie, and it's nice to see. I believe Tim Latke was one of the only ones. Did we miss out on a face cam last week? I think we did.
I think he was the only one. I think you're right, actually. I'd completely forgotten that.
Yeah, I think we missed out on his face cam, so it's nice to see him donned in the blue of Schalke. I believe that's the eSport shirt that he's wearing there.
He really is a baby-faced assassin, isn't he? But I guess you can relate to that, Alex.
I can relate to that. I do have a baby face with my young age. Me and James, we're social distancing as well, and we're combining I was going to say young and old, but not old, but young and older than I am, I'd say. That we're combining the different ages and different generations of the esports world, as these guys are doing a lot of the time as well. Some of the older guys in the esports world representing their teams. And again, fascinating to see these guys and their setups. Even if it is the 85 mode, it might not be exactly how they would set up their teams in terms of how they play on an ultimate team, but it's cool to get a little insight into how they set up. Obviously, you can see these guys most of the time they are streaming their gameplay, so it's a chance for you to, if you do see someone you like and see some of their gameplay and think, wow, that's some cool FIFA gameplay I want to learn more about, then do get involved with these guys. They're streaming quite often and always happy to show off their skills. You can get involved in their comment sections and ask them some questions, and it's another chance for them to build up their reputations as well as interesting characters in the Bundesliga world, because obviously we're used to Bundesliga being on the pitch, but it's very much growing off the pitch as well, and we're being represented well here by the esports guys in the home challenge.
No, we are indeed. And this is one of those esports pros against esports pros games that I was really looking forward to. We had a couple of cracking ties yesterday. The first between the Stranger and Fabio 97, Köln against Greuther Fürth. And then the second was Moritz Mieder of Leipzig going up against Dr. Erhano, one of the virtual Bundesliga winners with Werder Bremen. Back-to-back titles for Werder Bremen. And interestingly, both of these two sides, Wolfsburg and Schalke, doing well in the virtual Bundesliga world as well. Wolfsburg finishing 5th this season. And Benedikt Salzor was one of the main reasons for that. 49 goals and 19 wins in the virtual Bundesliga. So he's top 10 in both departments, but as we've said, Tim Latke is a defensive specialist. A baby-faced assassin who's always looking for a 1-0 win. He doesn't want these high-scoring games, Alex. He's not about the 6-4s. He's all about the 1-0 win.
He's not on our party method, but that's okay because he has his own way to play and he's going to go for victory no matter how the scoreline ends up. And Salzor is going to do exactly the same. And one really cool thing I think you found in our research going into this tournament, one really nice quote from Salzor, studies sports psychology, and I agree with him totally when he said the gamers need extraordinary concentration levels, and that's one of the reasons why I respect them so much, because you have to take into account we're doing this for the first time ourselves, streaming for 7 hours, 8 hours, and it's been tough. It's not been easy. It's quite difficult to talk at this length, but to play this game at the highest level for the amount of time that these guys do requires insane concentration levels, and I just have the utmost respect for them because, you know, I most of the time have the attention span of a squirrel or something like that. So 15 minutes can go by and I'm already bored or, you know, looking for the next thing to get interested in. But these guys are so focused, so concentrated, so determined to win every game and win in the best way possible. It's just another reason why you can get behind esports guys, because they are a special breed of competitive player.
No, I think you're absolutely spot on. It's one of the big takeaways for me from this experience, as Latke looking to get that early goal that he can defend.
And this is one of the games we were looking forward to so much, because these are two pro esport players, some of the best we've seen.
Oh, the pass was on there for Salzor, but it's worked well to the back post. He was looking for the tap in after going across goal. I'm not sure whether he was shooting or trying to play a pass there to his teammate at the back post, but
I think he was looking for that man again across the goal. It would have been a magical way to score with a couple of passes like that. Just a few touches. Nice opening to this game for Salzor.
Oh, already this is a lot more open than we saw in Tim Latke's opening game of the Bundesliga home challenge last weekend on match day 1 against St. Pauli's Luca Zander. And so I don't know whether it's his desire to approach this game differently or whether it's a case of approaching the game differently because he knows he's up against a fellow esports pro, maybe someone whose game he's more familiar with as well, because he will know Salzor and his reputation and the way he likes to play on FIFA 20.
I think he might have been finding his feet last week and just wanted to be cautious, and obviously got that early goal that put him ahead and didn't want to rush things or commit himself too much. And obviously knowing as well that he's got buildup in support in the second game, he knows he's got an expert at the game as well, so he doesn't have to push anything forward, doesn't have to go for too many goals. He knows that his lead is probably going to be well reinforced by buildup in the second game.
And I think Tim Latke was all of us, Alex, when a couple of days ago on April the 2nd he tweeted out, "I miss football, I miss Bundesliga, I miss stadiums." Sad face.
I am that sad face, and I'm every word of that tweet.
Oh, Salzor's got the opener. And well, Tim Latke may want to go. Oh, that was brilliant. That's the best thing we've seen on the base cam so far. Salzor has a Wolfsburg-inspired foam finger that he just pulled out there after the opening goal. Oh, that'll make him a fan favourite, absolutely. But we talked about Tim Latke and his defensive qualities, and they have been cracked early.
They have indeed. A fantastic finish again. A near post one for Salzor. First opportunity that he'd had, and Tim Latke, as you said, usually so capable in keeping out goals. It's been opened up here by Salzor, and that's going to be the first big test we've seen of Tim Latke in this Bundesliga home challenge. Now he's behind for the first time. It's been tested properly. Let's see what he's capable of. But a really nice way to start this first game in the first half. We've got a goal early on, and it opens up the game a bit more.
A big shout out to Salzor as well for being someone that's let us watch the replay of his goal. We have rarely had that opportunity in the Bundesliga home challenge. We thought about maybe getting in touch with the players and saying, please give us a replay every now and again to talk over. Salzor doing us a massive favour there with his opener. But now this will force Tim Latke to play potentially a very different way to the way we saw him play on match day 1, because he's going to have to break out of his shell at 1-0 down. He can't afford to just focus on the defensive side of things, can he?
That's it, and he's trying to do that here. The pass not quite getting through, but the more time ticks on, he's going to have to play more of these risky passes around the box. He's obviously capable in keeping possession around the opposition box, which is often so difficult. He's had 60% possession, as you can see there in the top left, but if he does want to break through the Wolfsburg backline, he's going to have to make sure that he goes for these risky balls to try and breach that wall of defence that Salzburg has built.
And Salzburg will be looking to maintain the pressure and maybe even double his advantage before half-time. A 2-goal lead is so valuable in these battles between esports pros, and the chance was on, but the offside flag coming to Tim Latke's rescue on that occasion.
Salzburg a bit disappointed there to see the offside flag go up. He knew that the man was there at the back post to tap it in. Definitely would have been 2-0 if the flag had stayed down.
And now Latke working it well out wide with Burgstaller. On to Caligiuri now with Merkan. Serdar Bujalab. Latke pinging the ball between his players, but just look at the amount of green shirts behind the ball. An absolute blockade for him to break down here.
The Wolfsburg wall, if ever I've seen one.
And now Salzburg almost beating Tim Latke at his own game. Early goal, defending to the hilt. A difficult way to play for the remainder of a game. He's got a long way to go before full time. Oh, a mistake there at the back. And Latke can't capitalise. Salzburg knew he got away with one there. A little ooh on the face cam.
It's a rare mistake to see like that. Obviously, that's one of the ones that these guys want to take advantage of. But recovered well, Salzburg there, to make sure that mistake didn't cost him before half-time.
Yeah, there is a very different feel to these games between two esports pros, where it really is very much not to lose as opposed to really showing that ambition to go out for the win. Actually, the ones that have really come out all guns blazing and shown that ambition are the ones that have surprised us a little bit more because we weren't expecting that. And this is a fantastic example of that. Again, Tim Latke, second game in a row in the Bundesliga home challenge without a single shot on goal in the first half, though.
That's incredible, it really is. And it just shows his type of gameplay. He's got 61% possession. Salzburg there, showing that even with 39% of the ball, he's been able to go ahead. Doesn't mind it too much, but yeah, Tim Latke, if he wants to get a win here, he's going to have to change something, because he might be dominating the possession and keeping most of the ball, but he's not having the best of the chances until now, perhaps. And what a way to bring himself back into the game, and it is that man, Nassim Bujalab.
An absolute beauty.
An absolute stormer. He shows the love heart. He knows Bujalab will love that watching from home. What a lovely curling finish. It's something we don't see very often from the esports guys, shooting from the edge of the box, but just picked up some space there. Salzburg lacking the defensive press, and Bujalab curling one in off the far post. A delightful way to bring the game back level early in the second half.
Just what the doctor ordered for Tim Latke. He said he was going to have to break out of a shell. We didn't get the badge kiss, but we did get a kiss off the inside of the post as he levelled the scores with Bujalab, who, as you said, was a star both on and off the pitch in the Bundesliga home challenge last weekend. One of the best professional footballers when it comes to his FIFA ability. He got 2 goals and an assist with himself in his game, and Latke now adding a goal this weekend. And now it's interesting to see just how Salzburg will maybe approach this, because he's allowed Latke to swing the momentum in his favour. And it's one of the hardest things to do on FIFA, is to swing it back in yours.
Yeah, that's it. Even for these esports guys, it often sticks with the man on top. And Tim Latke's on top right now. Good work from the keeper to keep that out. And the chance though.
Oh, he's gone for the golden opportunity, and he did everything right there. And a crucial block for Salzburg.
What a block from Otavio that was, the left back, perfectly placed. Tim Latke did so well to keep that chance alive with the keeper. Kasten making a huge block. He reworked it into the box, and oh, so close to getting that second goal. And just as we were saying, it is so hard to change the momentum in a game. Often it is the first half, the end of the first half, the halftime break, which does allow teams to come into the second half with a different mindset. And Tim Latke has definitely got a different mindset now. He has opened up this game and opened up the second half with attacking impetus.
Oh, Köln Castells came a long way off his line to come and punch that corner. Right now, Salzburg under pressure, and there is the second goal. A rare comeback in a single solo game. Tim Latka coming from a goal down, and it's Buildup again with the goal. So it really is setting up the stall for the second game with Nassim Buildup on the joysticks. But for now, Latka, as I say, a rare moment. We haven't seen a lot of players come from behind in their individual matches, and Latka's managed to do it here.
It's clearly someone who's able to build on his momentum when he does get going. And that was a really lovely through ball to Buildup, and once again, just one of those little openings which these guys are so clinical in taking advantage of. Nice little finesse finish into the far bottom corner. Buildup, the star of the show for Schalke once again. Salzburg is not giving up. He hasn't had much attacking work so far in the second half, but he's pushing forward now again.
Can he get something going in the final third here with Karamoko? He had players over at the back post if he had got the cross in. Has to settle for the corner to be taken by Renato Steffen. Joshua SpVgg trying to fashion a bit of a different angle. Now with John Anthony Brooks, not going to want to go for goal from that type of position, especially with a player like Brooks, his Salzburg. It's interesting that he only brought Weghorst off the bench in the second half, Alex. Surprising not to see him in the starting lineup, but do you think he's looking at him as an impact substitute, perhaps?
Yeah, he's looking for a different game plan, obviously. I think he's seen, obviously, going 2-1 down. It did work in the first half, but Latka has totally changed this game in the second half, and Salzburg knows he has to change something to respond. Just not quite happy with how his team are working right now. 20 minutes to go. There's still plenty of time, but at the moment, Latka is on top. And it doesn't look like changing so much right now with Buildup in control of the ball, and Latka looking most likely to add to his total. But this has been a fantastic game so far, exactly what we were expecting from these two esports pros.
Highly competitive at the elite level. And if anything, I think Salzburg may regret opening the scoring the way he did, because it seemed to bring Latka out of his shell a little earlier. And it's now allowed him to foster what has been quite a dominant performance, especially in this second half. Almost a tale of two halves here at the Volkswagen Arena in Wolfsburg. And a bit of a grimace there on the face of Salzburg, not quite enjoying this experience against Tim Latka. He's gone for the curler again, this time with Burgstaller. Not quite as proficient as Buildup in finding the top corner there.
I'm disappointed. I don't know if we're going to be able to see the Wolfsburg foam finger come out again. It would have been fun, and it would be nice actually to see it come out again. But obviously at the moment, as we see, Salzburg is trying to find a way to make that happen with some changes in his tactical setup.
Yeah, not a bad idea to throw Wout Weghorst up front. Very physical presence, but also the fresh legs off the bench. Could be something that could offer him an opening in this game. You can see there he's sending the fullbacks forward as well at every opportunity. Telling his strikers to drift out wide and try and run in behind the Schalke back line. Just over a quarter of an hour remaining in FIFA time for Salzburg to maybe turn this game around. He'll be aiming to get an equaliser at the very least.
As we expected, though, this has been a fascinating game. And a game of two halves, but Salzburg is not going to get back into it with mistakes like that. Can Latka make the most of it now with Matondo?
A little more patient approach there from Latza. Could have moved it quickly, thought better of it. Now with McKennie on to Serra. Of course, the possession game so strong, and it's worked well. Kutucu is off the post. Goodness me, the woodwork has been rattled on a fair few occasions today, it has to be said.
It has indeed. What a chance that was for Latka towards the near post. He's trying to work it again there with Matondo, but Salzburg fortunate to see it come back out off the post. He lives to fight another day for the final 10 minutes of this game.
You just can't get anything going forward, though, Salzburg right now.
Just not able to keep possession for long enough at all, you're right. Latko's pressing well and winning the ball back well in his own half. And what a cross that is! Oh, what a chance that was for Serdar. He'll be disappointed to see that diving header go wide. He questions it. So, what are you doing, mate? I'm expecting you to put that in. What a cross that was from the left wing.
He's got to finish that.
He
Absolutely.
has to finish that.
Swat Serdar has made a name for himself, especially in this current Bundesliga season under David Wagner with Schalke, in terms of making these late runs into the box from midfield that can wreak absolute havoc And he's Schalke's top goal scorer in real life.
Incredible stats there. Latka with 73% possession. That's something you see so rarely in the esports world, one player dominating the game so much. And that's all come from the second half, really. He had the upper hand in the first half, but he has dominated this second half and has scored twice to turn the game around. It looks likely that he's going to be able to fend off Salzburg's counter-attack and earn himself a win here, unless the man of the Wolfsburg can make a difference in the final few minutes.
Can he get the ball to Big Wout Weghorst to provide the goal-scoring heroics at the death for Wolfsburg? It looks like Salzburg may be able to fashion the last chance of normal time. Karamoko trying to get something going. Ball falls kindly to Weghorst. Now with Ginczek. Back heel looking for Karamoko, who was in an offside position. But you can tell, based on this performance, exactly why these two are two of the most revered esports pros in Germany. Fantastic reputations. And this was a game played at the highest level. The margin's so fine, but is there one last chance in it here for Wolfsburg and Salzburg? Karamoko trying to find a teammate. And well, Diao with a very acrobatic clearance. Emphatic, it has to be said. We don't seem the foam finger again, but we do get the finger wag from Tim Latka.
And he can celebrate another win. 2 out of 2 for him in the Bundesliga home challenge. And that was a really impressive one, coming from behind. He dominated the entire game there. And in the second half, he was able to produce those chances and scored some really lovely goals. That first one from buildup off the post was outstanding, and the second one as well. And it's fair to say, whether Nassim buildup is playing the game himself or just playing as a player for Tim Latka, he's everywhere at the moment in the Bundesliga home challenge for Schalke.
Yeah, he's a man of the match, arguably, right now, or player of the season candidate for sure. Not just a goal of the season candidate either, with that Panenka on match day 1. But yeah, Nassim buildup, if you didn't watch match day 1, he's one to watch. He knows exactly what he's doing on the joysticks. A very proficient player. Alex talked up his qualities last week in terms of his weekend league abilities as well. And buildup himself saying that he felt that this Bundesliga home challenge was a good option for anyone struggling with the lack of football. And, well, I'm sure there's a fair few out there. Alex and I are right in that boat of missing real football. And we mentioned it yesterday. Christian Seifert, the DFL president, was pleased with match day 1 of the Bundesliga home challenge. Brought in, I think, over 2 million views combined over both German and English channels, which was something we were very proud of. And Seifert himself did admit that we were not an adequate replacement for football, but then we never expected to be. But he did say it was a very creative solution for these football free times, and we couldn't agree more with that. And we're glad that we can be a part of it.
And we're also very glad that we were able to do it for the next couple of weeks. So if you are enjoying it, stick with us, because we are not going anywhere for the next few weeks. And as we have alluded to, these impressive guys like buildup will be continuing to play, hopefully, in the Bundesliga home challenge. And hopefully as well, we'll get to see some more new players coming in the next couple of weeks as the teams rotate their representations. And maybe the likes of Jonas Hoffmann or Maximilian Mittelstädt do not want to let their side down again. And that's what Lino Kasten and Nassim buildup will not want to be doing today. They'll be wanting to represent their teams well. And obviously, without knowing how good Lino Kasten is on FIFA, we know very little about his ability. We have to admit that he's probably an underdog coming into this game now against buildup.
Well, that's it with Lino Kasten. He is an unknown quantity to us. We have no information to work with in terms of his FIFA ability. We didn't see him in action last week. We did see Nassim buildup, and that is why we're considering him the favourites in this game, because we saw how good he was when it comes to his FIFA ability last time out, as he picked up a very impressive win. It has to be said, Schalke were victorious 4-1 overall across the 2 legs against St. Pauli, and it was buildup up against Marvin Knoll. And there was certainly a big skill gap on that occasion. We're wondering whether Lino Kasten can maybe close that for Wolfsburg, the young backup goalkeeper. Of course, tough task on his hands. Pavel Pervan and Köln Castells ahead of them in the pecking order. Not an easy way to break through into the first team for the man that was born in Berlin. But we do look like we are just about ready to get underway. Buildup in his Schalke kit, A little bit of a different setup. I feel like we're in a different room of his house, Buildup, this time, Alex.
From what I remember, his player cam was very close.
It was very close. He was off to the left.
Yeah.
And I want to say he was in a room with cream furniture. So whether the lighting has changed or we've just lost the cream furniture. So I mean, it shows how much we're paying attention to the details here. But
these are the questions we have to ask, James. This is what the people want to know.
Exactly. Everyone in the Facebook and YouTube streams, that's all they want to hear about is what's going on. A quick phone call as well, maybe to his agent, Nassim Bouyelab, right now, to talk about what's needed in this second game. Maybe checking in with Tim Latka about his impressions from the first game, maybe some of the things he can learn in this second, or maybe he's on to one of his Wolfsburg connections, trying to figure out how good Lino Kasten really is at FIFA.
I was just going to say a little word on Lino Kasten there. By the looks of things, we can't see his player cam too well, but it looks like he's got a couple of potential FIFA cards on the wall there behind him, maybe a couple of Ultimate Team cards that he's found or has made himself. So, and by the looks of how he's doing his tactical setup as well, he's taking this very seriously and knows how he wants to play. Or maybe Salzor has just sent him a little text with all the tactical setups. We just don't know, and that's why this is so fun, because it's a great opportunity for these guys to show exactly what they're capable of, and it's a great opportunity for us to see just how good they are in the FIFA world as well, because we're used to seeing them on the football pitch, and now we're getting to see them behind the controller and behind the screen, and on the controllers.
Yeah, different context, and as you say, with Lino Kasten as a prime example, a chance for us to get to know some players that maybe we aren't so familiar with. Even you and I, Bundesliga aficionados and people that work with the league week in, week out, wasn't overly familiar with Lino Kasten. But that's quite all right, because now we get a chance to get to know him a little bit better. At least we can see what his FIFA style of play is like.
We know that he is referred to by his friends. One of his friends nicknamed him the Berlin Wall, just because he said that no one can get past me, said Lino Kasten. So if that's anything to go by, Bouyelab's going to have a bit of trouble here. Let's see if Kasten can replicate his obvious skills as a goalkeeper in real life in terms of being able to keep the balls out of his goal on the virtual game.
Yeah, that's it. A nickname like that does bode well in FIFA circles. It's exactly the types of qualities that you do want to put on show. And so we'll see whether Lino Kasten can transfer those skills over. So he's obviously forged a very good reputation between the sticks at youth level with Wolfsburg. And as I mentioned, Pavel Pervan, Köln Castell's ahead of him, two goalkeepers that he really can gain a lot from in terms of their experience. He's much younger than them, just 19 years old. So he's got a long way to go. But these are the prime years when it comes to sponging up information, just honing those reflexes as a goalkeeper. But now we will see, or at least we'll text his dexterity on the PlayStation. And as we have mentioned on a couple of occasions, he is up against it here against Nassim Bouyelab. So he's going to have a big point to prove, Lino Kasten. Bouyelab talking about his own FIFA skills. He says, I've got a great team, which I guess you'd expect when he's using Schalke. You'd expect him to say that. Very well media trained Bundesliga players, it has to be said. But he says, I've got a great team, but I may need to improve on the defensive side of things. Now, we saw him concede last time, and he did look very good going forward. So in the context of these professional footballers going head-to-head in the FIFA world, defending has kind of taken a back seat. And those that can assert themselves on the attacking end certainly seem to be having more joy in this Bundesliga home challenge.
Yeah, that's it. We've seen guys sort of struggle to keep the ball out of their own net. And so, obviously, that's something that Bouyelab is going to want to improve as well. But he by no means looked out of place defensively last week as well, and was able to get the ball forward and score some really lovely goals. He's one of those guys who looked more and more like an esports player in terms of his passing play. And he's going to want to produce that sort of thing as well. And maybe it's something that Lino Kasten is able to do as well. We just don't know. That's the thing. He could be another sort of Bouyelab style player who's able to score the goals and wants to be a bit better defensively. I think that is the main story for most Bundesliga professionals, as you said, as we've seen. Keeping clean sheets is by no means their priority, especially not in this invitational style tournament of the Bundesliga Home Challenge. Just waiting to see if these guys can get things underway. It looks like Bouyelab is also sporting a DFB Pokal shirt. Maybe he's going to take the sort of cup nature of the DFB Pokal and take it into this tournament, playing a knockout game. Wants to get that inspiration.
Yeah, that's a good point. This is do or die. It's all or nothing.
Yep.
It's a one-off game. And as we said, pride is what's really on the line here, especially between the esports pros and some of these professional footballers. But there is no real competitive value to this. There's nothing prize-wise on the line for them come the end of the Bundesliga home challenge. This really was meant as a very fun and friendly invitational as we see the two worlds of professional football and professional esports collide in a Bundesliga context, given the fact that we are all very much missing German football on our screens. I don't know quite what the hold-up here is. buildup does seem to be ready to go. Don't know whether someone needs to tell Kasten to hit the X button. Oh, there we go. Just as I say that. Oh,
how did you do that?
You've got to love it sometimes. Commentators curse working in reverse. But there you can see we've got a little bit closer up with Lino Kasten now. Oh, yeah. And we are very up close and personal with buildup, who, like Vogelsammer earlier, sporting a fantastic little moustache there.
And I think I was right in saying that that Kasten, has a couple of Ultimate Team informed cards hanging on his wall. So I'm now a little bit interested to see just how good he is at FIFA, because if you've got those things hanging on your wall, you can't be taking this. You have to be taking this seriously, and he's got his setup all pretty well sorted out as well. So I'm very interested to see how this game goes now.
Yes, incredibly intriguing. Because, yes, from our perspective, buildup the clear favourite after what happened last week. But as you say, if you're not a fan of Ultimate Team and FIFA, you're not going to have cards like that adorned on your wall.
That's it.
And a couple of multicoloured cards back there as well. I don't know whether one of those is him as an inform. Something nice to aspire to as a young footballer trying to make your way in Bundesliga circles, though.
That's it. I'm sure that's something if he hasn't already got, it's something he definitely wants to get in the future. As he brings the ball forward here with the first chances on goal for Wolfsburg. Looking to go ahead here.
Well, Gerhardt twisting and turning, giving buildup something to think about inside his own area. Somehow Gerhardt has managed to hold on to possession there. He's done very well for Kasten. Little heel click as well. Gerhardt pulling out tricks that we rarely see from him in real life. And Kasten certainly got the basics down well, which is a very promising sign up against buildup. And an early indicator that buildup needs to raise his game from last weekend, and he was at a high level last week. But I don't think Marvin Knoll was necessarily the biggest test of his FIFA abilities. Right now, Kasten showing very early on he's going to give him a much tougher run for his money.
Yeah, the immediate signs as he quickly wins that ball back as well, anticipating the short pass. Those heel clicks, as you mentioned them, the drag backs, those are the little things that you really, in this 85 mode especially, this sort of basic mode of the game, if you spot people doing that, you know they've got something about them. You know they've been in this game before. You know they've played it often enough to know how those things work. So the fact that Kasten was doing that proves that he is definitely no newcomer to this game.
No, that's it, and it's immediately made buildup play a little bit differently to the way we saw him last week. I think he realised quite early on that he was maybe a cut above Marvin Knoll in terms of his FIFA ability. It allowed him to be a little more open, take a few more risks, be a bit more direct with his approach play. Right now we're seeing the ball rolls, every little moment to maybe just delay play a little bit and add a bit of patience into it. And he's showing now that he can have two very different sides to his game on FIFA.
Yeah. He can do it all as he's trying to work this ball into the box. Kutucu now. Kasten able to clear it away, though. Both these guys looking good in the opening 20 minutes, both going forward and defending as well.
Yeah, an early feeling here that this game may actually follow the patterns that we've been more used to seeing in the esports head-to-heads as opposed to the professional footballers ones. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that because they have been fascinating fixtures as well. And it really is incredible to see then professional footballers almost replicating close to an elite level on an esports side of things. And these two acquitting themselves very well. But I get the impression goals are going to be very hard come by. Here's buildup with the ball and himself. And just like match day one, he gets his own name on the score sheet. First chance, first goal, Schalke ahead.
Of course, it's that man. buildup is the star of the show in the virtual world for Schalke right now, and he proves it again. Stunning little move to get onto his right foot and get away from the defender there around the edge of the box. Those little tricks that can make this basic game your own, can get you that space. And again, a really fantastic finish into the far top corner from Nassim Buildup. Kasten just took a little back seat there, and I think he's quickly realised, obviously, he's in for a game as well. But Buildup really showing that he's able to be comfortable and patient around the edge of the box, as is Kasten trying to be now. Work the ball to get that big shot. And as you mentioned, this is looking very much like an esports game right now, which is a credit to these two guys and their level of FIFA playing skill. It's fantastic to see just how adept they are at this game.
Yeah, Tim Latka will be jealous of the start that Buildup made to this one, taking an early goal. But unlike Tim Latka, Buildup not looking to defend this so staunchly. And he is still going to go in search of further goals himself. As we mentioned, we saw him score 3 last weekend against Marvin Knoll. Right now, he certainly has settled into a rhythm, and he's finding some promising positions. Here is Swat Serdar on the ball now with Kutachu. Back with Merkan and Serdar, moving it nicely, moving it quickly. Here is Nassim Buildup. He's got himself on the ball once again. He's already stroked his ego once this afternoon with the opening goal with his own player. And now a chance for Kasten on the break with Ginczek. Salih Sane trying to recover the position. And he's done well there.
Really great defending from Buildup there. Just to read the drag back and the fake drag back, which it turned into be. Went to signal towards pulling the ball back and waiting for support. But Ginczek then tried to get into the Schalke box past Sane. But Buildup read it and cut it out well.
And now he's broken down the other end with Benito Roman. Losing out to Mbabu.
And this is it. These are the little things you have to look out for, the drag backs and stuff, because these guys are all on a level playing field at 85. They've got no major skill moves. They've not got the pace that they're used to. Those are the little things, the deciding factors that usually take the game for one team or another. But at this level playing field, it's those basic things that are going to make the difference as these guys look for ways to get past their opponent and open up space. And those are the things that are going to make the difference, like this heel flick as well, as Schalke tried to get into the box once again. And those are the hallmarks of these basic games. Being able to do those things is what takes you to another level.
Yeah, Robin Knoche there for Wolfsburg, proving that he's just as hard to get past in the virtual world as he is in the real world. But here's Benito Roman! And it's a second for Buildup, who is starting to run away with this one a little bit, because Kasten's acquitting himself well, but it's Buildup who is posing all the threat in front of goal.
What a stunning goal again. Just that run off the marker. Rahman getting away from Mbabu there. And when you have that space in front of goal, 1 or 2 touch finishes are a premium, and Buildup is not going to let those slip by. And Kasten, although he has shown that he's capable of putting up with Buildup's ability on this game, the Schalke man is ahead, and deservedly ahead, with some clinical work in front of goal.
Benito Raman,
do.
Benito Raman,
do. That is the Schwester from the Bundesliga.
Sorry, you know the rest of the lyric. I wasn't going to go into the rest of it. Those are the only ones I've memorised. But yes, in case you're not aware of what Alex and I are doing and wondering whether we've maybe gone stir crazy here in his living room as we bring in this Bundesliga home challenge action. But Benito Raman, the only Bundesliga professional out there who has his own Christmas song. If you don't know it, look it up on YouTube. It's not that hard to find. And I'll be honest, it's one that gets stuck in your head.
It is. It's a cracker, and we might have got it stuck in your head now. It came from his time at Fortuna Düsseldorf. And that question, wer ist der schnellste von der Bundesliga? It means, who is the fastest in the Bundesliga? And the answer is Benito Raman.
And he's got a goal here to make it 2-0. And right now, Tim Latka, a 2-1 winner in the first leg. Buildup building well on that first leg advantage and forcing Kasten into some half-time changes. Whether those will have the desired effect on play, we will wait to see. For now, though, it's Buildup picking up where he left off on the front foot against Lino Kasten, the 19-year-old Wolfsburg goalkeeper. Schalke in the white kit with blue shorts, Wolfsburg in all green. And you can hear the home crowd aren't happy about this. Too much possession for Schalke, Alex.
Yeah, that's it. I was just going to say, it's really rare to see this kind of patient, controlled build-up play from a non-esports player. This is the thing that's so challenging for these esports guys, having the concentration to keep the ball on the opposition's box, in and around it, and work the ball into it like buildup is doing here. And what a goal that is. Stunning work, and that is an esports goal. That is a perfect esports goal. Being patient, being composed on the ball around the opposition box and working it into the box like that. It is so difficult when you've got defenders around you, but buildup is showing time and time again he is able to do it at that elite level, and what a FIFA player he is.
It really is the difference between casual and pro. There was a moment there where Kuticu had the ball in the box, and it looked like the angle, it was a tight angle, but it came to in a way where I was like, well, I'm shooting there. Every single time I'm shooting there. But for buildup, it was a little fake shot, little drag back. Then he finds that man with the chance where you really are in a position where it's like, I have to score. And if I don't, then you're wondering what's going on with the mechanics of the games. You're going to score 99 times out of 100. And he had the composure to wait for that chance to emerge. Whereas, yeah, I'd have been hitting that shoot button a little bit early with Ahmed Kuticu. And buildup proving again exactly why I'm not at an elite level in the esports world, but that's quite all right. Here he is again, buildup on the ball. Lovely little drag back. It looked like it was going to open up for him. And at the vital moment, Kasten getting a toe to the ball.
And that's one of the reasons why there's such a difference between the elite players and the recreational players, because you saying that you'd go for goal there, I would have done the same. And when you're defending as a recreational player, you're imagining that that's what they want to do. You're expecting them to go for goal. So when he pulls out that drag back, pulls out that little turn, it's what you're not expecting, and therefore can't read it, and therefore can't stop it. Because these guys usually are one step ahead. They know that if they pull that ball back, go for another pass, it leads to a far better opportunity in front of goal. And if you're able to be that composed and able to have that much patience in front of goal, it can often lead to better scoring chances. And buildup's had 3 of those in this game, and because he was patient, he's been able to score all 3 of them. And now he looks even more likely to go for a 4th, actually, in this game.
I was going to say, we had a promising start from Kasten, but we really have seen him diminish as this game has gone on, and with every passing goal that buildup has scored. And he just doesn't seem now to have an answer, Kasten.
That's it. As good as he has looked, he's not looked bad. Buildup would probably be defeating someone far worse than Kasten by a much bigger scoreline, but just hasn't been able to get his own game going and get forward. And obviously another credit to buildup and the way he's defended and the way his all-round game is so good. But for Kasten, it's just a bit of disappointment now, and just hope that he doesn't get frustrated in these final 20 minutes.
Dangerous corner for Schalke as we see Kasten make some of those changes that he had just put in place. Karamoko, as he was for Salzburg, the first name off the bench. Obviously a player that has good qualities in the 85 mode. Can he make a difference for Kasten? Because right now we are in the situation where it really is consolation goal or nothing, and he's just rattled the woodwork off the bar. Wouldn't have counted anyway. And a bit of frustration there from Kasten, as you can see. Next game up for us, day 2, match day 2 of the Bundesliga home challenge. Hamburg against Augsburg, a battle of the Bergs in the Bundesliga home challenge. Chance though here for Wolfsburg, another of the Bergs. Kasten just can't get that consolation effort.
It's one of the first times he's really found an open man around the Schalke box. He did well to get the shot away first time, but Nubel equal to it in the Schalke goal.
Looking for that in-swinger.
He went for it.
He went for the overhead kick with John Anthony Brooks, not exactly the first player at the top of your list to go for an effort like that. The chance is still alive here. He's trying to work it with those square balls that we've seen prove so proficient throughout the Bundesliga home challenge. Whatever you do, prevent your opponent getting to the byline. That is one of the first rules of FIFA nowadays. That is where the most damage is done. Buildup looking for a 4th. Oh, he's been gifted another opportunity to get it with Burgstaller. Shot blocked.
What a turn that was from Buildup with Burgstaller in the box. Another one of those moments where you think he's going to go for goal, but just turns away. Beat that slide tackle, but in the end, the shot was blocked with 12 minutes to go. Buildup looking good, even if Kasten built a bit of pressure there in the last couple of minutes.
Well, Kasten dragged One of his defenders out of position there, but recovered well with the other. Now he's looking to get something going as we enter the final 10 minutes of this game. Schalke defending their first leg lead. Nassim Bouyelab adding another 3 goals to it, unanswered so far against Lino Kasten. Kasten looking for a response late on. It would be nothing more than a consolation effort, but he wouldn't say no to a goal in his Bundesliga home challenge debut.
It would be nice for him as well if he does return next week. If he's able to get a goal here.
Chance on with Karamoko, but not a powerful connection on the volley.
He might, take confidence from a goal going into next week. He's likely to come up against different opponents than Bouyelab, and there's not many better professional footballing opponents in the FIFA world than Nassim Bouyelab, so he needs to keep his head high, keep his chin up, and make sure that he comes back next week, hopefully for the Bundesliga home challenge match day 3, and make sure he tries to replicate what he's done here so far and improve it by getting himself a win perhaps next week if he can do.
Who's impressed you more, Munas de Boer or Nassim Bouyelab, Alex?
That's a great question, and I think it has to be Bouyelab, because as much as I didn't also know how good de Boer was, I haven't seen many players play at this level that Bouyelab is playing at. I know Munas de Boer is also just as good, but the control that Bouyelab has, and not just in his attacking play, but the way he's able to restrict teams to very few chances in his front of his own goal, he's got the complete package, and he's really impressed me so far. But both those guys are top FIFA players.
Yeah, I think definitely the top 2 that we've seen. Brooks looking to get on the end of the corner there. Bouyelab taking his time in clearing his lines. Breaking from corners can be such a clinical part of the game in this edition of FIFA. You've left yourself exposed by putting men forward, but on that occasion there's no time for Bouyelab to work with. But a comfortable 3-0 win that he looks very happy with indeed, and rightly so. And this is it. I think I said it when we were watching Munas de Boer in action yesterday. I'd love to see him maybe on match day 3 or match day 4 of the Bundesliga home challenge go up against an esports pro. And right now I'm thinking the exact same thing with Bouyelab. I'd love to see him test himself against someone that does this for a living and not just someone that comes from the same background as him. We saw Lino Kasten there had a very good level of FIFA ability, but even he was outmatched against Nassim Bouyelab.
That's it, Lino Kasten coming into this game with a bit of unknown knowledge in the FIFA world, but he's certainly impressed there. Even if he was defeated 3-0, can take nothing away from the Wolfsburg goalkeeper. Bouyelab just being the force that he is in this FIFA gameplay, just taking it to him and getting a big 3-0 win. And I echo your thoughts, James. I'd love to see him go up against an esports player. He's had words of support from Tim Latka in the past, saying how good he is at the game and how impressed he was as an esports professional himself watching Bouyelab play. And he's helped his side take a 5-0 win over Wolfsburg in the Bundesliga home challenge. As we get ourselves ready for this non-stop invitational tournament for the next game. I'm Alex Chaffer, one of your 2 hosts. Here alongside me is James Thorogood, bringing you all the action from the Bundesliga home challenge. Weekend number 2. We had a successful first weekend. We thoroughly enjoyed bringing the action to you. We hope you enjoyed watching it. And we've come back for a second week, and we'll be coming back for a 3rd and 4th week. We're delighted to be able to tell you. So obviously, you guys enjoyed it just as much as we enjoyed creating the content for you. It's one of those weird situations where we obviously didn't expect to have to be creating these sorts of productions, the Bundesliga home challenge. It's not what was planned in the Bundesliga production campaigns, but it's here now, and as a replacement for the Bundesliga football, which we're all dearly missing at the moment, it's proven to be a really fun one. And as James alluded to in the Schalke and Wolfsburg game, we've got another fun battle to come up next with Hamburg and Augsburg in the Battle of the Bergs. The Battle of the Bergs, indeed. Yeah, 2 games left on this Sunday to close out the action on match day 2 of the Bundesliga home challenge. And 2 matches that I think we're certainly intrigued by, especially based on what happened on match day 1. In the match day 1 games involving these teams, we talked about Marco Richter earlier, but it was Yannick 0109 who had one of the more impressive and more resolute performances in the esports
pros world. But he's going to be taking on HSV_Leon today, or Leon Krasnicki. That's quite a unique last name he's got there. And we'll see whether Yannick can then match those feats again from last time. And Sonny Kittel was a winner on match day 1 as well. Can he make it back-to-back wins? He beat Nori Mukiela of Leipzig on match day 1. Can he follow suit against Marco Richter and continue this good run for Hamburg in the Bundesliga home challenge? Because they were 2-1 winners against Leipzig in one of the lowest scoring ties we had last time out on match day 1. And it was RBL Chihan taking on HSV Umut, who was also one of the most impressive performances from an esports perspective. Actually, a little surprising to see him not involved again, the 17-year-old. But then it's nice to see Hamburg mixing things up and giving one of their other esports pros a chance to come and make a name for himself in the Bundesliga home challenge. And let's be honest, HSV Leon is someone who commands respect. He's a well-known name in the virtual Bundesliga circles as well. And so no mean feat to be going up against him for Yannick here today.
Yeah, that's it. He's one of those ones, Krasnicki, who's come across games. He's almost, if you're into the esports world of things, you'll probably know him more for his work on PES in recent years. He's a 4-time German finalist on the PES game and was a German champion runner-up on PS4 and FIFA 19. So he's been able to produce the goods on both games, and that's obviously earned him a place on the Hamburg esports team. He was actually streaming Weekend League games today and yesterday and playing on both Xbox and PlayStation 4. So as well as going across games, he goes across platforms. One of the more committed esports players. He can do it everywhere, really, to be honest. No matter what game or no matter what console you want to play him on, he can bring you a competitive game, and that's what he'll be doing here for Yannick, who, as James said, was one of the more impressive guys in the first weekend of fixtures, and the 19-year-old will be looking. Oh, it is a pair of 19-year-olds actually coming against each other, which is quite fun. A couple of teenagers. Yannick will be one of the 19-year-olds and one of the young guys looking to continue his impressive start to life in the Bundesliga home challenge. Trying to impress all you non-esports fans watching this and checking out how these guys play FIFA 20 and the game.
Yeah, that's it. We'll see what these two can produce. Yannick was a 1-0 winner on match day 1 in his game against Hannover 96's Marcel Deutscher, also known as H96_Don Chap, if I've got his gamer tag right there.
Great name.
But yeah, Yannick was certainly someone. It wasn't a high-scoring affair. It was a very tight and tense affair, as the whole tie was between Augsburg and Hannover. They were the ones that closed out the show for us on Saturday of match day 1. And so, yeah, right now we're seeing, or we're interested to see them in the context of a different game. Leon may bring out different qualities of Yannick's performance here in the opening game between Hamburg and Augsburg in the Battle of the Burgs. And we are getting ready to start closing out the action from day 2 of match day 2 in the Bundesliga home challenge. It seems about the right time to once again remind you guys to be washing your hands, practice social distancing, keep you guys safe and healthy, and we hope you and yours are doing all right in these troubled times. We know they're not easy, we know they're unprecedented, we're all having to deal with restrictions on our daily, normal, everyday lives, but if we do all band together, should be over sooner rather than later, and that is ultimately the aim right now. For us all to come together, not just for our own selves, but for the good of others, and not least the health services there who are currently dealing with this coronavirus crisis across the world, in whichever country that you are joining us from. We're delighted to have you here. We're so glad that you were able to join us, and we hope you guys are enjoying the Bundesliga home challenge action. Again, yesterday was an absolute bonanza of a day. I don't think we could have ever expected to have another one quite like it, just in terms of the goal-scoring feats of all the players. We had stunning victories, 11-goal games if you were Nico Schlotterbeck, and very humbling defeats, it has to be said, for some of the players that will likely have gone home yesterday, or sorry, not gone home, they'd have stayed in their homes, because that's where they were playing from, the comfort of their homes, as they should be. But they'll have had to lick a few wounds, perhaps, last night after some of those defeats. feet. And the goals haven't quite flown as freely, but it hasn't been a bad day in front of goal. No doubt about it. And that was despite the fact that we started with the very first goalless draw of the entire Bundesliga home challenge today, which seemed like an interesting juxtaposition after how the goals just couldn't stop going in yesterday.
It was just the perfect contradiction to how the first day worked out on match day 2. Starting the second day of match day 2 with that 0-0 draw. Obviously, we've seen plenty of goals go in since then, and we're hoping the goals can continue in the penultimate tie of match day 2 here as we get things underway between Krasniqi and Yannick.
The Krasniqi looks like he's in a horror film right now. He looks a floating head on a black background.
It looks like a really, I don't know, dangerous play. I don't know, maybe he's hurting his eyes with the brightness of the screen, with the lack of light around him. I feel...
Look at the 24-year-old there looking out for the health of someone's eyes. Look, what's going on here? Surely it's me, the 31-year-old. It's really, oh, be careful with those screens. You know, you've got to be careful.
I'm mature beyond my years, James.
Well, in certain moments, I'll give you that. I'll give you that in certain moments. No, but that's an interesting setup he's got there. You can see Yannick is in the mix zone of the WWK Arena in Augsburg, one of the more homely stadiums that the Bundesliga has to offer, though it is in the middle of absolutely nowhere. And an early chance here for Yannick. Oh, it should have been an early goal as well.
A rare cross into the box, actually. We don't see it very often unless you are in behind the opposition defence. He saw that man at the back post. Obviously would have wanted to go across the goalkeeper there, because with those crosses into the box, it can often cause some panic, and the keeper will often try and come out and close down the man that is receiving the cross. He wants to go across the goalkeeper and try and put it in the far bottom corner, but couldn't do that there. Good opening start though for Yannick, getting the opening attacking movement of the game. Krasniqi just trying to get some control of the game now and get his thumbs working and get himself into this game and get himself warmed up. Not with passes like that though.
Not with passes like that, yeah. At this level, you need to be producing almost near perfection. I think it's maybe a good way of looking at it based on our analysis of how some of these games have gone between the esports pros. Yannick's brother Philip is also a member of the Augsburg esports team. And he is an avid footballer himself, not just footballer, but also likes to coach as well. He coaches a local team in his local community, which for someone who's just 19 years old is actually quite an impressive feat. Actually, it has to be said for Yannick, as he gets another shot off there. Not the cleanest of connections. A last-ditch tackle to put off the striker. But right now, you have to say, Krasniqi, making his Bundesliga home challenge debut, is living dangerously in the opening exchanges against Yannick, who's looking to make it back-to-back wins. The German runner-up in 2019 in terms of the German championships on Xbox. A man who has won titles, who's the Bavarian 2-on-2 title holder at the end of last season. And he did pick up 12 wins in the virtual Bundesliga in the current campaign, Yannick. So, well-versed when it comes to all things 85 mode, when it comes to all things FIFA 20 as well.
Another guy mature beyond his years. The fact that he was quoted as saying body and mind are both tested in esports. We have to hit elite levels just like the pros. And a very mature way of looking at it for a 19-year-old to know that it isn't just your mind that's been tested, your concentration levels, but these guys obviously have to sit around and train themselves to be able to be comfortable in this situation that they're in at home, playing in front of a screen like this. It's testing both the body and mind, as he says, just as the professionals do, and that's why it's fun for both the professional esports and football players to get involved. As Yannick goes for the first goal of the game, he's going to have another chance here, but three shots in succession there, all well blocked by Krasniqi, who, as you said, is on the back foot so far.
Yeah, they're half chances so far for Yannick. We're waiting for that clear-cut one that you say he has to probably bury. Right now he's fashioning a lot of chances, but not the best quality. So I think he'd like to up the quality over the quantity. But this is a great opportunity here, and well, right idea, wrong execution. You can see what he's trying to do, but if anything, he maybe overcooked the pass because it was looking to pick out the man at the back post as opposed to the one making the run through the middle. It may have been better served there, trying to pick out that player. But right now, Krasniqi, so a few things to consider that Yannick is giving him in these opening exchanges in terms of the threat that he is posing. That is it, Yannick. You're talking about that quote about body and mind. It is the point that a lot of esports pros make when they are asked about the differences between esports and real sports as to whether these can be considered the same thing. Are there similar qualities? Because a lot of people turn around and go, Alex, how can playing FIFA in esports be considered a sport? How can it be called a sport? They're sitting down, they're not really active, it's a very difficult or different physical exertion. But that's not to say there aren't similar qualities that can be defining characteristics of a sport, and that mental game, body and mind being tested. And as we've said, we've been here doing this stream for several hours now over the last couple of weekends, and it's been strenuous on us, but we're sat here, we're quite relaxed. We're definitely not dealing with the stresses and the pressures of, oh, I've got to win this game, I've got to score, I've got to defend well here, I can't make a mistake. It is a whole different ball game, and you said it earlier, and I'll echo the statements, but I think we have a newfound respect for streamers out there, just in terms of the physical toll it does take on you to then be on point, be fully focused for such a long extended period of time, then also to cater to chats, communities that you're trying to foster and grow as well and be a part of and want to thrive. It's a huge challenge these guys are facing, and it is an almighty task that a lot of them are doing very, very well.
That's it. It's not just the gameplay they have to be experts in. Most of these guys are trying to build their own personal brands and stream constantly to build their own supporters. And in doing that, you have to be a personality. You have to be able to express yourself. And as well as concentrating on the game, you have to be able to entertain people for long periods of time. And that's what these guys are used to. They're used to being able to both concentrate on the game and entertain a crowd. And as you said, esports not always recognised as a real sport just because of the situation the players of the esports world are in. But I echo Ninja's statement, one of the most famous esports players in the world, Fortnite. Does Augsburg have a chance here before half-time? It's he said that, you know, not everyone goes out and plays football themselves. They rather sit at home and watch the experts do it, and that's the same for esports. When you're playing a game of FIFA yourself, you might get frustrated. And you want to watch how the esports professionals do it, just to see how the best in the world do it. And that is the concept of the sport. You want to see the best of the best playing it, and that's what we're doing in this Bundesliga home challenge as well. It's been a really tight game in this first half as we bring it into half-time. Not a single shot from Krasniqi so far. Yannick has had those half chances, only one shot on target so far. Neither able to really get going attacking the opposition goal, but it's one of those, once again, tight affairs between Bundesliga esports players that we're so often, so used to seeing in this Bundesliga home challenge.
Yeah, that's it. All to play for, though. It has been a dominant first half from Yannick, but maybe a feature of his games that we're starting to notice here in the Bundesliga home challenge, that they're all very tight and tense affairs, and there's not really a lot of margin for error in them, in the fact that he's not someone that's dominating and then pushing on and scoring 2, 3, 4 goals like we've seen in other cases. A lot more measured in his approach, but as a result, the game's a lot more tighter for it. But he'd love to give Marco Richter something to work with heading into the second leg against Sonny Kittel, who is himself looking to make it back-to-back wins in the Bundesliga home challenge, just like Yannick 0109. And he's coming forward dangerously with Marco Richter, feeding Niederlechner, and there is the opening goal. What a way to start the second half for Yannick.
All too simple for him there. First real chance he's had with space. Just had Niederlechner running off his marker, and Krasniqi was not able to read it quickly enough. You see that movement there. He found a little touch pass in. The defender just didn't track it well enough, and Krasniqi couldn't stop it. A really well-timed early finish from Niederlechner at the near post. And Yannick smashing his way into an early lead in the second half, and a deserved one as well.
Yeah, Florian Niederlechner. I think we mentioned him last week on Matchday 1 because he was in amongst the goals as well for Augsburg, but one of the revelations on the Augsburg books this season, Florian Niederlechner, signed from Freiburg, and already in the current campaign, 25 games played, he scored more goals in the current campaign, Niederlechner, than he had in the previous 2 for Freiburg combined.
A goal machine in the real and virtual world. And one thing I've picked up from Yannick's style of play here is that when he is in possession, he often doesn't try and pass it backwards. He always tries to keep it going either sideways or forwards. He doesn't like resetting the play and going backwards. He's very patient and able to find these passes, which is mounting pressure on the Hamburg defence, as you see. Tries to bring the ball out here, and he doesn't often like to take a step back. He likes to keep pushing forward and make sure that the Hamburg defence always has something to do. No matter how few options he has, he doesn't like to step back. And that is one of the key parts of his gameplay, to keep the pressure on the Hamburg defence. And that's why it's so hard to play against him, because he is providing that non-stop, constant pressing, attacking play, which is really difficult to defend against.
I was going to say, pressing with the ball and without the ball. You're right, that's actually quite a unique facet of Yannick's game that he is certainly bringing to the fore. And that is it. He is trying to go forward at all opportunities. There's a great amount of ambition in his approach play.
Taking a bit more time now, I think, just because he's had that goal to go ahead. But he's maintaining that control really well, that Krasniqi is struggling to do so when he's in possession. And that, as we've said so many times, is often the case that gets you the win. And Niederlechner are almost there, getting a second goal to double Augsburg's lead. Again, working with that patient build-up, it brings mistakes and it brings chances.
Yeah, Krasniqi barely getting a sniff here against Yannick. And I don't think we've had too many eSports pros head-to-heads that have been so decisively one-sided. Oh, chance here for Krasniqi, and out of nothing, first shot of the game, first goal, we're all level again, and that's got to be disappointing for Yannick, because he's held him at arm's length this entire game, and in the blink of an eye...
It's not a goal.
Oh, did it not count?
It was offside.
Oh, well, I missed that.
No. I felt so bad for you there, but...
Well, that was one of those, right?
Yeah, that's it.
Well, they went into the pause menu, and so I didn't know whether the atmosphere had continued or not. Oh, dear, you're right. It does say 1-0 to Augsburg, so poor old Krasniqi.
That was... But, yeah, I was just going to say poor old Krasniqi, because that was such a well-worked goal, but just an offside one there right before his
must have been
final
tight,
shot.
though.
It must have been tight. It must have been tight. And that's really the first open chance that he's had, so hopefully for him he can try and build from that, even if it hasn't resulted in the goal. And as we say, the scoreline is still just that 1-0, so it means that Krasniqi has a good chance of getting back into this game with time ticking on, if he can keep that momentum going.
Well, I can't quite remember whether Luka Zander in his game on match day 1 against Tim Latka of Schalke failed to have a single shot on goal throughout the entire game, or whether he managed to get one in like the 85th minute. It's in the back of my head that may have happened. Either way, Krasniqi currently facing up to potentially going through an entire 90 minutes of FIFA without having a shot on goal, after his only shot on goal, which found the back of the net, was disallowed, much to my surprise there a few moments ago. But he is looking to mount the pressure as we enter the final quarter of an hour. But he really just hasn't had a nice time of it against Yannick.
The difference so far, the main one for me, is that Yannick has been able to be so controlled outside the Hamburg box. We've seen Krasniqi get possession of the ball around the Augsburg box, but he's just not been able to be as controlled as Yannick is. Not had that composure. Obviously, changes when you're 1-0 down with time ticking on, but he's had all game to get that build-up play on point, and just hasn't been able to do it. He shakes his head there with a long ball forward. He knows this game hasn't gone the way he wanted it to, and he hasn't been able to play the way he likes to do himself. Might be able to spring a chance though in these last couple of minutes. A big block there from the Augsburg defence. He's going to keep coming forward though, Krasniqi.
Oh, the roar of the home crowd coming from the FIFA simulation to urge Krasniqi on, as he does look for this late equaliser against Yannick, who, as Alex points out, has had this incredible measure of control on proceedings from start to finish, it seems.
Just tidy. He's just composed. He turns one way, looking for that pass when it's not on. He's happy to turn another way and look again. He doesn't go with his first choice. He's not rash in his decision-making. He's measured and controlled in his approach, and that's what's let Krasniqi down a little bit.
Yeah, not helped by the situation going a goal down, Krasniqi, because you do have to take a few more risks. You do have to be a bit more direct. It does lead to more mistakes. And as we've seen so often in this Bundesliga home challenge, mistakes can not just prove costly, but they can, in this case, really prevent you getting back into a game. And we've talked about how difficult it has been for so many of these players, whether professional footballers doing the crossover or esports pros, to, once you fall behind, get back into the game. As we pointed out, Salzburg against Tim Latka. Salzburg taking a 1-goal lead, Tim Latka coming back to win 2-1. One of the rare moments where in a single game, a comeback has been completed. We've seen it happen more often when a first leg deficit has been overturned in the second leg. Plenty of examples of that. Very few examples of comebacks in a single game, and right now you have to say Krasniqi, highest foul, Leon. The odds of him completing a comeback are slim to none as Yannick goes close to getting a second, but he is going to be denied, and that could be that. Oh, the first red card of the game. Are we going to have our first? Oh, it can't be. He's let play go on. So it's never going to happen. I know FIFA well enough to know that's never going to be a red card now. It should have stopped the play. Disappointing from the referee there.
Can't have been Dennis Aytekin referee in this game. He would have pulled that back.
Red card straight away if it's Dennis Aytekin. FIFA Fußballgott, Dennis Aytekin. Oh, and Yannick. He's through on goal. One-on-one with the keeper. He's got to be scoring here. And indeed, he does. I think Krasniqi actually may have tried to take control of his goalkeeper there to spring the surprise, but Yannick kept his cool, as we've come to expect from the Augsburg man. It's not going to be back-to-back 1-0 wins, but it is going to be back-to-back clean sheets for him.
It is indeed. And as you mentioned, that rare sight of a goalkeeper being taken control of by Krasniqi, tried to put off Yannick. But the Augsburg man proving, as he's shown all game, that his composure is on point. And there it is. A nice 2-0 win for him. That's 2 from 2 in this tournament. And he sets up his teammate Marco Richter perfectly for this second game. And that really, I think that's honestly one of the performances of the weekend so far for me from Yannick, just because of how controlled he was in that game. Krasniqi really, he had that offside goal ruled out, and it was most unfortunate for him, but that was really the only chance he had of opening up Yannick. And it was his attacking play, the Augsburg man, which sort of dictated that entire game and made him able to get a 2-0 win in the end. And it sets up, as I said, Marco Richter with a 2-goal lead, and he will come up against Sonny Kittel now, the Hamburg man, for another Bundesliga professional meeting between Marco Richter of the Bundesliga with Augsburg and Sonny Kittel in the second division with Hamburg.
Yeah, but set up well there by Yannick, and Leon with a swift introduction to life in the Bundesliga home challenge. This is not for the faint of heart.
This is not a game.
This is more than a game. It's more than a game.
Sorry, that went very serious there.
You took that to a very strange place, Alex. Didn't quite know what you were aiming for there. I was half expecting to complete the statement, but that's all right. It's fine. It's more than a game here. Maybe EA Sports is in the game.
Maybe my maturity levels aren't quite at the level I was talking about earlier.
Oh, I think we are getting a bit stir crazy though. We have been on stream now for in the last 24 hours. We've been on stream for over 12 of them. Which is no mean feat, it has to be said, ladies and gents. So we do hope you are enjoying it. Forgive the mistakes that may be creeping in now towards the end of the stream. That will happen when you've been speaking non-stop virtually for 5-6 hours straight, as Alex and I are now swiftly learning the pros and cons of over the last couple of weekends with this Bundesliga home challenge, the FIFA Invitational organised by the DFL to help with the football free time that we are currently experiencing. The Bundesliga will not be back until at least May 1st. However, there is no guarantee that is when the action will get back underway. We can only keep our fingers crossed, but of course all the authorities out there and all the official entities trying to do their best to find the best solutions for this unique and unprecedented situation so that we can maybe get back to playing football, providing it is done in the safest possible manner, and that really is the priority. Health above everything. Sport has taken a backseat, but it doesn't mean that we can't have a little bit of fun, bit of tongue-in-cheek action here with the Bundesliga home challenge, which is a fun and friendly event that we are having so much of a good time bringing you the coverage of, no matter what platform you're joining us. We know we're being broadcast around the world at times. We also know that we're on YouTube and Facebook. So wherever you are joining us, thank you indeed for lending the support to the Bundesliga home challenge. If you want to get in touch on the social media channels, put a hashtag in front of it, Bundesliga home challenge, on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, whichever you would like. And of course, I made this call earlier. We've got so many aspiring Twitch streamers, aspiring FIFA pros here in Germany. It is one of the great things about German football and the German football culture, that there is this support amongst communities. And so I would urge you guys maybe to go and support some of those streamers and esports pros that we have seen making a name for themselves in the Bundesliga Challenge. You can go to the Virtual Bundesliga official website. On there you will find a schedule and a results page for all the matches that have happened so far and the matches that are still to come this evening. We have 3 left, 3 one-on-one ties. We've got to complete this tie between Hamburg and Augsburg, the battle of the Berg Kittel against Richter in the second game. And then closing out today's action will be Bochum against Union Berlin. So Bochum, one of the new boys in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, the last of the 4 teams that have entered the competition at match day 2, taking on Union Berlin, who were in action last weekend. And so, yeah, I was saying, just want to encourage you guys, go find some of those streamers that have been featuring in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. Go give them a follow, or maybe a subscription on Twitch, dependent how you lean. Maybe you're someone that spends a lot of time on Twitch, so a subscription would go a long way for them. If you want to get in touch with Alex, all right, Alex can be found on Twitter at AlexChaffer. He's got a nice big blue tick. I don't quite have that, unfortunately, but you can find me at JM Thorogood.
He's got just as exclusive content as I have, though, so no need to be worried about the lack of blue tick for either of our accounts. We are on a level playing field, just like the 85 mode.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, you may have a bit more pace than me, but I'd like to think I read the game a little better.
Yeah. Ooh. That comes with experience, doesn't it? So.
It does. That's exactly what I was going for. It's got to be done. It does have to be done. But yeah, no, I mean, it's funny. We talked about this a lot on match day 1, but I think we genuinely did not know what to expect from this Bundesliga Home Challenge. And all of our expectations have been blown out of the water in the most positive way. And so if you guys are enjoying it at home, then it's mission accomplished for us right now.
100%. That was our mission, to give everyone at home a smile while you're struggling through these difficult times. And hopefully we've been able to do that with what I believe to have been some really awesome FIFA gameplay. We've seen just about everything. We've seen own goals. We've seen Panenka penalties. We've seen incredible attempted overhead kicks which have cannoned off the crossbar.
Oh, so devastating.
We're still waiting for that goal. At least we know we've got 2 more weekends to get that overhead kick, because when it happens, we are going to go mental.
It's going to happen.
It's going to happen.
I believe. Manifest it, Alex. We've got to manifest it for ourselves.
It's the law of attraction.
There you go.
If you say it, you can speak it into existence, and that's what we're trying to do here. And that's what we've done as well with this game, as we see Sonny Kittel and Marco Richter lining up their teams for the deciding leg in this tie between Hamburg and Augsburg. And as we've mentioned before, I am lucky to have a close connection with Mr. Marco Richter, having dealt with him in some working capacities for the Bundesliga. He's been in close contact during the Bundesliga Home Challenge. We heard he was expecting a 9-0 defeat in his first game. He got that 1-0 draw against Janus Horn. He told me earlier he just doesn't want to lose 8-0 today, so at least it's a little bit improvement. I've asked him for a few little fun facts about himself, just to tell the world a little bit more about him. If you're not aware of Marco Richter, as this game gets underway, he's a fan of action and comedy films, action films with Jason Statham. His favourite film is Grown Ups, and Grown Ups 2 with Adam Sandler, so give that a watch if you're looking for something to watch during isolation times. He said he's found some new hobbies in terms of playing the PlayStation, luckily, and riding his bike. Doesn't have any pets at home yet, but at the moment they're looking for a dog, of course. And outside of football, his favourite things to do are spend time with his family and playing the PlayStation with his headset on with his mates, of course. Sadly, he's not going to have his headset on right now, playing with his mates, because he's got to take his headset off and focus on this game coming up against Sonny Kittel, who is not going to want to be his friend for the next 90 minutes as these two guys get the game underway in Hamburg, with Augsburg leading 2-0 from that first leg, and it is Sonny Kittel dictating the opening plays of this first half.
That's it. Marco Richter was all smiles on Twitter. He did a little promo video on the Augsburg eSports channel, a lot more serious on his face cam now, as he makes a very good sliding challenge at the back to snuff out the danger that Kittel had been starting to apply, and now he's combining well down that right-hand side. Andre Hahn is through in behind. He's got the man at the back post to aim for. Oh, he's got the opening goal. Deadly stuff from Marco Richter. And just the start he'd have wanted.
That's a big smile for Marco Richter. Delighted to see that. He did well to spot the run at the back post. Breaking away on the counter down the right. Found the perfect low cross into the box. And when you get that low cross right, it's so hard to defend against, especially when an attacking player is in behind your defence. It's almost impossible to stop. Marco Richter finishing that superbly. What a way for him to start this game, extending Augsburg's lead over Hamburg to 3 goals. Oh, a rash challenge though from Richter there. Might get himself an early booking, and he does indeed. Urban taking an early yellow card. I think that's the earliest yellow card we've seen so far in the Bundesliga home challenge.
Yeah, perhaps our best chance at a red card for a double yellow. We need 2 bookings because we haven't even really come close to seeing a challenge, I think, that would be worthy of a red card so far.
It's been very much fair play so far from these
guys. It has, which is what we let's be honest, we like to see that in the Bundesliga home challenge as well. We haven't had any rage quits, which is always nice as well. Oh, but Niederlechner's on for a second. Oh, Pollersbeck came herring off his line there to spare Kittel's blushes.
To say that Marco Richter was expecting another defeat today, I think he's really putting himself down in terms of FIFA skill. He's looking good. Could have finished that one off, that chance there. He's got another one here though, and that is as simple as it can get. Latching onto a mistake, he smiles away, and with 18 minutes played in this game, Marco Richter has a second goal, and he has a goal for himself as he slides into the camera. What a way to celebrate with your own man.
I gotta love a goal that goes through a keeper's legs as well, no matter the angle, no matter the distance. There's something enjoyable about a cheeky nutmeg, and Richter delighted with that. Loved the celebration as well. He knew exactly where the camera was, fawning to the home crowd here. And just like Yannick, Richter enjoying a fair amount of dominance in the opening exchanges. Unlike Yannick, he scored 2 goals very early and has a lot of time to add to the score sheet, but he might be pegged back here. That was the chance for Kittel to get a goal back. Prevent this getting too out of hand. Oh, it's off the post and the rebound doesn't fall his way. Richter living dangerously though at the back. He cannot clear his lines.
I don't think Kittel was expecting that first chance. This is why the shot went straight at the goalkeeper. He hadn't planned to be able to put it to one side, but that second opportunity cannoning back out off the post, that's so unlucky for him.
Are you sure Richter was predicting a 7-0 loss, an 8-0 loss and not an 8-0 win, Alex? I think you may have read that text message wrong.
I really need to call him later and ask him what on earth he thinks about his FIFA gameplay, because he is playing really well here, and being 2-0 up early on, he really is putting himself down in terms of his expectations here.
It's so strange as well. I mean, I think if I remember correctly, he did take the lead against Janus Horn last weekend against Hannover 96 as well. Wasn't able to hold on to the victory on that occasion, 1-1 draw in the end. So can he go one better here? But it really is interesting to see how we were still unsure of where Richter's ability level was last week. And again, we're just getting more information now. Sonny Kittel beat Nordi Mukiela. Nordi Mukiela won 2-1 with a stunning comeback yesterday. And Kittel has got a goal back to reduce the arrears. Just 1 goal in it. And I feel like the flood of goals may be on its way, Alex, in this one.
I agree with you, James. The defending hasn't been that great in this game. The attacking play has been, though. When you're in a one-on-one situation like that in the box, if you're able to just produce a turn-in move like Kittel did with Harnik there in the box, earn yourself space to get a shot away. It's so difficult for someone to defend, especially when it is that one-on-one situation between a forward and a defender. Really difficult to keep the ball out, and Richter unable to do that before half-time. And Kittel now will be looking for a second goal to bring the game level before we head into that break. What a game we have on our hands here again.
There is no resting on laurels here in the Bundesliga home challenge, whether you've got a first leg advantage or not, whether you've taken a 2-goal lead inside the opening 20 minutes or not. You cannot afford to rest on your laurels in this friendly FIFA Invitational that is being taken incredibly seriously with just pride on the line. But it's making the spectacle all the more enjoyable for both us. Myself, James Surrogate, Alex Chaffer alongside me, your 2 hosts for the Bundesliga home challenge, as we were last week, as we will be this weekend for the last couple of games here, and then of course next weekend and the weekend after. You just cannot get rid of us.
We'll be here all week.
It's 1 or 2 weeks. You can't get enough of us or you can't get rid of us. We'll let you decide which of the 2 it is.
Not the great pass Richter was hoping for there. Luckily, with the time that the game is on, that won't probably result in anything too rash for him. A little shake of the head from him there at the end of the first half, but he does take a lead into this second half, 2-1. Really good opening play from him, but Kittel can take hope from that goal that he got back before the half-time whistle blew, and it means that we're open going into the second half of this game.
Yeah, Sonny Kittel, we talked a bit about his backstory last week and his incredible battle ultimately to become a professional footballer, arguably. He broke onto the scene in German football quite early on, was seen as one of those promising youngsters that could go on to big things. Unfortunately, injuries really curtailed his development after he came out of the Eintracht Frankfurt Academy. 2 big ankle injuries, 2 big knee injuries. If anything, those are perhaps the more worrying ones for a professional footballer. But it was when he joined Ingolstadt that things really turned around for Sonny Kittel, and he said himself that it was a new start there with Ingolstadt. And he also went on to say that he cannot thank Professor Dr. Florian Farb and his team enough, because he credits them with the fact that they got him onto stable footing when it came to his fitness and his ability to perform at an elite level as a professional footballer. Such troubling times for him as a youngster, and now great to see him thriving with Hamburg in the second division. But they are on course potentially to book their return at the second time of asking into the Bundesliga. Of course, the former Bundesliga dinosaurs who had the infamous clock in their stadium of the ever-presence, those that had never been relegated. They suffered that ill fate 2 seasons ago. They were hoping to make an immediate return. That didn't happen. Second season, they're in 3rd place right now, on course to at least challenge for promotion, even if not to guarantee it with their league position finish.
Yeah, that's it. And Kittel has been their key man this season, you could say. 11 goals and 4 assists this season. He's got hopes of getting into the Polish national team, which would be a crazy story, he says, considering that injury struggle that he's had. And he really is one of the most talented players I've ever seen in the second division of German football. Just one of those ill-fated stories where just don't get that luck with injuries and it turns into a difficult one. But it's great to see him back to his best and working well at Hamburg. Some work to do here, though, against the Augsburg attack.
Oh, that was a very well-worked opportunity for Richter. Again, a few little drag backs, that extra little pass, and he went for the near post finish, but the keeper was there to cover this time.
He's definitely lying about his FIFA ability. I'm absolutely going to comment back to him and ask him what on earth he's on about, because that little movement there, as we've mentioned a few times, it's not the sort of skill that an amateur player would do. He'd go for a shot at goal at the first time of asking, really. But I guess another thing we have to take into account is that these guys are professional football players. They play the game as it's supposed to be played out on the pitch, and that does bring with it some really good experience for the FIFA world. They know exactly how they should play the game, and it does mean they have that right mindset, and it can sometimes be correlated into the FIFA world really well from the actual pitch.
Right now, Richter breaking well with Andre Hahn. Again, he's got the man at the back post to aim for, and it's another simple finish, almost a carbon copy of his opening goal in this game. And, well, Kittel leaving himself exposed at the back and Richter making him pay.
Clearly loves that low-driven cross, and it's working wonders for him. 2 goals from it. He's doing well to get in behind the Hamburg defence down the right wing, and as I said before, when you put in that low-driven cross and you're in behind the defence, it's so difficult for that defence to come back and stop you. And it has worked out wonderfully twice for Richter here already.
That could be game, set and match for Marco Richter in this tie. But don't go anywhere. We've got one final game coming up in day 2, match day 2 of the Bundesliga Home Challenge. New Boys Bochum taking on Union Berlin, as you can see at the bottom of your screen there. So eagerly anticipating our final piece of action from this Sunday spectacle that we've had. Haven't had quite as many goals as we did on Saturday, as Richter looking for a curling effort into that top corner.
He went for it with his own man. In real life, he's used to scoring blinding goals. He scored a fantastic one at home against Dortmund. He also scored the second fastest goal of the season so far. He scored Augsburg's fastest goal of the season so far, 27 seconds it took for him to find the net against Bayern Munich, of all teams, in a 2-2 draw. He's used to scoring the spectacular, but he's got some defending to do here and does it well. Just making sure that Kittel doesn't get any hope of a late comeback here. We know how quickly these FIFA games can change.
Kittel with the chance, and he's pulled one back.
Fantastic stuff there from Kittel. Composure in front of goal. Once again, it's Harnik who's doing the work for him. Just took an extra touch with Harnik. Opened the space onto his right foot. Got away from his marker. And as long as you keep it low and away from the goalkeeper, from that position, it's always going to go in. And that means that we are going into the last 10 minutes with just one goal between these two sides. And at least, while the time may be done, this game is far from over.
Yeah, that's it. The time may be beyond Sonny Kittel, but he can, at the very least, rescue a draw in his individual head-to-head here against Marco Richter. And it is a precarious position to be in for Richter. He took the lead in his match day 1 fixture and got pegged back against Janus Horn of Hannover 96. He's been in front the whole way in this one. Right now, maybe a few nerves that can creep in the closing stages. Could he make it 4, or will he get pegged back to 3-all? He's looking for the 4th goal. A little Rabona cross there, I think it was, to find Niederlechner.
Ooh, a rush challenge as well again there from Richter. Looking to cut out any comebacks there on the counter-attack from Kittel. Doesn't mind getting a couple of yellow cards.
I was going to say, you're going to have to write to him after this, saying, we saw that, Marco. We saw the tactical fouls and they almost didn't come off. He almost paid the price. But he did make that last-ditch interception right at the last. And that will be that. So a very tight and competitive game. A very fun game between Sonny Kittel and Marco Richter. But it is Marco Richter who comes away with the victory. It was a draw last week, a win this time round. And I'm sure you'll get straight onto the messages to let him know that we're quite happy with that performance. And this is the thing, you talk about the fact that we need to talk to him about his predictions. I feel like if we get him to give a prediction where he's like, oh yeah, you know what, I'm going to win 3-0, he's going to lose next time, Alex. So let's just keep it going with these 9-0, 8-0 loss predictions, because it's working out all right for him.
If he plays again next week, I'm expecting a 7-0 prediction, as it's gone down every week. But if he keeps winning like this, as you said, James, there's no stopping him. Even under the pressure of Kittel's late surge towards an equaliser there, he did well to hold it out, and that is true. I will be on the messages to make sure he knows just how special that was. And nice to see that he gets a second win out of 2 games. And one of the best celebrations I think we've seen so far, scoring a goal with his own man and taking it to the camera to slide in front. Had a wry smile on his face when he did that. So lovely little moment to see for Marco Richter as we enter the final stages of match day 2 of the Bundesliga Home Challenge, and we all have to wipe a little tear away from our eyes as another weekend is almost at its end.
Indeed. No, yes, you're right. One of the better celebrations we have seen out there. I'm still a big fan of Salzor's foam finger for Wolfsburg. It just came out of nowhere. I didn't expect to see it. We've seen some funny things on the face cam. We've seen Hakimi taking care of his social channels. We saw Buyalab on the phone with someone before his game earlier, probably telling Mum, hey, Mum, I'm on the TV. Tune into the stream right now. That type of thing. And now, yes, we've seen Marco Richter with a sliding... a nice knee slide towards the camera in the FIFA game to celebrate. I almost wonder whether we need to start challenging Marco. Maybe you are in close contact with him. Maybe we need to be telling him that he needs to be requesting a game against Nico Schlotterbeck next time out, just to really test himself, see where these FIFA levels are at, and then maybe that 7-0 prediction will be the most believable and realistic of the lot.
That's very true. It might actually be the case that 7-0 prediction comes true. I'm sure we can try and get him to do some special celebrations. I don't know why I didn't think of it, but we could... You know what I'm going to do? Next week I'm going to ask him to do that badge kiss. That's what I'm going to ask.
There we go.
He's donning the shirt already. That's one of the ones we're missing off our bingo list.
Everyone's going to claim it's match fixing though, Alex. We're rigging the system.
I shouldn't have said it. I should have just done it.
Yeah, maybe that's it. With some of the players that we are in touch with, just setting them challenges. Yes, we'd like you to score a back heel goal today. We'd like you to try and, I don't know, play 5 passes inside the penalty area of your opponent before you score your goal. Right? Little things like that just to make it more interesting. In fairness, it's interesting enough as it is. This has not been a disappointment by any stretch of the imagination. The entertainment levels have been through the roof, and we hope we've been a nice accompaniment to that throughout the coverage of the Bundesliga Home Challenge. We do have one final game left in Sunday's action, closing out match day 2. It is a battle of 2 traditional heavyweights, I think it can be said. One coming from the capital of Germany with Union Berlin, the other Bochum, a side that have a history with Germany's top flight, but haven't been in there for quite a while now. It is a bit disappointing. They're just enjoying life in the second tier, trying to gradually build their way maybe towards making another promotion push to Germany's top flight. They are 15th in the league right now. Their main concern this season, Bochum, is fighting relegation, no doubt about it. It's a position that we all thought Union Berlin would be in, Alex, but it hasn't proved to be the case. One of the fairy tale stories of the 2019-20 season, wouldn't you say?
I would definitely say that. A magical debut season for them coming into the Bundesliga for the very first time. The 56th Bundesliga club in total. Come into their first campaign and they sit 11th in the table, 8 clear of the bottom 3. Looking good with 9 games to play in the Bundesliga season. As you alluded to, James, Bochum have been out of the Bundesliga picture for a while. It's their 10th straight season in the Zweite Bundesliga now. And in terms of the virtual Bundesliga, it's been very much an improvement this season. They were sitting 16th going into the winter break in the virtual Bundesliga this season, but an unbeaten second half of the season after the winter break saw them rise 10 places to 6th and qualify for the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final, which of course we've been unable to enjoy this season just because of the coronavirus. Hopefully that'll be able to come soon as well, with the Bundesliga returning at some point. And for Gianluca Bassinho, the Bochum representative here from the esports world, he's got some good experience from this season. He beat Megabit 2-1 on Xbox in their one-on-one tie, representing Bochum, who, as I mentioned, probably the informed team in the virtual Bundesliga in the second half of the season, coming from 16th to 6th and finishing there qualifying for the virtual Bundesliga. Bass is a 21-year-old FIFA Pro for Bochum, one of 4 of their players. Finished in the top 16 at the FIFA E-World Cup back in 2019. And as I said, beating the likes of Megabit this season in the virtual Bundesliga is no mean feat. Something he can be proud of, and he's going to be wanting to take that into this game today as he comes up against a professional player. And you'd have to say that he comes into it as a big favourite just because of that, coming up against a professional player who's not used to playing against the big esports talents. But Julius Caden, Kevin Schlotterbeck, it has to be said, did pull out some of the more impressive performances of last week and definitely didn't disappoint and definitely didn't get totally overawed by the occasion. For Julius Cade, it's another opportunity for him to show just how good he can be at the FIFA game.
Well, for us, with Julius Kader, it's a chance for us to see where his level of ability is at on FIFA, because we got a 4-0 win from him last week against Federico Palacios in the tie between Union Berlin and Jan Regensburg. But that's a game between 2 professional footballers crossing over into the virtual world. Now he has a big test as the professional footballer, now taking on an esports pro in Bassinho, who, as you say, one of the most impressive players out there in the virtual Bundesliga world. I mean, in the current season, he outscored the likes of Dr. Hano and Detto, who we saw earlier for Leverkusen, pick up a 3-1 win that unfortunately his teammate was unable to hold on to in the end, letting down the 31-year-old Svendel, unfortunately, not helping our reputation in the gaming world there, the Brazilian, after Detto had done well to kind of rescue it after his matchday 1 defeat in the battle of generations here in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. It's something that Alex and I are both enjoying because, yes, we do come from slightly different generations ourselves here.
Just a tad, only a little bit.
Yeah.
How many? 7 years is it?
It is for another 2 days.
Yeah, of course. That's it. That's a good opportunity for me to shout out that it is James' birthday in a couple of days. So if you're able to wish him the best on social media, please do so.
Turning 32. There's no well wishes for turning 32, I don't think. It's anything, it was commiserations, my friend. It's another extra year.
You've done well to get this far, James.
Look, and trust me, I'm still a young man at heart. Here I am commentating on esports. You know, it's a young man's game, this FIFA world, but I'm still clinging on by a few threads here. And let's be honest, if Dennis Eitekin can hold on to 41, I've got another 10 years left in me too,
100%,
Alex.
100%. I stand behind you, James.
That's it. I wonder what the esports version of like a walking stick would be. I'm going to need one of those soon. Maybe it's like an old controller from like the Sega Mega Drive era and stuff. I've got to walk around with that as my moniker, so to say.
Maybe you have to play some farming simulator or something like that.
Oh yeah, take it. Take me back to the days of Sonic the Hedgehog on Sega Mega Drive. That was my first ever console, and that was my first ever game, and I loved Sonic the Hedgehog as a kid, and so played that religiously. But we are ready to get underway, or soon to get underway, in our final game of this Sunday action. What was your first console, actually, Alex? PlayStation 1, 2?
It was a PlayStation 1. It was, and do you know the first game I can really remember playing on the PlayStation 1 was, I don't know if you know it, Army, Land, Sea and Air.
I don't recognise it.
It was one of the, obviously arcing back to the early 2000s. It was you basically played with, you know, the toy soldiers from Toy Story.
Oh, nice.
You played with those in an actual game, and the graphics were horrendous. Now looking back at it, but then it was like, oh my god, I can't believe this is real. So
revolutionary at the time.
Indeed, exactly. And those old school games on the PlayStation 1 were always so much fun, like Spyro as well. That's an iconic game that I'm sure a lot of people have played.
Absolutely. Crash Bandicoot
as well. And what was the other one? Heart of Darkness, I think I've played as well. That was a fun game. But I think it was not until I got an Xbox in the last couple of years that I got into the FIFA world of things and started experiencing FIFA gameplay on Ultimate Team, and then started getting into esports as well. So it can all quickly change depending on how you get into the gaming world, and it could be the fact that for some people this is the first time they're experiencing the gaming world. If this is the first experiencing they're having with esports in the Bundesliga Home Challenge.
At least as a viewer, I think there may be a fair few people out there that have been gamers themselves. They've got consoles at home. They maybe like playing Mario Kart on the Wii, or they do like playing FIFA on the Xbox, PlayStation. Maybe they're a first-person shooter fan as well, and there's plenty of options out there as well. But this may be the first time they're watching competitive esports on a screen and taking it in as a consumer as opposed to a player themselves. And I think that will be certainly something that is very interesting for people to gauge just where their interest levels are at. And it's quite all right. If this isn't your thing, if this isn't your avenue, nothing wrong with that. There is no shame cast from our side at all, no judgment whatsoever. But if you are enjoying it, we hope you are, then there's been so much to enjoy in this Bundesliga Home Challenge, because this is something we've talked about. We talked about it at the top of the show. We've talked about it throughout the show, especially more prevalently on match day 2, but just the wide range of talent levels, skill levels, results. We're seeing literally the entire spectrum of what FIFA can offer both casual gamers and competitive professionals. And now you, as the viewers, are being able to take some of that in and actually see, hold on, this is what this game has to offer. The variety of experiences that you can have whilst on the controller. Alex and I have alluded to some of our more frustrating ones on the controller ourselves, but trust us, we've had a lot of fun on the joysticks too when you're smacking 6 past an opponent that's clearly below your level.
6? No, I'm joking. We've all been there.
I can get up to 6 sometimes if I'm having a good day and if I've dropped down the divisions low enough.
Yeah, that's the point.
That's it. If I can drop down the divisions, then I can pick up victories like that. But it's not easy. But no, it's just fascinating that the Bundesliga Home Challenge has given us this array of very different experiences.
Totally, and being able to see esports players produce the best of the best in terms of FIFA gameplay, and then, as we've mentioned before, the likes of a Marco Richter, who's expecting very few things to actually come up and turn out really good performances, and without too much experience in terms of actually playing FIFA on a regular basis. It's just really, really fun to see these guys all coming together, playing in one tournament, and all producing their goods and getting everyone entertained in the last couple of hours. And that's, as James said, what we've been able to do for you as we get ready. Just a couple of minutes away now from the final game of Matchday 2 in the virtual Bundesliga. We're not sure yet how the next couple of match days will be lined up in terms of the fixture list and who will be representing the teams. We'll find out during the week.
Is there anyone you want to see, though? I was thinking about this myself, because you're right, the fixture list hasn't been announced yet, but is there a particular matchup that maybe you'd go, you know what, I'd love to see Werder Bremen take on Köln. I'd love to have Megabit against the Stranger if he comes back. Or
that would be cool. I personally would back what you said earlier and say buildup. I don't know if it's possible, but perhaps buildup going up against an esports player would be really, really fun. Maybe it's possible, as you mentioned, if they can come up against a team like Werder Bremen, if perhaps they can play 2 esports players against Schalke and buildup goes up against the likes of Dr. Ahano or Megabit. That would be really, really cool.
Well, that's it. The only restrictions we have really in terms of the rules is that each player has to put out one professional footballer. Now, of course, Buildup is then at a disadvantage because you've got Tim Lacker, the esports guy. He's meant to play in the first game, and Buildup has to play against the professional footballer. But given the fact that this is a friendly invitational, there's no harm, I don't think, in tweaking the rules a little bit to maybe add a little more entertainment value into this, because I do think it would be fascinating to see how Buildup and De Boer, I mean, De Boer, we were talking about, he picked up a victory against Mo Ober, the reigning FIFA E-World Cup winner, and beat him to the point that Mo Ober was talking about him being the best footballer that's on FIFA. And saying that ultimately he was almost trying to lose the footage of the defeat before he put it online. And I think that goes to show. And so therefore, I'd love to see that happen. I'd love to maybe see them go, you know what, we'll tweak the rules. We'll let Marcel Schwarz play against an esports pro, but we'll also let De Boer do it. It would require one team putting out 2 esports pro. All them saying, you know what, we'll let De Boer play against the esports pro and Marcel Schwarz can play against the professional player. I just think they'll look at that as maybe a bit of an imbalance. And maybe that, even despite the fact that this isn't a competitive tournament by any stretch of the imagination, but they want to at least protect the competitive integrity of it. And when we're seeing such varying levels of skill on FIFA, I think that's something that's very hard to strike the right balance of. We may see it here with Basinho taking on Julius Kader in the second of our final, in the first game of our final tie of this Sunday action on day 2 of match day 2 in the Bundesliga home challenge. But there could be some tasty fixtures out there. Augsburg, they've won 2 out of 2 in the Bundesliga home challenge. Maybe they get put up against a tougher opponent. Yeah. I'd love to see Nico Schlotterbeck take on someone that's closer to his level of ability after what we saw him do against Maximilian Mittelstädt. And I'd even maybe like to see Maximilian Eggestein return to the Werder Bremen team and redeem himself for that match day 1 defeat against Tim Handwerker.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm very much looking forward to seeing if we can keep the referee team involved in the tournament, whether we'll see 2 different referees come in or whether Fußball Gott Dennis Eitekin will continue, as I hope he does, into the 3rd match day of the Bundesliga challenge.
You don't change your winning formula, Alex. Dennis Eitekin, he won. He does not get dropped. Schlager, he's on the chopping block though, after that defeat to Jeffrey. No doubt about it. But Dennis Eitekin has to remain. Absolutely has to remain. Because he's going to become a cult figure, arguably a fan favourite in this Bundesliga home challenge. A role a referee is not used to, and he said that it's rare for him to be able to celebrate winning moments. He said he was going to go out on his balcony last night and have a bit of a title celebration to himself, maybe pop a bottle of champagne to celebrate, no one to spray it on but himself, or maybe his 12-year-old son who had been training him during the week. But yes, we would love to see the referee team stay intact, and we've even mooted the possibility of a commentator team out there. We're just throwing it out there. No pressure from our side whatsoever. Although, in fairness, can you imagine, actually, I don't know if I want to cope with the embarrassment levels of seeing my FIFA out there put out into the real world. I'd rather keep it private to myself, just online in my living room, where I can be as bad as I want and as good as I want at any moment. For now, Julius Kader, putting himself quite well in the opening exchanges here against Basinho, the esports pro. He picked up a 4-0 win last week, Julius Kader, but that was against a fellow professional footballer in Federico Palacios of Jan Regensburg. Today, Basinho taking up the mantle for newcomers at Bochum.
Basinho does have one of the most impressive Ultimate Team teams, and he's representing the Bundesliga well with his Ultimate Team squad. He tweeted it out just a couple of days ago what he's been using on the weekend league. He's got,
oh my word,
James has just seen it. He's got the FUT champions Neuer. He's got squad builder Liner. He's got flashback Boateng and the centre back Zakaria, joined by birthday Hernandez, who has 5-star skills at centre back. Then he's got the squad builder Schultz at left back. He's got birthday Havertz, 90 rated, joined by squad builder Kimmich, 90 rated in midfield. And then legend Johan Cruyff at cam with headliner 95 rated Lewandowski and player of the month 89 rated Jadon Sancho up front. It's one of the most impressive Bundesliga Ultimate Teams I've seen. No wonder he enjoys using it on a weekly basis.
I would love using that team straight up, no doubts about it. I love the fact that he's staying true to the Bundesliga, though. You're right, yeah. Johan Cruyff, the only outlier there, but I can accept that with an icon of Johan Cruyff's quality. But I'm a man that likes to definitely try and build my ultimate team around as many Bundesliga players as possible. I have got a slight Liverpool contingent in there because they are the team that I follow and my heart beats for, as they would say here in Germany. For now, this has been a very evenly matched opening between Basinho and Julius Kader, which suggests this is going to be a very competitive match. But Kader is really holding his own, and he's even posing a threat going forward. He's got the man making the run now. It's broken to him, and there is the opening goal for Julius Kader. An upset maybe on the cards here between Bochum and Union Berlin. And Kader joins the long list of players in this Bundesliga home challenge that are playing and scoring with themselves.
What a stunning finish with himself there. And as James said, we really have to reiterate that Julius Kader is a professional football player, not a professional esports player. He's coming up against one of the best in the game in Basinho. And he is showing him how it's done in these opening 26 minutes with that first real shot out of anger at goal. And what a stunning finish that was. A touch from the keeper. Could only take it into the top corner.
Yeah, keeper should have done better there, I think, on the replay. And again, seeing a very rare replay in this Bundesliga home challenge. But when I did see it, I thought, oh, maybe the keeper can do better there.
Fantastic way for Kader to start this game, though. Unbelievable that he's able to play at that level. And we really have to give him credit. Alongside Munas Bur and Buyalab, he's one of the more impressive players so far. This is his biggest test, having beaten Palacios 4-0 earlier on, last week, in the first match day. But now coming up against one of the best esports players around, he's having a really dominant period in this opening half an hour.
Yeah, we're getting a real gauge of where his level is at, aren't we?
That's it. We saw the 4-0 win last week, but this is his big test. He's doing well so far.
That's it. I think we learned yesterday quite quickly that we couldn't read too much into some of those match day 1 results. You know, Nico Schlotterbeck was held to a draw on match day 1, and then he broke out of a shell and won 11-1 on match day 2. There were other players that had seemed disappointing on match day 1 that all of a sudden impressed on match day 2. And Julius Kader now, as we said, we couldn't really judge much of that 4-0 win against Palacios, who we've seen lose again today, so maybe suggests that his FIFA ability isn't quite up there with the best of them. But the fact he's taken on an esports pro and leading and actually having the better of the play here against Basinho, who hasn't found his rhythm at all in this opening 35 minutes of the game, but he's stroking it about nicely now. Not a lot of space to work with, and plenty of Union players behind the ball, but he's worked it well there, and a lovely near post finish. And those are the little moments that can make all the difference. Basinho with a thunderbolt at the near post.
Oh, stunning goal that is. He'd been shaking his head a few minutes ago, not happy with how this game had started. But that's it. It took a few minutes to take control, keep the ball for himself and work it into the box. And as we said again, on this 85 mode, it brings out the best in the FIFA players in terms of their basic skill. And that drag back, the fake drag back, and pushed it on forward through those two defenders. What a fantastic move that was. And the finish at the near post, impossible for Kader to stop. Just a great sign of Basinho. Struggled in the opening half here, but before half time he's able to get an equaliser, and he's pushing on for a leading goal here.
A vital challenge at the back. It almost broke for Basinho. In the end, Kader survives the scare, and he's coming forward again now himself. He's got space out wide with Christopher Trimmel. 3 men to aim for in the box if he's going to go for the cross, but he's looking to get to the byline. Oh, he's worked it well, and the questions will be asked of the defender at the back post there. But Julius Kader has restored his lead. It's Sebastian Polter with the goal.
Basinho cannot believe what he's seeing here. Sebastian Polter there, as you said, James, getting ahead of that defender. Questions to be asked of the right back. Stunning finish, though, before half-time. And again, credit to Kader. Patience there when he had Trimmel on the right wing. Could have crossed it towards the back post with plenty of time and space ahead of him, but he took it as close as he could to the byline, as close as he could to the 6-yard box, and he got fortunate with the rebound coming back to him, but he got the reward he deserved from his patient gameplay. And having conceded late in the first half, he scores even later on to take a lead into the second half. What a stunning way for him to start this big game against Basinho.
Yeah, that's it. In real life, coaches will often talk about wrapping your foot around the ball on the volley. Not sure whether wrapping your leg around an opponent to get your foot on the ball for a volley is something that's necessarily seen in the real world so much, but it worked out there well for Kader in the virtual world. And again, Basinho will be very disappointed with the defender that just let him down at the back post. Basinho, who scored 45 goals and picked up 19 solo wins in the virtual Bundesliga this season, a very impressive record. to go with the 12 2-on-2 victories he picks up with his Bochum teammate VfL Zander, 1848. Of course, 1848 included in their gamer tags and included in the VfL Bochum name. That is a trait of Bundesliga clubs or German clubs in general, where they like to sometimes include the year in which the club was founded. A club like 1. FC Köln will have the Erste in there, the number 1 at the start of their name, to represent that they were the first professional football club to come from that German city. There are a fair few out there, so I'm just giving you a few basic tips when it comes to the rules that have been employed by German football when it comes to naming clubs.
The German lingo again. Another nice German.
Getting the German lingo in. Well, we've got to add a bit of culture into this whole esports experience, right? We are here as Bundesliga aficionados and big Bundesliga fans. We're here to help maybe grab the attention of a few more neutrals out there that may not be as well versed with the Bundesliga as we are, maybe wondering what the Bundesliga has to offer. And it's not just great team names and logical team names as well, but very entertaining football out on the pitch. And we're seeing that in the virtual world as well with this Bundesliga home challenge. Goals galore, including today. Not quite as many as we had yesterday, but that was always going to be a very mean feat if we had achieved it. We were going to have to see at least 1 or 2 games enter double digits, and we haven't had that quite as often. It was Freiburg who scored 12 goals over the course of their 2 legs yesterday. Flecken got 1 of them. Nico Schlotterbeck got 11. But it's all teamwork, equal and balanced, I'm sure. And we saw Hoffenheim do it as well. Marcel Schwarz picking up a 7-0 win, and Munas de Boer adding 5 in the second leg. Right now, the second half has been all Bassinho, but Carter doing well to withstand the pressure.
He started well as Bassinho. He's had most of the attacking pressure going forward, just losing those final third passes. Not exactly the way he wanted to play. You can see him sitting really far forward now and shaking his head a few times. He's not quite getting the openings he's used to getting and not making those passes that he's used to making as well. Carter can take credit for that. Good pressing game that he's playing and forcing Bassinho to try different things. That's why we see Bassinho lining up this pause here, looking to change the tactic again. And that's it. These guys, they have plan Bs, they have plan Cs. As much as their plan A will be their priority, they know that it's not always going to work out as they plan, and that's why they have to plan for other things. That's why, as you can see, with him down in this game, so quick in his tactical work, 2-1 down, he knows exactly what he needs to do in this game. That's what comes with the practice that these guys have, playing this game so religiously as they do. It means that they're experts in any scenario. And with 25 minutes to go here, Bassinho's changes, he'll be hoping, will bring him an equaliser for the second time in this game.
Yeah, maybe not the start that Bochum are looking for in the Bundesliga home challenge, though, it's fair to say, being down in their opening game with one of their esports pros going up against someone that doesn't do this for a job. Instead, plies his trade out on the pitch, Julius Kader. But I think it's fair to say, if we had maybe watched this performance without knowing the histories of either of these two players, I think it would have been fair to say we would have maybe assumed that Kader was the esports pro of the two.
I totally agree with that. He's been fantastic so far and can just be proud of his performance, no matter what this result is at the end of the day. Bassinho keeps pushing on, looking for that equaliser.
Yeah, and with a player of his quality, all it takes is one chance. He's getting into a dangerous position here. Doesn't want to overcommit, does Kader. And in the end, he actually opens up the space for Bassinho to exploit.
That's it. That left side of Kader's defence just opened up there for Danny Bloom, I think it is, the substitute off the bench, who laid on that assist for Winsheimer. Again, patience in the box. Having that opportunity, you see yourself in front of goal, you don't want to be rash, you don't want to be wasting opportunities like that, because they do come rarely in this game, at this level of the esports game. He did well there, Bassinho, to make sure the pass was the right one, the little dink into the box, and a tidy finish as well. And with 15 minutes to go, this game is out on a knife edge.
It really is a game of anticipation as well, FIFA. If you can anticipate the pass that's coming, or predict or read the movements. And I think that's what Kader was trying to do. If anything, he read too much into them, though, and he was so desperate not to commit to any one situation that, as I said, he actually left it open for Basinho. It's through again. Oh, it's off the post. What a comeback that would have been from Basinho. Twice behind, he's twice pulled it back to all square. He's yet to have a lead in this game as we approach the final 10 minutes, and now straight down the other end with Julius Kader. Can he be the one that gets the winning goal out of nowhere? The rebound will fall kindly. What was he doing going for goal there, though, Kader? I don't know, but it's worked out nicely for him.
Sometimes you get that bit of luck, and that's all you need. What a game we've got here. Kader has been pegged back twice. Basinho can't believe it again. Third time he's let the lead slip. And as you said, not often do we see guys go for goal from that sort of position, but he just saw that he had the numbers in the box, and so often is the case from that angle. So much power behind the shot, it can result in a goalkeeper parrying the ball away, and it resulted in landing at Marley's feet to smash it home there. And with less than 10 minutes to go, Kader will be looking to counter here and make sure that, even though Basinho is going to try and get the equaliser again, that he can force the deciding play if he does get the chance to.
Basinho coming forward looking for his third equaliser of the evening. Chance still alive here. Kader can't get the ball off Bloom. Back with Janelt now with Lucia. Back to Janelt. Winsheimer. Fake shot.
Oh.
Good save.
What an effort that was. Lovely fake shot to open up the opportunity, and a fantastic strike. Just going across the goalkeeper, and in doing so, giving an opportunity to make that save. And now Kader can counter-attack well with men in support.
Poulter on the ball, and if anything, maybe picked the wrong pass there.
Oh, both these guys going end-to-end now. This is a fantastic way to win this game. On the knife edge still.
Well, Basinho has to start risking it, and that's allowing Kader to make some important interceptions and really apply his pressing game well. But I just wonder, I think back to that third goal, and I wonder whether that really underlines the point we've been making, Alex, about the differences between esports pros and professional footballers. For now, I'll hold on to this thought, because Basinho really should have done better there, actually, but Kader did well to bring Gijkovic off his line and smother the danger. And Kader does get the win, and look at what it means to him as well. Back-to-back wins for Julius Kader. 4-0 winner last time out against Federico Palacios. A much harder game of it, but therefore it means so much more, doesn't it, Alex?
I'm not surprised he's celebrating like that. It's not often we see a professional player come up against an esports player and beat them like that. And it's not just any esports player, it's Basinho. It's one of the best in the virtual Bundesliga, and Julius Kader, once again proving, as he did last week, that he knows how to play FIFA, and Union Berlin have themselves a right player on their books. And what a stunning win that was. He did so well, pegged back twice by Basinho, and especially against an esports player, when you concede goals, as he did, you can lose confidence, you can lose that momentum, you can lose control of the game. It can so often result in you, in the end, losing out overall, but he kept his nerve, he kept his cool, kept the concentration going, and he took a lead for a third time in the final 10 minutes there. And what a fantastic, fantastic win that is for Julius Kader, setting up his teammate Kevin Schlotterbeck to, hopefully for Union, end this second match day with a win.
I'd almost go as far, Alex, to say that may be the biggest upset of the Bundesliga home challenge so far. We haven't had too many where esports pros have failed to pick up positive results against some of these professional footballers making the crossover. And I mean, there are games that kind of pop into your mind, you know, the Mark Flecken draw or the Nico Schlotterbeck draw on match day one. Those were quite big upsets in the fact that we weren't sure where their levels were. We're a little more privy to it now, and maybe in hindsight those weren't quite as bigger upsets as we thought at the time. But other than that, there really hasn't been much that stood out in terms of a clear favourite coming away on the losing side. But this one, Basinho up against Julius Kader, I think I would classify it as the biggest upset so far.
100%, and because of that, for me, Julius Kader joins the likes of buildup and De Boer as being the most impressive players in this tournament so far, and even arguably more impressive just because De Boer and buildup have played against professional players as well, so they've come up against opponents that don't probably match their skill level, whereas Julius Kader has played against Basinho, one of the very best in the virtual Bundesliga, and has overcome him there superbly. And what a fantastic result that was for him.
Well, I was going to say, I may have actually been chatting nonsense. I may need to be a little bit careful because I was neglecting the fact that Dennis Eitekin won last night. Alex,
oh my goodness, how
the
could we
biggest
forget
upset
that?
of the entire tournament.
Sorry.
We can't top that. I don't think Carter beating Basinho actually does top that.
I apologise, Julius Carter,
Sacrilegious.
but nothing will ever beat Dennis Eitekin defeating Jonas Hoffmann in a FIFA match. That is, honestly, I said it earlier, that is the highlight of my career so far. Being able to be a part of that, even though my part played no role in the actual win for Eitekin, just being a part of that is something really, really special.
Yeah, you heard it there. From a man who has spent time on the pitch with Jadon Sancho, who regularly gets video messages from Marco Richter, the highlight of his career is watching Dennis Eitekin beat Jonas Hoffmann on FIFA 20. Love it. Absolutely love it. This is why we are enjoying this so much. It's absolutely brilliant. And from Marco Richter's terrible predictions to really just the enjoyment of watching games where we don't know what to expect and just allowing those expectations to kind of roll out as the game progresses. And we're learning as we watch the same way you guys are as well. And we are having an absolute brilliant time bringing you the coverage. We do have one final game left for today. Closing out the action on day 2 of match day 2, it will be Vitaly Janelt taking on Kevin Schlotterbeck. Bochum against Union. Bochum with a bit of work to do. After that loss in the first leg, Basinho losing out to Julius Carter in one of the biggest upsets we've seen in the Bundesliga home challenge. Not maybe the biggest upset we have seen. And so right now we're eagerly anticipating what this final game will throw up because there is just a goal in it in the tie, Alex.
Yeah, and that's the thing. We have to remember that these games go over the 2 legs. It's often the case that the players themselves will want that personal glory, of course. Playing that solo game, they'll definitely want to win their game, but both legs of these ties make the difference. It's an aggregate score that counts, and we've often seen it where the first leg has gone one way with a big scoreline and the second leg has followed suit, but for the other team. So you have to remember that these ties are decided on aggregate. No matter how much Julius Carter will have enjoyed his win, if his teammate Kevin Schlotterbeck cannot support that win himself here against Vitaly Janelt, then Union will have lost the tie to Bochum. So it does come down to some teamwork for these guys. They want to make sure that both their results are positive ones and get themselves the win. We've seen a couple of teams today be able to produce such performances. Actually, the most recent ones, to be fair, Schalke and Augsburg, the only sides, apart from Stuttgart as well, of course, to win both games today in their ties. Stuttgart winning 4-1 and 1-0 in both their respective games. Schalke 2-1 and 3-0 with Buildup and Lacker producing the goods, and then Richter and Yannick producing wins as well for Augsburg against Hamburg. So Union could join an exclusive group if they can pull off a second win here with Kevin Schlotterbeck coming up against Janelt.
Well, that's it. Janelt is a unknown quantity for us. We didn't see him in action last weekend, of course, with Bochum being one of the 4 new teams getting involved in the action on match day 2. With Schlotterbeck, we've got a little bit of information. He wasn't one of the standout performers by any stretch of the imagination. One of the more uneventful games, I think it's fair to say, last time out up against Tom Bach. A 1-1 draw for him. So it's really difficult still, despite having a game under his belt, for us to judge exactly where Kevin Schlotterbeck is at. But it's even harder for us right now to judge where Vitaly Janelt is, given the fact that we haven't seen him in action so far. But you got to think that after grinding out that hard-fought 3-2 win against Basinho, the eSports Pro, that Julius Carter will be making sure that Kevin Schlotterbeck doesn't let him down. I wonder whether he's the one that Kevin Schlotterbeck's getting a message from right now before kickoff, just saying, come on, Kevin, hold up your end of the deal. Look, I've just ground that out. I've given everything. I've put blood, sweat and tears into that, and now you've got to match it.
I think, yeah, definitely he'll be getting messages from Carter because, as we mentioned, it might not have been the shock of the tournament with Eitekin producing that win over Hoffmann, but I think it's fair to say that it is the best result for a footballer against an esports player by a huge margin. And for Vitaly Janelt, we don't know much. We obviously didn't get to see him last week with Bochum being a new team, but he has said he likes to play FIFA in his spare time. He said it's exciting to measure himself against others in a competition like this. He says the challenge is a really good format for the situation that we're all in at the moment. Everyone having to stay at home. Difficult one, of course. football players having to do the same. And he's excited, of course, to be involved in this, and he'll want to make sure that this isn't 2 defeats for Bochum to start their Bundesliga home challenge experience, of course, as well. So he's got a lot of pressure on himself as well. And of course, with these Bundesliga players, with their competitive edges, they'll be putting pressure on themselves as well. And they'll want to get those wins for personal pride to make sure that all the people watching at home know just how good they are in the virtual game. With us just a couple of minutes away now from the final game of matchday 2 of the Bundesliga home challenge. As we said yesterday, James and I commentating another time here, it flew by yesterday. It really did. The competition, it went so quickly, and it's gone so quickly again today. I'm already beginning to come to the point where I'm sad when it is coming to an end, as much as it is a prolonged experience for all of us. I'm not sure if you feel the same way, James.
Oh, no, I do. I absolutely do. As I said, I think I said it yesterday, I think I could do this all night. And there's an element where that's, of course, a tongue-in-cheek comment that, you know, the physical capabilities of the human body will only let me go so far. But I know there are streamers out there that have done 24-hour charity streams, and I just, my hat goes off to them every single time. But nevertheless, I could still do this. I'm still on the edge of my seat. I'm still enjoying the action. And yet, yesterday flew by. Today, not quite as fast, but I think that had something to do with the amount of goals we saw yesterday. It really was absolutely staggering. And it looks like Janelt's looking to get an early goal here, but Schlotterbeck has defended well in the end. And of course, there's bragging rights here as well, we should mention, between the two Schlotterbeck brothers. Nico has absolutely torn this tournament up. Kevin Schlotterbeck, he picked up a draw in his first game, just like brother Nico. And I'm not expecting him to maybe match Nico's 11-1 win yesterday against Maximilian Mittelstadt. But you've got to think Kevin Schlotterbeck, the older of the two Schlotterbeck brothers, will want to make sure that his younger brother knows, hey, I can match you here.
Yeah, he says his brother and he are both a little bit crazy. We saw how crazy Nico is yesterday, getting that 11-1 win. He'll definitely want to match it for his family fortunes, but he's got some defending to do here. He's, as we said, not going to want to see that his brother is dominating the FIFA gameplay and he's struggling behind. He'll want to get his first win of the Bundesliga home challenge here today. Doing well with the defensive work so far.
That's it. It's well played by Schlotterbeck. But as I said last week, in that 1-1 draw against Tom Bach, he didn't exactly stand out as one of the most impressive FIFA players when it came to the professional footballers that have switched the pitch for the console. And so if Janelt's got something about his game here, this could be a game where he could exploit the weakness of Schlotterbeck. And it does look like Janelt's, firstly, not just taking this very seriously, as you can see there on his face cam, but he's also got a lot about his game. A lovely ball roll to open up the chance, and those are exactly the moments I'm talking about. I'm not sure we'll see that type of play from Schlotterbeck, but Janelt's obviously got it in his locker.
Yeah, that's it. That was a really tidy little move there. Unfortunately, shot didn't quite work out for him as well as the skill move did. We're not sure if Schlotterbeck has that in his locker, but it is the early signs from Janelt that he's able to produce these things and be competitive as he has to concede a corner there to Union. Both these sides getting forward well in the opening few minutes.
Some unconvincing defending, though, at the back from Janelt, which has certainly been a feature of these head-to-heads between professional footballers. Discipline is not their forte when it comes to the defensive work, unless you're Julius Kader, of course, who did an incredibly good job just a few moments ago in the first leg of this tie between Bochum and Union.
But you are right. For the most part, attack has been the best form of defence for these Bundesliga professionals.
Yeah, it's a motto I live and die by on FIFA, whatever iteration of it. Oh, it's a good effort from Janelt as well. Strong save out of Gikiewicz, who's been one of those more active people on social media during the period of self-isolation. He's had some absolutely fantastic social media posts. He ended up doing basically his whole own Olympics rendition in his throughout his apartment or his house in the build-up to this. So I would recommend going and checking out his social media channels. But the highlight for me really had to be, I think it was one of the first videos he put out, Alex, but he turned up Rafael Gikiewicz, the Union Berlin goalkeeper, in a turquoise leotard that came with the message, "Good times, tan lines," and he proceeded in this leotard with leopard print
fitness leggings, I should say, to basically do a little bit of a jazzercise video. And he's now since done a few Olympics-inspired videos as well. He's been rowing, he's been cycling, he's been doing it all. Rafael Gikiewicz, one of the biggest characters in the Bundesliga, no doubt, and arguably rivaling Marcus Terrazino with the social media channels, as Janelt has the goal to level the tie on aggregate. Fantastic finish from him too.
Perfect way for him to start this game. Half an hour into the game. Simon Zoller with the strike. And it means that Kevin Schlotterbeck has got some work to do, because we are level on aggregate now already. 3-3. And that's what we were waiting for. We were waiting to see if Janelt could produce these things. We hadn't seen much of him in the FIFA world. We know he's played it regularly, but we don't know how regularly correlates to the quality of his performance levels. So good signs here early on that he's able to do some special things as he looks to do it again. Oh, close there with the effort. Lovely football being played again from Janelt. Went for the finesse, but it just whisked wide of the far post.
I don't know about you, Alex, but if I was Kevin Schlotterbeck right now, I'd be giving Nico a call and asking him to get over as quickly as possible to take over in the second half, because this could turn ugly if he's not careful. But you can see that Janelt really does have something to his game that Schlotterbeck unfortunately just doesn't. And it's whether he can really survive the onslaught that Janelt looks like he's going to be providing, peppering the Schlotterbeck goal. It's just the little intricacies in his game that you can spot that set him apart, and that's one of them. He's going for the curler again and again. Gikiewicz to the rescue for Schlotterbeck.
What a goal that would have been, as you were just mentioning them. The tidy little moves he has, the fake shot there, moving on to the right foot of Bappo. Curled it towards the top corner again, but Gikiewicz equal to it. And Kevin Schlotterbeck can definitely have his keeper to thank so far for keeping it just at 1-0 in this game. He's trying to work the ball, as you can see now, try and build up the play and get some confidence built up in himself and his own play, but so far he's been the worst of the two sides. But that doesn't matter when you have chances like that. And with 5 minutes to go before half-time, he is level.
Game not over. No sign of a white flag being raised by Kevin Schlotterbeck. And he did have an element of fortune there about the goal for Ingvartsen, but he has levelled the scores before the break, and now it'll be crucial to hold on to the scoreline as it is before half-time. The last thing he'll want to do is give Janelt more momentum.
I think he needed that kind of break of luck to get back into this game. It was Janelt who had been dominating, as we've said. Schlotterbeck not able to really get his game going, but the first movement in towards the box that he has gets that moment of luck that provides him with the chance of scoring, and he takes it well. Important to get that goal before half-time.
Yeah, Janelt really with one priority and one priority only, and that is to keep Kevin Schlotterbeck guessing with his attacking movers as he looks to try and retake the lead.
I love his fake shot work. Sorry, James. I love it. He's just doing so many nice little tricks. I'm just not sure if the tricks are really taking him beyond Schlotterbeck's defenders. They're not giving him the opportunities that he really needs.
They look good, but they're not quite as effective as we want them to be.
That's it. They're looking good, but not as effective as they could be, and that's why it's 1-1 at this half-time. He's had 6 shots on goal, 5 on target. He's had opportunities, but that's the thing. These tricks and these flicks, if you use them in the right ways, they can give you shots which result in goals. We saw it with the pro esports players earlier. They don't need many shots to actually get the goals, and that's the difference between these professional players. They can do the tricks as well, but got to do it in the right place at the right time to earn a better chance at goal.
Schlotterbeck trying to start on the front foot in the second half. Oh, mistake at the back by Janelt. Becker just losing out on the edge of the area. Trying to win it back though, Geraldo Becker. Actually the cousin, Geraldo Becker, of Hertha Berlin's Jafairo Dilrosun. So 2 cousins on opposite sides of the divide in the German capital. They didn't feature against one another in the first ever Berlin derby earlier this season between Union and Hertha. Oh, that was the chance for Schlotterbeck on the follow-up. Fell kindly to him on the volley. Too many bodies in between him and the goal, though. But also Schlotterbeck's really grown into this game. Janelt had all his own way, and he's definitely still looking like a very threatening attacking player. But Schlotterbeck is back in this as he hits the post. I feel like we've hit the post so often today. I feel like that's been the big trend of day 2, on match day 2.
100%. These guys going for goal in inventive, creative ways, but they can get past the goalkeeper. And if you can't get past the post, you're not going to score, and that's what the frustration has been so far. And their frustration for Janelt. He could have gone 2-1 down with Schlotterbeck having those good couple of chances. He started the second half well, as you said, but just again proving how quickly things can change in FIFA, how quickly you can go from one end of the pitch to another if you've got that counter-attacking ability, and it looks like Janelt has that. Kevin Schlotterbeck, as much as he wants to get forward and get ahead, he'll have to make sure that Janelt doesn't keep producing those counter-attacking moves which are getting him the openings. He crosses here.
I was going to say, here he comes again with Ganvula, the goal scorer earlier in this game. Forced to play it to the edge of the area, works it well! Goes for the effort across goal. And yes, you can see, especially in this game, between these two, we're getting pot shots from types of areas we haven't seen very often in the Bundesliga home challenge, which I don't mind. I'm actually quite a fan of it, because it's the types of positions that I'd get in and go, you know what, I'll fancy a crack as well. Especially with that finesse button held down, you know.
That's it, and Schlotterbeck can take hope from knowledge from Carter earlier, having taken that shot from an awkward position, that sometimes it can work out for you if the keeper can't hold on to it. So it's one of those things that, as much as they want to work the best opportunities to shoot a goal that will produce certain goals, sometimes you can go for goal from distance and it produces something special for you. Maybe that's what's going to be the deciding factor here, with time ticking on and the score still level.
Yeah, that was it. I keep thinking back to that third goal for Julius Carter, and I really do think it perfectly underlines the point we're making about some of the decision-making in FIFA that the professional footballers will make that the esports pros wouldn't. An esports pro would not have shot there where Carter was, and Carter, I think, coming from the professional football standpoint, you probably hear it on the training ground all the time. Shoot a cross goal, make the keeper work, and you may get lucky with the rebound. And so from that position, you went, you know what? Transfer my football knowledge from the pitch onto the virtual world, and it paid off.
That's it. I think that's what helped Richter to get his win as well. Even though he doesn't have the experience of playing FIFA, it's that footballing experience which can be brought onto the virtual pitch, and it's a different perspective for us as well. Obviously, we're not professional footballers, so we're not seeing how these guys train all the time. We don't know what it's like to then bring that into the virtual world, and it must bring its advantages, of course. Training and playing at the highest level in football every week, bringing that onto the virtual pitch has its advantages.
Oh, this is dangerous for Schlotterbeck. He had the man over in Becker at the back post.
Again, a low cross causing havoc for a team. Obviously, Schlotterbeck will have been hoping that Becker was a bit closer to the goal there. But at the moment, he's causing problems here, and he's been much better in the second half. And he gets a free kick opportunity here from Janelt's rash challenge. And he's going to make some tactical changes here as we come towards the business end of this game. With the score all square.
I have to say, for the last game, I'm glad that we're on a nail-biting situation.
So am I.
Everything to play for, final 18 minutes. Let's close out the action on day 2 of match day 2 of the Bundesliga home challenge with a bang. And we're talking to you, Janelt and Schlotterbeck, and especially you, Schlotterbeck, who, let's be honest, your brother held up his end of the bargain. It's time for you to match that. Oh, oh dear. Right, well, I take that back. Never mind. Kevin not quite on the same wavelength as me there.
Oh, but he's got a chance here.
Come
Huge
on.
mistake.
Porter is in. Oh, Janelt. Hold your head in shame. You cannot be making those types of mistakes in the Bundesliga home challenge. They're punished ruthlessly over and over again. And Schlotterbeck, and arguably the star of the show for Union in the Bundesliga home challenge, Sebastian Polter, cool, calm, collected.
After a moment of not the best chance in front of goal for him, with that free kick going high over the sky, he quickly gets an opportunity of retribution, and he takes it well. Big mistake from Janelt. Will he be able to make up for it though in the final 15 minutes here? Pressure's on, moving the ball around the Union box, but at the moment Schlotterbeck is doing well to make sure that There's no chances given, no mistakes made like Janet made himself, but end-to-end stuff here. Enticing until the end. Oh, there is that mistake though. Can Janet make the most of it? No, he can't. That's the opportunity that he was looking for. Schlotterbeck just not allowing him the same open mistake. And with 10 minutes to go, this is going to be a really fun ending.
We have got 10 minutes remaining in the final game on this day 2 of match day 2 in the Bundesliga home challenge. Right now, Union Berlin, thanks to Kevin Schlotterbeck's second goal, they have a 2-goal advantage on aggregate, but there may still be more goals in this. Janelt,
what a ball.
He's a bit open at the back. Oh, the offside flag is up against him. That could have been that. Janelt will still have a chance in this game, you think, to at least get a goal, to at least get the equaliser in his game here against Kevin Schlotterbeck in what is the final game of today. Bochum against Union Berlin. It has been an absolute thriller from start to finish, and here is Janelt with the chance. Oh, he's dragged it wide.
What a chance that was. We might have a free kick here or a penalty.
Is it a penalty?
It is indeed.
A chance for the equaliser in the dying seconds here in Bochum. Oh, it's off the bar. He's missed it. Can you believe it?
I can't believe what I'm seeing. Janelt has the perfect opportunity to bring the game level. He smacks it off the crossbar. What a let-off for Schlotterbeck.
Just held down the power bar a split second too long, but those are the finite differences that could decide a game like this, and that could be that for his chances in this game. But he's going to stream forward one last time. Lovely 1-2 to open up some space for Bloom. He is through on goal. Defender desperately trying to come back to recover, and he's done really well there to recover the position as well. Given away sloppily in midfield. Kevin Schlotterbeck happy to take all the seconds off the clock he can. There is no onus on him to make anything happen in these final few moments. And Janelt, it is game over. A thrilling end to proceedings on day 2 of match day 2 in the Bundesliga home challenge. Kevin Schlotterbeck, it wasn't as emphatic as brother Nico, but he has got the win, Alex.
He's got the win indeed to keep Schlotterbeck in the positive mark in the Bundesliga home challenge. But what a game that was to end it. Drama right at the end. Janelt had the opportunity from 12 yards to score the equaliser, but he didn't take it. Cannoning it back out off the bar. What an opportunity and what an ending to the second match day.
Yeah, I mean, highlights central. We were comeback central yesterday. We've had a fair few highlights today as well, like genuinely brilliant gameplay. Not quite as many goals as we had yesterday, but as we've said throughout today's stream, we were never expecting to have that many goals. But what we have had is entertainment value to the max. We've had fantastic upsets. We've had big upsets. We've had big come from behind victories still. Marcel Hartl is the man that stands out in terms of the come from behind qualities that have been on show today. But Alex, talk to me about your highlights. Day 2, match day 2. Where are you at?
That was one of my highlights. Marcel Hartl scored 6 goals with Fabian Klos to turn that tie around. 7-1 there against Eintracht Frankfurt. Unbelievable game we saw from Bielefeld. We saw Wendell as well suffer a 5-1 defeat to Dresden, with Justin Löwe coming out on top. And obviously the blockbuster affair was Wolfsburg against Schalke. And again, we were able to see Nassim Bouliab take a 3-0 win and show his class. And obviously for me, a personal highlight, my pal off the scenes, Marco Richter, getting another win in the Bundesliga home challenge, despite his admittance of his lack of FIFA knowledge and experience. But he takes another win. Just another fantastic day of Bundesliga home challenge football.
Every day seems to give us something a little bit different, and we try and learn the lessons and find the trends that we can. But it's difficult to do. But the fact is, it's keeping us on our toes. James Surrogate, Alex Chaffer, your hosts for the Bundesliga home challenge. This has been day 2 on match day 2. We do have 2 match days remaining. Match day 3 next weekend, match day 4 the weekend after. And quite frankly, if they can match what we've seen on the opening 2 match days, then we're in for another rip-roaring, a couple of weekends to fill this football-free time. But it has been our pleasure, James Surrogate, Alex Chaffer, to bring you coverage of this action. We hope you guys have enjoyed it. Again, as we've said, another day full of highlights. And I don't think it's going to stop here for the Bundesliga home challenge.
Not at all. We're looking forward to next week already, and we hope you are too. Keep it in your diaries. Join us again next week, please. That would be fantastic.
Yeah, for now, it's left to us to wish you a good week. Stay safe, stay healthy. Keep practicing that social distancing. Keep washing those hands. But please do join us again next weekend, where we'll be here for match day 3. We cannot wait.
Bye for now.